Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and to prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established amongst us for all generations.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Honourable members, I have received communication from Mr. Stuart Young of Senior Council, member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West, and Mr. Dominic Romaine, member of Parliament for Malabar Mausica, who have both requested leave of absence from today's sitting of the House. The leave which the members seek is hereby granted. Honourable members, I have also received correspondence from the President of the Senate dated April 21st, 2026. Said correspondence states as follows, and I quote, "Dear Mr. Speaker, change of membership to joint select committees. Reference is made to the subject at caption. At a sitting held on Tuesday, 21st April 2026, the Senate agreed to the following resolution. Be it resolved that the Senate agree to the appointments to the Joint Select Committee on the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, Mr. Vishnu Danpal, in lieu of Mrs. Janelle John Bates. Accordingly, I respectfully request that the House of Representatives be informed of this decision at the earliest convenience. Thank you. Respectfully, President of the Senate.
Bills brought from the Senate, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of Chile Partial Scope Trade Agreement Bill 2026 in the name of the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64.1b, I beg to move that the next stage of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of Chile Partial Scope Trade Agreement Bill 2026 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable members, the question is, sorry, I beg your pardon, that the next stage of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of Chile Partial Scope Trade Agreement Bill 2026 be taken later in the proceedings. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
On the supplemental order paper, the Retrenchment and Severance Benefits Amendment Bill 2026 in the name of the Minister of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprise Development. Papers.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. 1. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30th, 2025. 2. The public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30th, 2025. 3. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statement of the Seized Assets Fund account as at September 30th, 2025. 4. The audited financial statements of the University of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended September 30th, 2024. 5. The audited financial statements of the Youth Training and Employment Partnership Program, YTEP Limited, for the year ended September 30th, 2024. 6. the audited financial statements of the Sports Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the year ended September 30th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that papers 1 to 3 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee and papers 4 to 6 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee.
Honourable members, the question is that papers 1 to 3 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee and papers 4 to 6 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to lay the following papers. 7 to 8, the annual reports of the Police Complaints Authority for the periods 2023-2024 and 2024 to 2025.
Reports from committees.
Member for Oropouche East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present the following report. The special report of the Joint Select Committee on National Security, first session, 13th Parliament, on the concerns of the committee to the continued membership of a member.
Urgent questions.
Member for Diego Martin Northeast.
To the Minister of Health. Given reports of staff shortages at health facilities across the country related to industrial action by nurses, what immediate steps are being taken by the government to rectify this situation?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. Mr. Speaker, reports from the various RHAs indicate that the great majority of nurses continue to report for duty as rostered. Recruitment of nurses to fill vacancies at health facilities is ongoing. I again take this opportunity to thank our nurses and indeed all the healthcare workers for their continued commitment, service, and dedication to duty. Thank you.
Diego Martin Northeast.
Bearing in mind this is the third time the Minister has indicated that everything is okay, why are there reports in the media, widespread reports of staff shortages and problems in the healthcare system, and the Minister keeps saying everything is all right?
I don't think that's a pertinent question as to why the Minister says so, and it's the third time, and they over-editorializing of it. I think everyone's clear that the standing order says that the question must be asked without comment or opinion. So unless you have a second question, a permissible one at that.
Yes. The Minister did not answer the question. He did not say what steps are being taken to rectify.
Each asked the question.
What steps are being taken to rectify the situation?
I think that's been asked and answered. Member for Ruka Lupino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Homeland Security. Following the murder of an employee of the Ministry of Health at the Queen's Park, Savannah, will the Minister indicate what urgent measures will be taken to improve safety?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and for the question. The incident at the Queen's Park, Savannah, is one of grave concern, Mr. Speaker, particularly as it has occurred in a highly and heavy traffic family space, Mr. Speaker, and in the presence of a child. I have directed an immediate operational response to sorting out this situation. Mr. Speaker, additional foot mobile, and intelligence-led patrols will be focused on that particular area. Mr. Speaker, the Homicide Bureau of Investigation is also pursuing certain leads. They got information, intelligence, and evidence that could assist the matter in going forward. Also, Mr. Speaker, let us be clear. Incidents happened at the Savannah 2021 and 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question number 3, a member for Roodal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Homeland Security, given reports that more guns and ammunition have been discovered missing in the case of stolen guns and the murder of a municipal police officer, what steps are being taken to secure all firearms and ammunition at all stations across the country?
Honorable Minister of Homeland Security.
Mr. Speaker, because of the security aspect of this particular question, I can say this much. The police service has taken into account, in terms of accountability and storage of these firearms at those various locations. And at this time, I wouldn't want to go any further into it because there are a lot of persons that have not yet been interviewed with respect to this matter.
Roodal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Supplemental question to the Minister. Minister, can you indicate how many of these firearms have been recovered so far from the investigations?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the investigation continues. There's over 44, if I'm not mistaken, firearms and a numerous amount of ammunition has been recovered to date as the investigation continues. Thank you.
Roodal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Supplemental question to the Minister. Minister, what additional security measures have been put in place having regard to the missing firearms and ammunition to secure the public on this very serious matter?
I think the question, that is a repeat of the original question. So I think that's been asked and answered. In any event, it's a repeat of the original question. Okay.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of the House.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government is prepared to answer all questions as it appears on the order paper. However, question 73 is inappropriately and inaccurately posed to the Minister of Housing. The LSA falls within the remit of the Minister of Land and Legal Affairs, and therefore I suggest the member for San Fernando East pose that question once more appropriately. But we are prepared to answer all other questions, Mr. Speaker.
Before we proceed to invite the answers, I should announce that pursuant to Standing Order 29.8, the questions that's on application of the member who is not given authority for anyone else to ask his questions. The questions at 61, 62, and 63 are hereby deferred. So we pick up the batting order at question 64.
Mr. Speaker, may I ask a question about 73?
No, when we get to that.
No, they're saying they're not answering it.
Well, I think the answer is, well, you can ask a question. Whether we get into a
Policy.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, no, come on. The Speaker's allowed me to speak. Mr. Speaker, who is in charge here? Who is in charge? Did you not allow me to speak?
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 29.8, I crave your indulgence for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker,
I haven't spoken yet.
I don't, hang on, both of you sit. I don't think 29.8 applies. I think it's a general inquiry as to 73 and what the leader of the House says with regard to 73. I'm prepared to entertain the inquiry. How long you take with it, bear in mind the 40-minute clock has started to run, huh? Right, so I'm prepared to entertain the inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the past, when a question is posed to a particular minister, if there has been a realignment of portfolios that the opposition would not be normally aware of, either the Parliament or the Cabinet would change the destination for the... Mr. Speaker, I'm asking a question. They're just shouting like little children. Mr. Speaker, may I say what I have to say?
Am I to take it that without the long run-up or the preamble to the question, your question, generally the gravamen of the question is why the current minister is not answering the question when the portfolio has been reassigned? All right.
If there's a departure from the long-established practice, if portfolios are realigned, Mr. Speaker, I can't ask the question with all them screaming like this.
I think what is happening is this is becoming a counterproductive exercise. I think let's nip it in the bud so that we preserve the 40-minute. I think the leader of the House has said unequivocally that they're not prepared to answer 73 because it's directed to the wrong minister. All right? I am mindful that there's collective cabinet responsibility, but I think collective cabinet responsibility carries quite a different connotation. Collective cabinet responsibility does not automatically devolve into another cabinet minister getting into the minute details of the operations of another ministry. All collective cabinet responsibility means, in effect, is that the cabinet is one indivisible body responsible for the actions of the cabinet. Okay? As to whether or not a minister is capable of answering the minute details of the operations of another minister's ministry under the general rubric of collective cabinet responsibility, I hardly think that requires further elucidation.
Mr. Speaker,
I don't
that is
think
not what I asked, and that's not what I said, and that's not...
Well, perhaps we could do this. In order to save some time, it's clear that there is what I would refer to as a somewhat intellectual Mexican standoff here. Both sides have dug their heels in. I don't think this is the appropriate forum to resolve that. My own view is that the question is directed to the wrong minister. Collective cabinet responsibility does not cross the hurdle which this presents. Okay? There's a simple solution to it. Just simply refile the question. Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on a point of clarification, the member for Digo Martin Northeast indicated, or alluded rather, that the practice of this House has been that it will be redirected to another minister. I want to remind the member opposite that when he served as Minister of Finance, he would tell members opposite at that time, sit down, because they have
Speaker, that is not true. That is not true. He's making it up.
And that is the
You're
reality
ducking
of
the
what
question.
members opposite
You're
did.
making it up
So
and you're
to
ducking the question.
misrepresent,
All right, it's a bit too early for all of that.
is a flagrant disregard for the
All right, I think we've had enough of discussion on that. Yes, Leader.
With respect to Standing Order 29-8. Mr. Speaker, the government notices that this is a pattern where the member for Port of Spain North depends on Standing Order 29-8. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow the state of the PNM and the fracture of the opposition to stymie our work. If the member wants to remove himself from under the chief whip and go as an independent, he has to indicate that to the Parliament. But we cannot allow every week for the member to reply on Standing Order 29-8 when there seems to be a fracture in the opposition because
Mr.
he
Speaker,
refuses
Mr.
to be
Speaker,
part
Mr.
of the
Speaker.
collective responsibility under the chief
Too much.
All right, I think we've had enough of that. I think I've already exercised my discretion to defer the question. I understand the misgivings that might be occupying the minds of members on both sides or either side. That's no concern of mine. It was a legitimate inquiry and a legitimate request to defer the question. I've considered it. I've exercised my discretion. The questions are deferred. Shall we move now to question 64? And I want to remind members, the 40-minute is running. It doesn't start now. The 40-minute started to run a long time ago. So 64.
Thank you very much.
Member for Ruka Lupino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number 64 to the Minister of Trade, Investment and Tourism. I hope I have the right minister.
Honourable Minister, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, are you answering the question?
Yes.
I see you standing.
Yes.
Very well.
With regard to the formal commissioning of the Lupino historical site, the question is asked and the 64, the Lupino Historical Complex is an important heritage and cultural tourism asset. It was formally opened to the public on April the 25th under the previous administration. And the government wishes to make it clear that the site has not been closed to the public since that time. It remains accessible and members of the public continue to visit and engage. What's that? The issue, therefore, is not whether the government intends to open or close the facility. The facility is already open and accessible. What remains outstanding is the completion of residual work and the full operationalization of certain components of the site, most notably the museum. The Minister of Trade, Investment and Tourism, Senator the Honorable Satya Kama Maharaj, together with the technical team from the ministry, visited the complex on March the 27th of this year and request of the Senator, the Honorable Natalie Chaitan Maharaj, also visited. Based on that visit, the ministry can confirm that the site is operational while also recognizing that further work is required.
Have a seat.
Mr. Speaker, I think we all clearly heard the utterance.
Yes, and yes, go ahead and do the right thing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I sincerely withdraw and apologize.
community heard that obscenity from the member for Ruka Lopino, that irresponsibility, Mr. Speaker. We have school children that is looking on from time to time.
And you withdraw, apologize, and give the members of the House and myself your solemn promise you will never repeat that again.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw and I apologize.
Mr. Speaker, there's a way in which we do things in this House. The member has to take ownership of the obscenity that he uttered and apologize in a professional and dignified manner. That is
I think for the benefit of the members of the public and not to risk further audio offense to members of the public, we're not going to make him repeat it, but I think the members of the public would understand that he's sufficiently contrite. He's expressed his contrition sufficiently, except for the solemn promise never to repeat it. So, am I to take it you give us solemn pledge and promise never to repeat it?
Speaker.
Well, you could stand and say so.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
No, I want a pledge and a promise.
Mr. Speaker, this is getting too, I don't want to say ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw and I apologize.
And you solemnly pledge and promise not to repeat
Mr. Speaker,
it.
come on.
All right, let's go. I'll answer the question.
Accordingly, the government position is clear. The Lopino historical site is already open and accessible to the public. The remaining work concerned full operational readiness, including the museum component, and the facility is expected to be fully operational within the next 6 months, subject to completion of the necessary procurement and outstanding remedial works. Accordingly, the Minister of Trade, Investment and Tourism recommends that the Cabinet acts to agree the proposed oral reply to the Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having regard supplemental question to the Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, having regard to the response of the member that completion and residual works are to be completed on and full operationalization are to be completed on the site and the museum, how then is the site available to members of the public at this point in time, Mr. Speaker?
Honorable Parliamentary Secretary.
It is open. One partisan, which is the museum, which fell under you, your team, your previous government, and it still is not completed. Why wasn't it completed under you?
Member for Ruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question I ask, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my constituents is when the Lopino historical site that has been commissioned will be fully open to members of the public. Simple as that, Mr. Speaker.
Ask and answer twice. Third question if you have one.
Mr. Speaker, can the member indicate to the people of Lopino when those residual works will be completed and the full site open to them?
Ask and answer. We said 6 months. Within the next.
I think the Parliamentary Secretary is saying 6 months. So shall we take that as answered? Okay. We move to question number 65. Member for Ruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Question number 65 to the Minister of Homeland Security.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the answer is yes. I should sit. The answer is yes.
Supplemental? Yeah. Ruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, supplemental question to the Minister. Minister, can you give the country an update and or status of the investigation into this very serious matter where ammunition, police ammunition, was found on the scene of a murder in Aruka?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here to answer any question posed to me or to any institution in my ministry. Since 2020 and beyond, and further than that, ammunition with markings of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and other agencies have been found on crime scenes. However, Mr. Speaker, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has initiated an investigation. At this time, I'm advised by the Commissioner of Police and his team that there's a project presently engaging the TTPS since 2025 to replace all existing ammunition with a marking that they will be able to identify for the purpose of tracing and accountability. This exercise will be completed on the 8th of May this year. Further, Mr. Speaker, it has been anticipated that there may be an historical security vulnerability in relation to TTPS ammunition that have been on loan to the municipal police since 2019. In response, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has implemented additional measures to strengthen the control, storage, and monitoring of firearm and ammunition at the municipal police station. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Roodal.
Mr. Speaker, supplemental question to the Minister. Minister, are you saying then, based on your response, that it is possible that firearms and ammunition from the municipal police section or department is likely to be on the scene of crimes in Trinidad and Tobago?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, where I came from, we don't speculate. Until information comes directly, we respond accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, we move now to question 66. Member for Roodal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number 66 to the Minister of Public Utilities.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like a thief in the night, this contract was executed on the 28th of April 2025, the date of the 2025 general election. The contract for the restoration of the Sangre Grande Legacy Post Office building valued at $7.5 million. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Public Utilities is working closely with the Ministry of Finance for funding to facilitate contractor mobilization and the provision of advance payments. These funds will also address outstanding procurement-related expenses incurred during fiscal 2025. The project, which carries a duration of 9 months, is anticipated to commence in May to June 2026. Further demonstrating its priority status, an additional $4 million will be sought at the appropriate time to sustain construction progress, with the remaining balance to be secured in fiscal year 2027. This phased but deliberate financing approach underscores the government's unwavering dedication to the successful completion of this national restoration initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Roodal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Supplemental question to the Minister. Minister, can you indicate what is the status of the funding allocation that was appropriated for the full completion of this project?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on taking office in April 28, 2025, the Ministry of Public Utilities was left with mounting debt. It was left with areas that were unaddressed, particularly in the area of water. And therefore, what we have had to do is take a look at reallocating some of what was initially appropriated and therefore prioritized things that directly impacted people in their homes and people in their pockets. If the former minister was less concerned about contracts and contractors and more on the progress of projects that would benefit the everyday man, woman, and child, the Ministry of Public Utilities would have been in a better stead in terms of the allocations when he left office.
Member for Roodal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to the Minister, supplemental question. Minister, having regard to the fact that the former Ministry of Public Utilities under the PNM administration, out of care and concern to the people of Sangre Grande, appropriated finances for the full restoration of this project to service the people of Sangre Grande, can you say why your government has reallocated funding from this very important project for the people of Sangre Grande?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the answer to that is very simple. While the government remains committed to fulfilling this project, there are a number of things that impact people every single day of their lives. When they turn on their taps and they can't get water in Sangre Grande, they were more concerned about getting the water in their taps in Sangre Grande rather than visiting a heritage site, which, yes, we are committed to, but we were more focused on people delivery in terms of what was priority at this time.
Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Public Utilities. Minister, can you indicate whether the reallocation of the funds for this very important post-office project was reallocated to water improvement projects? And if that is the case, what are those projects?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the member files the appropriate question, I will answer those and list all the water projects throughout Trinidad and Tobago that we have used the various allocations that were not the priority of this administration at this time to be able to finance those projects where people will be able to get water in their taps and in their homes, Mr. Speaker. But if the member files the appropriate question, I'll be able to list all the projects for him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, supplemental question to my colleague from Couva North. Minister, why are the people of Sangre Grande out of water if you have reallocated water and money to
That's inadmissible. Whether you want to answer or not doesn't change the fact that the question is an impermissible one. Yes, it's supplemental, but it offends the standing orders. Every question, 30, shall conform to the following rules. A question shall not A, contain more than one issue and shall be concise, a concept which you seem to have a very obvious challenge with. B, contain preambles, another one. Opinions, statements of facts, extracts from newspaper. We could go on and on and on. But that's enough. 4 is finished. Next question, we on to 70.
Mr. Speaker, point of order, 48.6. Mr. Speaker, you have said that I have a challenge. Mr. Speaker, that is offensive to the standing order, and I wish that that statement be withdrawn and impugned from the hands of this Parliament, Mr. Speaker.
I wish you would take it in the spirit it was intended.
Now that you're saying that it was intended with good spirits, Mr. Speaker, while not accepting it, I will accept your apology.
Member for San Fernando East, question 70.
Mr. Speaker, question number 70 to the Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, member, for your question, Mr. Chairman. Let me give you a brief history of this pool and let me remind San Fernando East about that particular swimming pool in Coquille. The pool was reopened in January 2023 and closed November 2023 due to a broken check valve that flooded the pump room. A contract was then awarded in November 2024 and was supposed to be completed in April 2025. However, a supplemental agreement variations was awarded in March of 2025. And apparently they were confused. They wasn't sure about what they was doing. So a next supplemental agreement was awarded for $1.836,956.25 in April, 1 month after, within the same contract period. Mr. Speaker, and so the pool remained closed to date, because what I'm hearing from the engineers at the Ministry of Sport is there's further variation. The pool cannot be open. So from 2023 to now, this pool cannot be functional. And so the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs is currently developing a new scope of works for the repairs of the swimming pool. The entire procurement process, San Fernando East, through to award of a contract and subsequent completion of the project, should take approximately 5 months and should be completed in 2026 September. The pool will be reopened upon completion of the project, and in an effort to avoid any further closure, the ministry is proposing to enter into a retainer contract agreement with a suitable service provider to maintain the pool facility.
San Fernando East.
Minister of Sports, is this pool in San Fernando East the only pool that is closed right now?
As impermissible. Next question. If you have another one. Okay. All right. Okay, let's settle down. St. Augustine, I don't think now is the time to express your what you want to do and what you don't want to do, right? Let's move on. Question number 71 to the Minister of Works and Infrastructure, San Fernando East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 71 to the Minister of Works and Infrastructure.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. What I know for sure, this member could not have posed a question like this from 2015 to 2025 to my predecessor. There would have been no answer to it. But I have an answer for him today. The answer is that since May of 2025, 2,723 square feet of roads have been paved. Well, I don't know where, maybe you don't go there, you live in the South. Relax now. And you see, no, I'm not going to ignore him. I'll tell him where it is. The San Fernando bypass, is that part of your constituency? No, but don't madam me. Don't madam this or what it is. All right? You ask a question. This is your answer. All right? I'm being very specific.
All right, Minister, could you direct your answers in this
No,
direction,
happily
please?
I'm from Tobago. Well, I'm answering your question and I'm being very specific. I'll be very specific. What is your, why are you always so angry?
Minister,
what is...
Minister, can I ask you if you could just tilt to the side a bit and direct the answers this way, please? And not be distracted.
No, I have to be distracted. This man like him comes, he always angry.
All right,
He always yelling. Relax. No, relax, man. Yes, I'll answer the question. You come in here.
Mr. Speaker, the people of San Fernando East has had enough of this grandstanding by this minister.
Sit down. Come on. Sit. San Fernando East, have a seat. Minister, continue.
You come in here for therapy. Stop, shut up. 48.833 to 49 kilometer mark in Taruba. On August 7, 2025, there was surface patching 100 millimeter deep, 301 square feet. On March 9, 2026, the 50.168 to 53.775 kilometer Pleasantville, pothole patching, 248 square feet of patching work done. The total in San Fernando bypass area, I hope that's San Fernando East, completed was 753 square feet worth of pothole patching None of that was done under whoever that person was before me. Naparima Mia Road, 1.5 to 2.2 kilometer, a place called Cookie. The date April 22nd, 2025, pothole patching, 54 square feet of work done. 1.5 to 2.5 kilometer Cookie on May 29th, 2025. As Dr. Moonilal was here, I just turned upon the compound, but we're working. Pothole patching, temporary patching, and WASA reinstatement. I mean, the minister was hardly in the seat, all right? 377 square feet of pothole patching. 2.5 to 3.5 kilometers at Palmyra in July 18th, 2025. Pothole patching, 54 square feet of work. 1.039 to 1.1 kilometer, a place called Coquier, I don't know if the member is familiar. On July 24th, 2025, 151 square feet of pothole patching. 1.3 to 2.5 kilometers in Coquier on December 12th, 2025, pothole patching, surface patching, 100 millimeter deep, together with WASA's work, 484 square feet of work there. 3 to 3.5 kilometer Gordon, March 2nd, 2026, pothole patching, 140 square feet of work. 3.5 to 5.632 kilometers in a place called Gordon, March 16, 2026, pothole patching, surface patching, 100 millimeter deep, together with WASA, that was, did I say 710? A total, Mr. Speaker, of 2,723 square feet of work. Now the member is asking, what is planned? Of course there's a plan. This is the United Government of the United National Congress. When UNC wins, San Fernando wins. So the work planned along the Naparima Miaro Road and the San Fernando. Well, Maka calls me every day. You know? And love. You know? And Naparima Miaro Road, landslip, 6.8 kilometer mark between light pole 167. That the time is up, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for that. Thank you, sir.
San Fernando East.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The question specifically asked about paving that has happened in this area. The minister said nothing about the paving of these roads. Only patch. Mr. Speaker, there's a difference between paving and patching. The minister knows this. The minister only spoke of patching on these roads.
I don't think anybody in this House requires to be told that there's a difference between repair and paving, all right? The supplemental questions must conform with Standing Order 30. And I've just read it out. Must be asked, must be concise, and must be asked without preamble. And I'm not going to get into the details of it. So unless you can couch the question in a precise question without in conformity with 30, let's just move on, shall we?
Okay. Supplemental question. Have the roads mentioned in this question been paved?
What do you have against patching? What do you have against patching? You are a minister in the Ministry of Finance. In the Ministry of Finance, you was a minister there. What did you allocate for paving in your San Fernando? You tell me what you are allocated for that thing.
Mr. Speaker, we still haven't gotten an answer to the question. Have these roads been paved at all? There's been no answer.
Okay, St. Augustine.
Yeah.
St. Augustine. Please don't undertake on yourself seemingly impossible tasks. Okay, we're moving on. I don't suppose you have any more supplemental questions, do you?
Mr. Speaker.
Admissible one.
Mr. Speaker, the minister has not answered the question.
Admissible supplemental.
The minister has refused to answer the specific question. Have the roads mentioned in this question, have they been paved?
I will take that as a no. Have a seat. Have a seat. I'll take that as a no. And we'll move. They want the deferral. to question 72. Member for San Fernando East, question 72.
Mr. Speaker, question number 72 to the Minister of Housing.
Honourable Minister of Housing. Wake up the dragon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a three-part question. Response to part one of the question, the Housing Development Corporation has advised that it has neither issued nor does it intend to issue any eviction notices to legal residents of Taradale and Corinth communities. Part 2 and 3 does not arise based on the response to part 1.
Huh? Member for Diego Martin, North. But it's not that it's trouble, it's just that you simply did not avail yourself of it when the time arose. However, no, go ahead, ask your supplemental. I was going to call on your colleague for Diego Martin notice so that we don't lose anything. Go ahead, ask your question.
Yes. Will there be any move in the near future to evict the non-legal residents of Taradale and Corinth? That's what I'm asking.
Okay. I think the minister's answer was sufficiently clear. It doesn't arise. All right. I don't suppose you have any other supplemental, do you? All right. You want to defer now? All right. All right. Pursuant to... Oh, he wants to defer. Talk to your chief whip. Talk to your chief whip. No, talk to your chief whip. All right. There are 3 other questions outstanding on the order paper on an application by the Chief Whip in writing to me on acting on behalf of the members whose names the questions remain outstanding. Is asked that the questions be deferred to another session. I have indicated my exercise my discretion, and we hereby defer 74, 75, and 76 to another session. Thank you very much.
Statements by ministers.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm authorized by the Cabinet to make the following statement. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to address this Honourable House and the people of Trinidad and Tobago on a matter that goes to the core of fairness, accountability and justice for workers. Mr. Speaker, this statement comes in alignment of the observance of May Day, a day that represents the struggle, sacrifice and contribution of workers across our nation. It is therefore both timely and deliberate that this government continues to act decisively to resolve long-standing labour matters left unattended for years. Mr. Speaker, the facts are undeniable. For the period January 1, 2015 to September 30, 2025, thousands of workers, both active and inactive, were affected by unresolved cost of living allowance adjustments and compensation disparities at the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission. 10 years, Mr. Speaker. 10 years of delay, 10 years of neglect, 10 years under the People's National Movement. During that time, the cost of living continued to rise, yet the mechanisms intended to protect workers were left stagnant. Obligations accumulated, workers waited, and the system failed them. Mr. Speaker, this government, under the leadership of the member for Siparia, the Honourable Prime Minister, has taken a fundamentally different approach. Under the direction of the Honourable Prime Minister, we move with urgency, purpose and respect for labour to bring closure to these matters. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report on this historic day of May Day that we have delivered across all major bargaining units. 1. OWTU agreement for inactive workers. Under the agreement with the Oilfield Workers Trade Union in the amount of $16 million, retroactive COLA on basic pay and overtime for inactive employees from January 1st, 2015 to September 30th, 2025, based on RPI movement. Mr. Speaker, payments to be made in 3 equal tranches. As of May 15, 2026, the first tranche will be paid to TNTech workers of $5.33 million in outstanding COLA. June 15, 2026, a further $5.3 million outstanding to TNTech workers. On July 15, 2026, Mr. Speaker, the final tranche will be completed of $5.33 million to affected TNTech workers. This is a promise that was made, a promise kept, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the EPA agreement in active estate police officers under the agreement with the Estate Police Association in the amount of $1.5 million, retroactive COLA on basic pay and overtime for inactive estate police officers for the same period. Payments will be made in 2 equal tranches. June 15, 2026 of $75 million and July 15, 2026, $75 million. A promise made and a promise kept, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the SSA agreement, party adjustment for active employees. Mr. Speaker, this government has not only addressed the past, we are correcting inequities affecting current employees. Under the agreement with the Senior Staff Association, a parity adjustment of $5 million has been established, calculated based on the differential between OWTU grade 13 compensation and SSA grade B6, including a 10% parity add-on. This adjustment will be applied from today, May 1st, 2026, with payments commencing May 25th, 2026. A promise made and a promise kept. Mr. Speaker, the adjustments will reflect as a separate line item and forms part of an interim settlement with further discussions to address retroactivity and integration into basic salaries. Mr. Speaker, these agreements collectively represent a comprehensive intervention, one, settling past obligations that was left unaddressed over the last 10 years by the former administration to inactive workers, delivering long overdue payments, correcting current structural inequities. Let us be clear, Mr. Speaker, these are not gifts, these are not political favors, these are obligations that were ignored for a decade under my colleagues opposite in the PNM. Mr. Speaker, this is the difference between the approach of this government, led by the Honourable Member for Siparia, Prime Minister Camille Kesar, and my colleagues opposite. The PNM's approach was delay, deflect, and deny. This government's approach is engage, resolve, and deliver. When the PNM allowed 10 years of accumulation, this government has delivered structured settlements today. Mr. Speaker, when the PNM ignored inactive workers, this government has restored dignity today. When the PNM allowed disparities to persist, this government is correcting them. Mr. Speaker, this is more than administrative action. This is justice in motion. This is respect being restored. This is confidence being rebuilt. And in the spirit of May Day, it sends a clear and powerful message that workers matter, that agreements will be honored, and that this government will act. Mr. Speaker, earlier today, on a separate note, as Minister of Public Utilities, I intervened in an impasse between WASA and PSA. I spoke with both the acting CEO of WASA, Mr. Dean Maharaj, and President of PSA, Felicia Thomas, I instructed WASA to meet with the PSA to continue negotiations today, Mr. Speaker. PSA continues to be a valued partner in the government, and WASA regrets the unilateral action of one employee in bringing about this situation. Mr. Speaker, we are very happy to bring good news to both the employees of WASA and TNTEC on this May Day under the leadership of the member for Siparia. My colleagues, as they join me on this bench in giving kudos to all our nation's workers and all our labor representatives inside and outside of the government. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Public business, private members' business, motions.
Member for Roodal Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas road safety is a matter of national concern and a critical component in safeguarding human life, reducing injury, and promoting responsible civic behavior. And whereas the previous administration implemented a range of internationally recognized and commended road safety initiatives, legislative reforms, and enforcement measures which contributed to a significant reduction in road traffic fatalities across Trinidad and Tobago. And whereas the current government has taken legislative and policy decisions which removed measures that had proven effective in saving lives. And whereas these decisions have coincided with an increase in serious road accidents and road traffic fatalities in Trinidad and Tobago. And whereas the government has failed to present a comprehensive, modernized, and well-resourced national road safety strategy supported by public education, effective enforcement, and international best practices. Be it resolved that this House take note of the increase in road traffic fatalities across Trinidad and Tobago. And be it further resolved that this House call on the government to urgently establish and implement an adequate, evidence-based national road safety system consistent with international best practices to suppress the increase in road traffic fatalities and protect the lives of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to represent the opposition on this very important motion today. But I speak not only as a member, an elected member of Parliament in this August chamber, but I also speak as a citizen, as well as a former technocrat that was privileged to work, that contributed to this very important matter in national life in Trinidad and Tobago, that saw tremendous successes over the years. And I do hope, Mr. Speaker, that the passion for political picong and bacchanal and theatre, and I will not be distracted by Barataria San Juan, Mr. Speaker, who apparently is himself distracted by cussing, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, why St. Augustine likes to shout across the floor so shout Augustine? But Mr. Speaker, this is a very important debate and a very important motion that is before this House today. You see, Mr. Speaker, in Trinidad and Tobago, we have approximately 1.3 million vehicles registered in the licensing authority in Trinidad and Tobago, with over 700 or 800 vehicles on the roads of this country. Mr. Speaker, a lot of our students, they go to school via the use of public transportation or, in many instances, private motor vehicles. A lot of our citizens go to work via the use of public transportation and or private motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure most of us come to this Parliament today via the use of an automobile, a vehicle. And even if, Mr. Speaker, my colleague for Barataria Sanwan came on a bicycle, it concerns this very motion before this House, Mr. Speaker. But you see, Mr. Speaker, I am raising those very fundamental points to show the significance and the importance of this motion on road safety in Trinidad and Tobago. That given the amount of vehicles on our roads, and given the fact that many of our citizens on a daily basis depend on public transportation and private transportation to take them from schools, to take them from work, to take them to hospitals, and to go about our private business, we as citizens, not only as legislators, are exposed in one way or the other to the issue of road safety in Trinidad and Tobago. It's very, very important, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, when we have the issue of indiscipline, when we have the issue of poor habits, when our citizens disregard rules on our roads, lives are at stake, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it does not look good upon us as a country when bodies are strewn all over on our roads and our highways and our pavements, Mr. Speaker, because it speaks deeply to who we are as a country. And that's the reason why I'm saying that I am hoping, perhaps beyond hope, that this debate on this very important issue does not necessarily descend to the gutter of politics, but understanding our role as legislators on this very important matter and our responsibility as legislators to ensure that the systems that we put in place to guard our citizens and to protect our citizens are always in place, and that what we do and what we say and how we discharge our constitutional responsibilities in this matter, it does not undermine especially efforts that were made by previous administration that resulted in saving many lives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when our citizens die on our roads, we don't hear, in many instances, the impact and the social impact these unfortunate incidents have on families. The data shows, Mr. Speaker, that the vast majority of the victims of road fatalities and serious road accidents are males between the ages of 25 and 45. Working men who are contributing, or provided they are not deadbeat dads, sometimes, and perhaps, and assuming that some of these men, they take up their responsibility to provide for their families and take paternity to the children that they produce in the society, Mr. Speaker. But when male victims, 80%, fall victim to road fatalities, they impact lives in a very serious and real way, Mr. Speaker. Children are impacted, Mr. Speaker. The ability of families to provide for their families and their young ones and their children are impacted. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, but it places a serious burden on our social services. My colleague from Shagwanas East I'm sure she's fully appraised of that, that when you have serious incidents of road accidents and road fatalities, they impact on the state's ability to provide social support to families who are impacted in that way. Our health sector, Mr. Speaker, are also impacted. So you have the very serious issue of persons being exposed, Mr. Speaker, in a very serious manner, going to and from work, from studies, from schools, etc. But there are implications in the social sector, in the health sector, in the education sector, and all of these things, Mr. Speaker. And that's the reason why this motion that we are debating here today is very, very critical, Mr. Speaker, and ought not to be politicized. Mr. Speaker, in 2005, and that's why the motion is talking about efforts being made by previous administration. Mr. Speaker, in 2005, Trinidad and Tobago subscribed to the United Nations project and a global plan for a decade of action for road safety. Because, Mr. Speaker, the data shows that on an annual basis, over 1.3 million people around the world die from serious road accidents and road fatalities. 1.3 million people on an annual basis succumb to injuries arising from road fatalities, Mr. Speaker. And as a result of that, the PNM government, working alongside its international counterparts, decided that we are going to box above of our height and our average to make a dedication, working with our colleagues around the world, to implement strategies and programs to reduce the high incidence of road fatalities in Trinidad and Tobago. And in the series of actions that we have decided, Mr. Speaker, we look at the issue of road designs, we look at the issue of education, we look at the flaws in our legislative system, Mr. Speaker, that would have been contributing to it. We look at the capacity of the state to respond to post-crash incidents when you have a serious accident on our roads, and the ability of the state through the fire services and our ambulance services to respond in a timely manner to ensure that affected persons are conveyed to health institutions so that they can get the necessary attention so that their lives can be saved, Mr. Speaker. So the actions that were decided upon over the years, Mr. Speaker, were multi-pronged. Education, Mr. Speaker, to change the behavior of our drivers, legislative interventions over a period of time, Mr. Speaker, the designs of our roadways and signage, Mr. Speaker, all of these things must apply in order for you and for any government to have in place a comprehensive road safety policy to protect the citizens. Mr. Speaker, in 2008, Trinidad and Tobago, this situation was so bad. In 2008, Trinidad and Tobago recorded approximately 222 road fatalities. And that was the average road fatality in Trinidad and Tobago. So today, when we have approximately sometimes 110, 115 in many instances, or 120, it came from a position where in this country, there was an average of over 220 road fatalities, Mr. Speaker, and almost every single day, especially on weekends and on holiday weekends, long weekends, Mr. Speaker. When you pick up our national newspapers, you would see headlines of bodies strewn all over our roadways, persons coming from fetes and other types of social activities, carnival activities. And it was a familiar sight to see so many of our citizens who could have been contributing to national development dying on our roads. And what did we do, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we brought legislation. Of course, dedicating and working with our counterparts in the United Nations and countries around the world, and we have dedicated to introduce legislation, policies, education, and a comprehensive plan to put in place to reduce the incidence of road fatalities in this country. Mr. Speaker, it started by introducing legislation for breathalyzer. Mr. Speaker, seatbelt laws, laws to regulate helmets, because there was a point in time, Mr. Speaker, there was no law that mandates drivers and passengers to put on their seatbelts when they enter into the vehicles to drive. There was no law, Mr. Speaker, in this country that mandated drivers of motorcycles to wear helmets. And Mr. Speaker, if you go in several other Caribbean countries, you would see many persons driving motorcycles and not having helmets. We were there once, Mr. Speaker, and we in the PNM introduced many legislative interventions to ensure that we change those very bad habits that expose drivers all over the country and contributing to a state of unlawfulness and lawlessness in this country. And Mr. Speaker, over the years, it was laws for breathalyzer, helmets, Mr. Speaker, cell phone use, laws that will equip police officers with modern devices to track speed, to take samples of breath, to determine alcohol levels, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, all of these projects and interventions took place over a period of time because countries recognize that in order to reduce road fatalities and restore order on our roads, it cannot happen overnight because it speaks to and requires, Mr. Speaker, the change of behavior over a period of time. And sometimes it takes a decade. And that's the reason why the United Nations in 2008 said that we are going to embark upon a decade of action, recognizing that these things take time and they take policy initiatives by governments and other stakeholders in order to bring about a change in behavior, Mr. Speaker. And because of that commitment that Trinidad and Tobago made, Mr. Speaker, a very bold commitment to protect our citizens, Mr. Speaker, in 2017, following upon the successes that we continue to have, the PNM government introduced sweeping reforms in the fixed penalty ticketing system, introduced a demerit point system to change behavior, a speed enforcement system, breathalyzer, mobile phones, seat belts, etc. All of these interventions that we have made, red light enforcement, spot speed enforcement, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, what did we see as a result of these interventions that took place over a period of a decade, consistent with our obligations and our commitment under the United Nations? Mr. Speaker, let me quote that the Pan American Health Organization stated that Trinidad and Tobago became the first country in the region to meet the target of reducing road fatalities and traffic deaths by 50% because of good and sound PNM policy. You see, Mr. Speaker, we have a habit in this country where we like to beat up on ourselves and believe that it's only bad things that happen here. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that you, not inviting you into debate, of course, but talking to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago through you, Mr. Speaker, that we had reasons to celebrate. And we continue to have reasons to celebrate in this matter. Because no country in the Caribbean can boast, having made this commitment in 2008, where previous governments committed to bringing about transformation on behaviors in our roads, that Trinidad and Tobago happened to be the only and the first and only country in the region to reduce road fatalities by 50%. Mr. Speaker, that ought not to be taken for granted. The World Health Organization, PAHO, reported it and commended the efforts of previous governments in this country, and even the World Health Organization, WHO, and regional reports, several countries achieved significant reductions in traffic fatalities of 50% or more between 2010 and 2020, with many reaching these targets by 2020 to 2021. Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker, was among countries like Belarus, Denmark, Japan, Norway, United Arab Emirates. Very few countries, Mr. Speaker, boasted of reducing road fatalities by 50%. And this is something that Trinidad and Tobago ought to celebrate. It came about, Mr. Speaker, because of hard work, not by politicians, but by hard work by technocrats in the various fields: Arrive Alive, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Services, many departments in our public service, all contributing to a comprehensive research and a comprehensive approach to bring about this very significant achievement in this country. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service received the Ministry of Works and Transport Woodside Energy Road Safety Award after Trinidad and Tobago was one of 10 countries worldwide which managed to reduce fatalities, road fatalities, by 50% in 2021. And let me quote President of Arrive Alive, Ms. Sharon Inglefield, who shed some light on the progress made by the PNM government on road safety on March 16, 2021. And I quote, "You will be proud to note that Trinidad and Tobago is one of the only countries in the world which met the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals of reducing injury and fatalities on our nation roads by 50% during the decade of action for road safety 2020 in 2008. And we had 261 lives lost on our roads. And in 2020, as a result, Mr. Speaker, of these interventions, guess what? We reduced that number from 261 lives in 2008 to 96 in 2020. This achievement is as a result of all the stakeholders working together to achieve the common goal of saving lives. However, every life lost is preventable and avoidable on one too many, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, in 2024, and perhaps 2023, in Trinidad and Tobago, we have a political party by the name of the United National Congress. And sometimes, Mr. Speaker, politicians can be very destructive to national development. Because we tend to become so politically convenient in the things that we do and things that we say, Mr. Speaker, that oftentimes sacrificing national development on the altar of political expediency, Mr. Speaker. And as a result of that, in 2023 and 2024, despite all of the strides and the improvements that we have made in Trinidad and Tobago that we should be celebrating as a country, where lives, Mr. Speaker, were being saved and families were being saved from the trauma of daily occurrences of road fatalities. These were the words of one Kamla Prasad-Bissessar, who was then the leader of the opposition. And this, I am quoting from her words. In referring to traffic fines, this is what she said. It is not about road safety, but another form of taxation by government. She said, the Prime Minister, leader of the opposition, that traffic fines had nothing to do with road safety, and it was a form of taxation by the PNM government. She said citizens were daily terrorized and was another tax by the hands of abusive licensing officers and police officers. The leader of the opposition went on to say that some of these officers seem to be on a power trip, bullying and abusing citizens, And then came the promise, Mr. Speaker. A UNC government will reduce traffic fines across the board. What is publicly presented as a mission for public safety is really a scheme for government revenue collection. And she added, this is not about road safety, it is yet another tax driven by the government, Mr. Speaker. These were the words of the Honorable Prime Minister, who then was the leader of the opposition. And that is the point that I am making, Mr. Speaker, that when a country would have put together plans, policies, and programs in place by technocrats in the various fields that resulted in the reduction of road fatalities and road accidents that cost lives on our roads, the Prime Minister defined those interventions as taxation by the government, and she referred to licensing and police officers as abusive, and she claimed that it had nothing to do with road safety in Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. Speaker, that's the point that I am making, that we as leaders in our country ought to be very careful in what we do and what we say, because it can become inimical to the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Inimical to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, because it was convenient at that time for her, the Prime Minister, leader of the opposition, to take that stance, because she believed that that stance would have attracted, and perhaps it did, Mr. Speaker, votes to be popular, to appear to be nice, even though the sum and the resulting effect, Mr. Speaker, is to undermine all of the approaches and all of the strides that we have made in this country that took over a decade to reduce road fatalities from 222 in 2008 to 96 in 2021, that irresponsible politicians can undermine these very strides and improvements on the altar of political expediency, and we ought not to tolerate that in this country, Mr. Speaker. We ought not to tolerate that. Because, Mr. Speaker, when in opposition, traffic fines were taxation. When in government, heavier penalties become policy. Deterrence, when in opposition, was painted as oppression. Lawfulness was painted as taxation. Yet after taking office, the same government increased fines. And Mr. Speaker, that is not principle. This is political convenience. They campaign against enforcement and now want to govern with penalties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is nothing but political betrayal. And therefore, when lives continue to be lost on our roads and families are continue to be impacted in a negative way, the blood are on the hands, Mr. Speaker, of reckless and irresponsible politicians, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, it gets even more interesting, because the Prime Minister, after having promised to reduce traffic fines if she was elected, did quite the opposite. And on Christmas night, or Boxing night, somewhere thereabouts, Mr. Speaker, we woke up and we heard that contrary to the plans and the policies and the promise made by the Prime Minister to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, in the dark of night, Mr. Speaker, in the dark of night, road fines, traffic fines were increased by over 100%, Mr. Speaker, in a blatant act of political betrayal in this country by none other than the member for Siparia, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, when people started asking, then what is this? What is this about? Because you campaign in open daylight. The Minister of Transport appearing at a post-cabinet news conference, signing a legal order in the middle of the day and boasting of dismantling the demerit points, hoping to get political mileage out of that kind of behavior, but increase the fines in the dead of night when they believe citizens who are asleep, Mr. Speaker. And when citizens started asking, what is the result of that? Is the licensing authority or the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service now the new revenue authority in Trinidad and Tobago? Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said that lawlessness, and I'm paraphrasing what she said, lawlessness on our roads is the result of what her government was doing contrary to the promise made. Lawlessness on our roads. So in response to lawlessness on our roads, the Prime Minister, contrary to her promises, increased fines by over 100%, Mr. Speaker. It was no longer taxation. It was no longer revenue when she was in opposition. She had a different explanation for it because it was politically convenient for her to see it when she was in opposition. And now that she is the Prime Minister leading a government, it's politically convenient to say something completely different. But then came the Minister of Transport. And the Minister of Transport, facing the public backlash from what the government did, he said that, well, when he was asked, well, you promised, your government promised in the election campaign to reduce traffic fines. So what is this about? This increase in traffic fines by over 100%. This is what the Minister of Transport said, reported in the Guardian newspaper on January the 8th. Transport and Civil Aviation Minister Zakour says that government decision to impose stiffer road traffic fines was driven by evidence uncovered after taking office. The minister said. Zakour, Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation, said that government decision to impose road traffic fines was driven by evidence uncovered after taking office, insisting that the scale of lawlessness on the roads was far worse than what was understood during the election campaign. So during the election campaign, you made all kinds of promises. You promised to reduce traffic fines. You promised to dismantle the demerit point system. You promised almost every single thing to get into office. And when you start to get the backlash, you said that you didn't realize that things were so bad on our roads. Mr. Speaker, that is the UNC's policies for saving lives for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. It is scandalous, Mr. Speaker. It is scandalous, and I dare say, Mr. Speaker, it is very unfortunate that a minister could now come and present himself to the population and said that he took decisions without having at his disposal and made promises without having at his disposal policies to know better. But these are things that you don't take for granted, Mr. Speaker, because lives matter. Families can be impacted. Our health institutions can be impacted, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, politicians ought to be very careful in their words, because to become politically convenient to get into office, Mr. Speaker, it can result, Mr. Speaker, in families and deaths and blood on our highways and our byways, Mr. Speaker. On December 28, 2025, again, referring to my, quoting the colleague from Superior, the Honorable Prime Minister, reported on April 20, 2025 in the Newsday, the Prime Minister said, when asked about these very important matters, and this is the Prime Minister, she said that the country has no order. The country has no order. It becomes a lawless dump. And it is because of the entitled attitudes of some citizens who believe that they can do whatever they want while inconveniencing others without consequences. The same Prime Minister who promised to reduce fines, who had all manners of things to say about licensing officers, traffic wardens, and police officers who were enforcing the laws on our roads to keep this country in order, turned around, did opposite to what she promised this country, and then referred this country as a lawless dump, Mr. Speaker. How can you refer to a country as a lawless dump and yet aspire to lead that same country, Mr. Speaker? And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago might have all kinds of problems, and we all have problems. And on this motion, that is the reason why we are discussing it here today in this parliament, because we have problems. It is not a perfect country, and there's no perfect country in this world, Mr. Speaker. But I will not, and we will not subscribe to this country being referred to as a lawless dump when you get the political backlash that you so deserve, Mr. Speaker. We are not no lawless dump. We are a serious country. And when we assemble here to debate motion of this nature, it is because we are a serious country, Mr. Speaker. We are a serious country. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as a result of all of the interventions that we have made, the government increased traffic fines, they gutted all of the policies and programs that we have put in place. We are yet to hear what is the government's plan and policy in order to improve road safety in Trinidad and Tobago, save for what the minister is saying, that he wasn't aware that things were so bad on our roadways, Mr. Speaker. Having gutted these very important things, Mr. Speaker, and very important initiatives, the plan of the government, based on the public utterances of the Minister of Transport, is to go on public radio and public television and appeal to drivers to behave themselves. Appeal to drivers to drive safely on our roads. Mr. Speaker, it does not happen like that. You have to put plans, you have to make legislative interventions, you have to go on public education awareness. It is a comprehensive approach that brings about the necessary changes over a period of time. But it does not take irresponsible behavior to gut what is already working and then describe the country as a lawless dump and to admit that you did not have all of the data before making the decision. And when things are getting bad, you go on public television and appeal to drivers to behave themselves. It does not work like that, Mr. Speaker. And it shows then that when the government, this UNC government, came into power, they had no plans and they had no programs to manage the affairs of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. None whatsoever, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have, if you don't mind me? Yes.
I think you have 7 minutes, I think it is. 8 minutes, 8 minutes. 8.
Total?
Yes.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, what did the government do? You gutted the demerit points system. You told the country in your campaign that you will remove the demerit point system. A system, Mr. Speaker, that was designed and put in place to change behaviors. And notwithstanding all of the misinformation that some of my colleagues opposite would say about the demerit point system, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you about the demerit point system. Points are placed on your driving records when you commit a traffic violation. You're not asked to pay anything more. And the more points that you accumulate, it speaks to your behavior. And when you reach a certain threshold, you are referred to a driver's rehabilitation program because your behavior is being tracked, Mr. Speaker. Up to the time the UNC came into government, my understanding is that over 2,000 drivers successfully participated in drivers' rehabilitation program in Trinidad and Tobago under our demerit point system. That is how you bring about changes, and that is how you bring about change in behavior, Mr. Speaker. And when the demerit points was gutted by the publication of a new order under the fixed penalty ticketing system, a system that you ridiculed, a system that you demonized, You saved the demerit points for 6 traffic offenses, Mr. Speaker. If it was so bad, why didn't you take it out? If it was so bad because you campaigned that if you get into power, you're going to dismantle it. But again, this is the UNC. Say one thing when you're in government or in opposition and do something completely different when you are in opposition. You saved the demerit point system for 6 offenses under the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act. And let me tell you this. Under the previous regime, under the previous legal system, Mr. Speaker, you don't have to go to court. You pay a fixed penalty ticket, your points accumulate, and through administrative actions, drivers are referred to participate in a rehabilitative program. The 6 offenses that the government reserved for the demerit point system, persons have to be tried and convicted in a court, Mr. Speaker. Today, I am told that when you file a notice to contest on a fixed penalty ticket, your date to appear in court is 2030 or 2031. So you file a notice today to contest a road traffic violation, and your court date is in 2031. 2031. And therefore, if you are waiting for persons to be convicted before being referred to a driver's rehabilitation program, a court date, then it will take 10 years in our judicial system for a matter to be completed, for a person to be convicted, and for them to be referred to a driver's rehabilitation program. Now, why does this make sense, Mr. Speaker? It makes absolutely no sense, Mr. Speaker. When those matters could have been resolved outside of our judicial system, where over 2,000 people and drivers participated in these programs that resulted in change in behavior, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, these are some of the very serious issues. These are some of the very matters that this government would have undermined when they came into government because of political expediency. And that is the reason why when we open our newspapers, we see, Mr. Speaker, unfortunate headlines. Stakeholders urged to take their time on roads when over 4 persons lost their lives over the Easter weekend. Rosilak man killed on highway crash in Labre. Shogwanas man dies in a highway crash. Woman killed in Debe crash on the eve of her birthday. TTPS urges motorists to exercise great caution when the systems that were put in place so that persons can change their behavior, they have now reduced that to begging people to behave and to exercise caution on our roads. A Guardian headline again, Mr. Speaker, a musician, a former footballer killed in an early morning crash. Mr. Speaker, all of these unfortunate incidents as a result of politicians and leaders who will do and say almost anything to get access to the corridors of power, even if it means costing lives and the blood of innocent victims and families, Mr. Speaker. And if it is one thing that it should teach each and every one in this August chamber, whether you sit in the opposition or whether you sit on the government, that you have a responsibility in the way that you speak to citizens. You have a responsibility in the things that you say to citizens, because these things undermine policy and can result in blood and death on our roads and in many communities. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to apologize on behalf of the Prime Minister for the reckless behavior in which this government has treated the issue of road fatalities on this country. Because having been so successful over a decade between 2010 and 2020, and having committed, Mr. Speaker, to another decade of action to reduce road fatalities from 2020 to 2030, what this government has done is to have caused regression. And there is no way, given the evidence and the trajectory at this point in time, there is no way that Trinidad and Tobago can reach its plan to reduce road fatalities further by 50% based on what continues to happen. Mr. Speaker, to depoliticize the issue, the PNM government put in place a National Road Safety Commission that comprised many stakeholders in this country. Mr. Speaker, this government is so committed to road safety that they have not renewed the National Road Safety Commission in Trinidad and Tobago. So Trinidad and Tobago is without a National Road Safety as we speak. Mr. Speaker, I am calling upon the government that our country is not a lawless dump. And that is not road safety when you call this country a lawless dump. Imposing heavier fines, Mr. Speaker, and promising to lower fines is not and cannot be regarded as road safety policy. It is political betrayal. And a minister openly admitting, Mr. Speaker, that his policies have failed is not road safety, Mr. Speaker. And I ask this government that all of the work that we would have done in the PNM to bring about safer roads, adopt these policies and implement it for the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you. I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I beg to move.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, motion requires a seconder.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 41.5, I beg to second the motion, and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Honourable members, the motion having been seconded by the member for Trin-City Maloney, I shall now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that this House take note of the increase in road traffic fatalities across Trinidad and Tobago, and be it further resolved that this House call upon the government to urgently establish and implement an adequate, evidence-based national road safety system consistent with international best practice to suppress the increase in road traffic fatalities and protect the lives of citizens. Now, before I call on the speaker from the other side, I understand that the Leader of Government Business wants to make a correction pursuant to Standing Order 28 and 23, on a typographical error in his statement. Leader of Government Business, so I will suspend the debate for that just momentarily for not more than 10 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you indicated, pursuant to Standing Order 23, earlier in my statement to the House, I dealt with the issue of the inactive estate police officers at TNTech. The total amount due to them outstanding is 1.5 million, and under the agreement, this is what we have agreed to pay. And it will be done in two tranches of 0.75 million in June and July, and not what was previously indicated. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, the parity adjustment for the SSA agreement, the parity adjustment for active employees, the parity adjustment of $5,002.10 has been established. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. The record stands corrected. Insofar as the debate is concerned, we switch back to that. Call the member for Appropriations.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you very much, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I rise to respond to the mover of the private motion that is the subject of our attention this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, at first reading, this motion presents itself as one that relates to a very important matter that has engaged several administrations, including the incumbent administration, over the last year or so, and several administrations before. It is indeed a global, international matter, and a very serious matter at that. Mr. Speaker, when I respond to private members' motion, I don't normally read the entire motion, but today I would just like to begin by reading the motion itself, because implicit in this motion is a compulsion that the mover of this motion brings to bear to the debate, at least to open, with some level of evidence, of facts, to support the resolution and indeed to support the recitals. Because on reading the motion, it spoke to specific matters where I became very alert and felt that the mover ought to come to the Parliament and give us the facts as he found it to support the recitals. And let's begin. Whereas road safety is a matter of national concern and a critical component in safeguarding human life, reducing injury, and promoting civic behavior. Okay? Yes, that is so. And whereas the previous administration implemented a range of internationally recognized and commended road safety initiatives, legislative reforms, and enforcement measures, which contributed to a significant reduction in road traffic fatalities across Trinidad and Tobago. Pause. Immediately, I would assume that the mover would bring the data to show the significant reduction in road traffic fatalities. Would bring data to show that over a period of time series data and so on, rather than stop at 2020, when we all know in 2020, by March 29, 2020 or so, we had several orders pursuant to COVID that by definition impacted upon this matter of road congestion, road traffic, the amount of vehicles. But I'll come to that in a while. So one assumed that there would be data to support the second recital. Third, and whereas the current government has taken legislative and policy decisions which removed measures that has proven effective in saving lives, we expected data to suggest that the measures of the previous government saved lives. We expected that. Unless I was mistaken, Mr. Speaker, I was at pains for the first time, I believe, to listen to the member for Aruka Lopino. I really listened to it attentively. I think it was the first time I was hearing him. Attentively. And I was waiting for the data to show that previous measures of the former government saved lives. There was none. And whereas these decisions have coincided with an increase in serious road accidents and road traffic fatalities in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, again, I waited for the data to tell us 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. Well, we finished 2025 and maybe the first quarter of 2026. What is the data on road accidents and fatalities? What is that data telling us? It didn't come from the member, the mover. And whereas the government has failed to present a comprehensive, modernized, well-resourced national road safety strategy supported by public education, effective enforcement, international best practices. Mr. Speaker, on this matter, the member took no pains to understand the policy, the legislation, and the programs of the government of Trinidad and Tobago today that deals with this matter, as spelled out by the very distinguished Minister of Transport, by the member for Faizabad, Minister of Finance, who spoke to these matters in a national budget when they should have been paying attention. They did not reflect on it today. That Minister of Transport, Minister of Finance, Prime Minister have spoken to some of these issues across the board, whether it's press conference, whether it's the budget statement, whether it's other presentations in the national community and so on. In fact, unless I'm mistaken, the very distinguished Senator Eli Zakour has been one of the most prominent attendees at press conferences, at post-cabinet press conferences. He has probably done more than any government minister because of the seriousness of this matter and on public education, on making the public aware of government policy, program, legislative change. I mean, if you can't just understand that the minister has been making that attempt repeatedly. We were at a press conference together once, a few months ago, and he noted next to me, he said, I think this is the 5th or 6th press conference. I've been here so much. I said, but this is an important matter. You have to alert the public of our programs and policies. Mr. Speaker, Be it resolved that this House take note of the increase in road traffic fatalities across Trinidad and Tobago. Now, I don't know when the member authored this motion, but it couldn't be this year. It could not be this year. Maybe it was written and placed in the pipeline, and they decided, look, they had nothing else on the order paper, let's put this through. But it is not updated, because the data, I will show in a few minutes, the data would contradict this resolution. And finally, be it resolved that this House call on government to urgently establish and implement an adequate evidence-based national road safety system consistent with international best practice to suppress the increase in road traffic fatalities and protect the lives of citizens. Road traffic accidents, fatalities, and so on. Mr. Speaker, the member spent 50% of his time evidence-free. 50% of his time on the social impact analysis, which we are aware of that. 50% of his time on the former administration from 2008, I believe. He used that as a marker. 2008, when the fatalities were, I think, excessively high under former administration of his party. He reflected on that. Then came down to 2020, which was a different year, which carried other implications, consequences, and so on. And coming down to the end, I think the former minister really came to the point he wanted to make, the demerit system. I think his entire contribution had to do with that point of the demerit system and the eradication, doing away with it. But I would have hoped that at all the recitals, the member would have broken it down and give us this evidence, data to support everything. So it is left to us now to deal with the matter, and I'll come to the demerit point system in a bit, but to deal with several issues raised by the member. And it is no secret, Mr. Speaker, many years ago, a former chairman in my constituency, Mr. Subaya, I think, the former chairman of my own constituency and several members of his family were wiped out in an accident in the Gasparillo area. Wiped out. It was the early part, I believe, of 2010 or end of 2009. And Mr. Speaker, a cement truck crossed over the highway, the median, in the Gasparillo area, crashed onto a car, and I believe 3 or 4 members of a family left at that time. That trauma lives on, Mr. Speaker. Many of us, if not all of us, would have first-hand experience of victims of accident and so on. Quite recently as well, in my own constituency, 2 years ago, a similar matter. So, Mr. Speaker, we are all conscious of the importance of this, of the issue of the way it disrupts permanently, I believe, families and communities and so on. When you travel to the United States, Mr. Speaker, over the years, not just today, you would go along a highway or an expressway, and several points along you would see flowers and maybe a cross or something or some religious symbol. And you would, initially you would ask, well, what is that about? And then you would hear, it's a memorial site because a loved one died there. Within recent time, I noticed in Trinidad and Tobago as well, families have done that. But that was very pronounced many decades ago in the United States, Europe, and other places, Mr. Speaker, to really highlight the point of the critical need to address this matter. Mr. Speaker, the member raised that point, but it's self-evident. I mean, and we all share that. The social impact analysis and so on. They made reference to our commitment under the UN project, which is also very clear and so on. Mr. Speaker, let me get to the point one time, because this way, time has a way of speeding when I'm on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I rise, Mr. Speaker, in response to this, it is a matter that the government takes very seriously, very, very seriously. Mr. Speaker, just on the point of fatalities alone and accidents, Mr. Speaker, and if we look at the data, Mr. Speaker, from 2016 to 2025, we can actually go to 2025 now, I believe, yes. In road fatalities, Mr. Speaker, we have had highs, we have had lows, but in the recent past, between 2024 and 2025, there has been a 13% decrease in road fatalities. 13% between the total figure for 2024 and the total figure for 2025, Mr. Speaker. So that increase is there as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker. It is not, it is not that we are making it up as we go along, Mr. Speaker. And 2024 was also deemed to be a crisis level, Mr. Speaker. In 2025, Mr. Speaker, we know that you had in 2025 32 fatalities for a period of January to April 2025. 32 fatalities, January to April 2025. In the same period, 2026, Mr. Speaker, we note that you have had 29, and this is the 13% decrease that we are speaking about. So comparatively, between 2025, January to April, 2026, January to April, we have had a 13% decrease in road fatalities. We can't count the whole year 2026 yet, of course, because we now start. Mr. Speaker, the issues of accidents, we have also seen comparatively within recent time a decline in the number of accidents as well, Mr. Speaker. And this is something we saw when we were in office the first time. And just to highlight the point for the record, Mr. Speaker, the number of road fatalities 2010 was indeed 206. 206, Mr. Speaker, by 2015, Mr. Speaker. By 2015, it was 147, a decrease, Mr. Speaker. So that we did it before, working with the relevant authorities and agencies and people and so on, Mr. Speaker. We did it before. We were able to reduce, Mr. Speaker, the number of deaths on the roadway. We have had, as I said, comparatively between 2025 and 2026, 13% reduction. This is not failure. This is progress. This is progress. After a high of 124 deaths in 2024 on the road fatality, 124 in 2024, in 2025 this went to 109. Now that's still a lot, but it's 109 in 2025, which we just completed, as opposed to 124 in 2024. So we are in the right direction. We are going in the right direction. We just need to intensify, Mr. Speaker, as we go along. So I want to tell the member from Aruka Lopino, 2024-2025 told us the story, and comparatively, between January to April 25, January to April 26, tells us a story of a 13% reduction. So what is the basis for the motion? That it is not increasing, it is decreasing, but of course we need to do more, hold the steering wheel, so to speak, do more, intensify our efforts, no pun intended, but intensify our efforts so that we can reduce accidents, fatalities, and so on the road. So do not distort the statistics. And when my friend came and said in 2020, down to 98, when 2020 everybody home, lock up and hiding from people. If you see somebody in front of your face in 2020, you run and hide. Yeah? You bathe in sanitizer if you go outside. So that was 2020. You had less cars on the road, less traffic. The only place we had a record of traffic was at retail outlets or shopping and so on. People would go there. But every other place you couldn't go. You had to stay home, no work, no social distancing, no traffic on the road. So by definition, you would not have the accidents and the road fatalities, by definition. So when my friend from Aruka Lopino, we go down, bounce on a dog. You had nothing to bounce, Mr. Speaker. So when my friend anchor his contribution in 2020, he's been a little disingenuous. Slightly disingenuous. When he anchors that argument in 2020 to say the programs won, the programs of the former government worked. Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw even.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying 48.6. Imputing improper motive, Mr. Speaker.
In the context of the contribution you made, you complaining about, no, don't tell me how to rule. Don't for a moment arrogate unto yourself that power, right? So let's get that straight. Having regard to the context of the speech you gave, I don't think there's even one place you could have recourse to 48.6. Continue, member.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Speaker, the data simply do not support the member's motion. Doesn't support it. It doesn't support it. The member raised a point about the national, what do you call it, the National Road Safety Commission, and there's none and so on. But you know, the member didn't go one step further to say, what has this commission done? Now, they may have done something, and I don't know. But what did they do? You know, we keep hearing in government of this commission, this committee, this institution, this thing. And I said, what have they done? And nobody could tell you. But not appointed and not working. But what were they doing? Giving out tickets? What were they doing? Hiding behind a post, checking speed? You don't know what they were doing, but the argument is they're not there. But if you had brought an argument to say that they made this inroad, they made this contribution, they contributed to something, then we would say, well, that might be an interesting point. You understand? And then the member, you know, spoke about behavioral change and, you know, all that type of thing. And I'm coming to the spot speed business and U-turn and so on. Mr. Speaker, the member could not help himself, you know, by speaking about previous PNM incarnations and what he alleged that they had done and so on. And all that is fine. But, Mr. Speaker, in this country, we also lead by example. We had members of parliament, ministers of government. Mr. Speaker, one member of the Senate, I believe it is, may his soul rest in peace, was found guilty of what? Well, to put it in local parlance, drunk driving. DIU? Well, if I say DUI, then you know I'm also a victim. But DIU, it was a former senator of the then government of the People's National Movement. Then I recall as well a former minister of tourism also, you know, housing at the time. Former minister of housing, he's no longer in the parliament. Former minister of the housing under PNM administration, you know, the one was Chupson in San Fernando. He was speeding as well. And the cops, you know, caught up with him. I think he was doing 104 kilometers in an 80 km zone or something like that. You know, it could have been both speeding and under the influence, we don't know, but he was caught out, a former minister. But there were members of parliament of the other side and ministers of government who found themselves running afoul of the traffic offenses. Oh yes, so who can forget? The former prime minister of this country, the former member for Diego Martin West, I think he bounced on somebody in a golf cart in Tobago. A lady, was it? He walked in front of the government, he bounced it out, and then go on his way. And when they caught him out, the lady said, but he didn't even ask me how I feel, what happened. He said she stumbled and fall. She stumbled. Yes, the former minister of national security bounced on a dog name of all things, the name Mali. Yeah? Of all things, that was the name. But Mr. Speaker, let me get back to this matter quickly here. The minutes. Yes, please, I will.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this thing bounced me off too. Mr. Speaker, the demerit points, let me get to that. One of the most injurious and unfair programs ever introduced by a PNM government is this demerit point system. Mr. Speaker, it was unfair. I can summarize, I have all the newspaper articles and so on here. Mr. Speaker, be sure that this timing thing working. Mr. Speaker, taxi drivers criticize demerit point system. Newsday, 11th April 2024. Mr. Speaker, many organizations criticize, and citizens criticize this system. Mr. Speaker, do you know if you come out your car 5 o'clock in the morning to buy a doubles quick and return in the car, you got a ticket, demerit points, you lose your license. How much persons have lost their license on this demerit point system over the years? Mr. Speaker, you wanted to interrupt? Yeah.
I made an error. Your 30 minutes finishes at 3:49. I made an error in my notes.
Oh.
So you still have 9 minutes of regular time.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that demonstrates that I myself am quite clear because it sounded a bit unnerving that the time was going so fast. So, Mr. Speaker, let me get to this demerit point. Demerit point disqualifications, 2021, 665, 2022, 587. In total, between 2021 to 2025, when they demitted themselves, as the population gave them a demerit point as well, they had 1,809 disqualifications. And today, the Minister of Transport is working assiduously to ensure that a new rehabilitation program that has been strengthened by this government, so those persons could be rehabilitated and return to their jobs in some cases, return to their work, return to their livelihood, return to helping their children, the elderly, and so on. This was what they were calling a success, Mr. Speaker. You wrap up 2-3 points, you flood taking place under the administration somewhere, you end up on the bus route, you get 3 or 4 points, gone. You stop to buy something, you run back in, gone. An elderly person go by school to pick up the grandchild in the evening, they come there, ticket, demerit point, gone. And there was a legal issue as to double jeopardy because you're getting a fine and then you're getting the demerit point. Then there were other issues with the law where there was no appeal process that was even clear to the court on demerit points. So it was oppressive. It was unfair, Mr. Speaker, and they boast about this as if this was the big thing that helped. But the data showed that it did not help. It did not help. Mr. Speaker, it did not help because all those years, 2020, after COVID and so on, the fatalities and accidents went up. It's just over 2025 when we came into office, Mr. Speaker, actions taken that saw reduction and comparatively reduction over the 2026 period to the 2025 period. So this demerit points, Mr. Speaker, removed 69 offences but kept those offences, they remain for the criminal offences, the demerit points. Mr. Speaker, they remain for dangerous driving, careless driving, failure to submit to breathalyzer and so on, and other things. But it was, Mr. Speaker, an oppressive, very oppressive matter, Mr. Speaker, and they boast about that as if that was their contribution, when the data showed that it did not work. And plus the people were oppressed, because there was no disaggregation in terms of those who are licensed to own and drive and use a motor vehicle. Because a motor vehicle, as we all know, whether it's a light vehicle or heavy tea or whatever, is your livelihood in some cases. And the member is right. I mean, all of us, we don't come with a helicopter here. We come with a vehicle. And therefore, all of us, we use this transport, apart from maybe Padarath South may have his own view on that. But we use the transport, Mr. Speaker. We use the transport. But to us, Mr. Speaker, to us it may not be the source of our livelihood. It's not the source of our livelihood. In the old days, MPs used to actually carpool and come to Parliament. Yeah, they would carpool and come to Parliament and carpool and go home. Right? So, but there are people who depend on this for their taxi work, for their transportation work. And do you know, post-COVID, how many people do home delivery, courier service? Bring home, food or clothes or sell things, and they actually, on weekends or so, go and deliver. They lost their license. They have to depend on someone else and pay more, Mr. Speaker. So we condemn that demerit point system, and we are happy that under the Prime Minister, the Member of Parliament for Siparia, she promised that if she became Prime Minister, she would remove the demerit point system, and she did. Promise made, promise kept, Mr. Speaker, in that matter. But, Mr. Speaker, there are a couple of related matters I want to raise, a couple of related matters. And we know, Mr. Speaker, and don't condemn the government or the Prime Minister because we make statements rooted in reality. In this country, they are hardened people. They're hardened. They will not listen. There's some people, they are congenital in that case. If they have a choice to do something right and something wrong where there's no consequence, they do the wrong thing, Mr. Speaker. There are people like that. They see a one-way, they drive up the one-way. They want to go home quick, so you have a one-way, you drive up. And I was taken aback, Mr. Speaker, in doing some research on this matter. in a statement in the Senate, I believe it was, Mr. Speaker, and I'm quoting from the public Hansard record, 20th January 2026. This is public record, Mr. Speaker, the Hansard, anybody can go check. And by one senator, Senator John Bates.
Who is that?
We don't know.
And the senator is speaking in the other place. It's a matter of public record, I can read. But it's on a matter of motor vehicles and road traffic bill. So to me, it was relevant. Yes. To me. And the senator, I don't know if this person is still a senator because the member for Arima cannot tell the country yet if she accepted her resignation. So I don't know if she's still a senator. I don't know. Resignations.
Correct. Next one coming.
Is the next one there? Oh, Suraj, what is it? You guys is Suraj, man?
Suraj.
Yeah. Yes, proportionality, man. Mr. Speaker, and the senator had this, well, is it, I can't say former senator.
Just senator.
Senator.
Yes.
The senator had this to say, and the senator was reflecting on her friend, and she said one day a police officer stopped her friend, and their eyes made contact and saying their eyes made four, as we say in Trinidad. They realized, oh, it's an officer she knew. And the friend said, the police said, Madam, you know you cannot come up this road. And the friend said, Officer, really? I have been driving up here all the time. He said, Madam, no, you cannot come up this road. Make another drive. And he told her what to do. And this senator is defending this by saying this is not an individual who had bad purpose and so on, was not deliberately trying to break the law. The person was ignorant because a lot of places in Trinidad and Tobago don't have signs. So the person is driving up a one-way repeatedly and says, I have no sign. So I didn't know it was a runway. Forgot I couldn't see anybody in the rearview mirror following me. Forget that. And I couldn't see anybody in front, I driving behind. Forget that. But I didn't know. But that's how citizens are. And Senator John Bates, the former senator.
Senator? No, we don't know.
Well, we don't know because the member of Arima will not tell the country whether she accepted that resignation or not, and that by itself is an act of cowardice. Mr. Speaker, the Senator John Bates.
Not John.
Was it? No. Well, let me take away this John before you get before my friend from Couva North becomes irritated. Senator Bates. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I will leave that here to just make the point that the member ought not to be condemning the government or the member for Siparia for pointing out that there are citizens themselves who they hadn't and they will not follow the law. Your own former Senator John Bates indicated that in her contribution, Mr. Speaker. And then she was accused of breaching other laws, but she denied her admission or deny the admission or something. We'll get to those matters at a later time. Mr. Speaker, let me move on. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, a big point I want to make here now, Mr. Speaker, and there are other persons to speak on this side, so we'll proceed. Dealing with road accidents, fatalities, and so on, is not just the merit point or fining people for speeding and so on. It is also the nature of roads. Over the last 10 years or so, prior to member for Couva North, assuming that responsibility as infrastructure minister and works, Mr. Speaker, we have had complaints about poor designs of roads, highways. Anybody remember the mosquito crack? The mosquito crack? Mr. Speaker, we have had poor designs of roads, of highways. We have had engineering problems. And today, you have to correct some of that to reduce road traffic accidents as well. So it has to do with infrastructure development. In several countries, you may not have that problem. In Trinidad and Tobago, that's why they say there are points in this country, whether it's southbound at Claxton Bay or Gasparillo or other places, where there's a concern with the engineering, and that creates itself problems when you move at a certain speed. This is because simple thing. In 2010 to 2015, ministers of works at that time of the partnership administration spent enormous resources and worked very hard to put up cable barriers on the highway. When we returned to office last year, April, it was clear what the member for Couva North met. Not one cable barrier operated, not even a 10 feet space on the highway covered by cable barriers, which are scientifically proven to prevent that type of high-speed crossing over the highway and destroying other vehicles and taking lives and accidents and so on. The member is now working, and you see it when you're going south in the evening or coming north and so on. You see it because it creates a little traffic too. You see it that they are working day and night to erect the cable barriers today. That will work as well to reduce, Mr. Speaker, the incidence of accidents on the road, and particularly fatal accidents, because when you cross over the highway from one lane to the next, invariably that will end up with a fatality. That is not just, a little bumper, a lash in the back in traffic and so on. That always high speed and will involve taking the lives of citizens and others. So, Mr. Speaker, fixing the cable barriers is an important matter to also reduce this risk. I think that people may not think street lights. Street lights. You have places in the country over the last 10 years or so where we have had this problem, Mr. Speaker, where it is darkness. You are coming with speed or lawful speed in the night, in the evening, and it is dark after 6 or so. And over the last 9 years, you move to avoid the pothole on the left, you hit the car on the right. I mean, this is so over the last period, 2016 to 25, when we came in, that was so common. You ask people, what caused this accident? What caused this? I was avoiding a pothole. And eventually it came full circle where you couldn't avoid because it had a pothole on the two sides. The road was the pothole. The road was the trench, was the pothole. And they left the infrastructure in that state where a lot of accidents also involved the state of the road, the disrepair. And
every Friday asking me a question.
Yeah, and every Friday, I mean, every single Friday you will hear in this house a question per pothole. A question per pothole. Why don't they just put a flag and Google it or something? Mr. Speaker, every week they want to know about pothole A, to pothole B, to pothole Z. And they left the country in that state where accidents were common, Mr. Speaker. I want to indicate, Mr. Speaker, at our, I wasn't aware of this, but at our UNC Congress on Saturday last, where I believe the crowd was in excess of 17,000. Over 20. I'm wrong. Mr. Speaker.
Police estimate,
Forgive me. Police estimate that over 20,000 persons at Couva South in the rain, Mr. Speaker, and traffic back up to where? Scarborough? To Grand Bazaar. Traffic back up to Grand Bazaar at that Congress, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, that is just my context to make the point. I did not know until that day when I received a beautiful, nice achievement book of the United National Congress. I then learned from the Minister of Public Utilities, Mr. Speaker, that this government, TNTEC, street lights were repaired over the past year, 26,587 street lights. I didn't know this. On Saturday at the Congress, we learned this. Mr. Speaker, at that massive meeting, we also learned that 2,068 defective lights on the highway grid were repaired. By the Ministry of Public Utilities.
Light them up.
That is indeed lighting them up, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, those things are important, and all of us as elected MPs, we have a list. Let's speak with a list. We have a list of streets and traces, communities in our respective areas that have been neglected between 2016 to 2025 April, where we need street lights. And now they are installing and they are fixing, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency just recently, I had cause to disturb the member for Couva South on a matter of street lights and so on. The people sent me back a beautiful note to say, thank you so much. We have been waiting so long to fix this. And TNTEC came, made the repair, and you know what they told me? They said, Mr. Speaker, that will stop the cars running off the road at a particular point, because apparently it's a junction somewhere. And the cars run off the road, Mr. Speaker. So that is also the issue, the street lights, the road repair. Not your demerit point that take away people's license so they have to go and pay $1,200 by Arrive Alive for some seminar or something. And somebody there, known to you, who you name your call 25 times, known to you, receiving thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars because of the demerit point system. All of that, Mr. Speaker, gone. The program introduced by Minister of Transport is free of charge, is it? Free of charge. Completely free. You don't have to pay no private sector person money. Not making no money for that. Mr. Speaker, we all know fines are as well a deterrent. We know that. And in certain cases, it is important, Mr. Speaker, that we have fines in place. That is what worked before in other matters. So, Mr. Speaker, again, it's a prudent use of that as a punitive measure to alter behavioral pattern. There's a prudent use of an instrument that is available to change behavior. 25 years ago, so nobody thought that in this country you had to put on a seatbelt to drive or so. In fact, some people, when it came out, they said, not me. That's choking me. I can't drive with a seatbelt, that choke. Today, generally, 99-point-something% of this population would drive and sit down and use the seatbelt. Some of us are even uncomfortable in a back seat without a seatbelt. The same thing would appear, Mr. Speaker, as the member made the point about helmets. I was recently abroad in another Commonwealth territory, and I was also taken aback that persons there were on the motorbike and scooter and so on without helmets and moving at great speed. We have been able to accomplish that too, and part of that has to do with the punitive measures in place. So the member would know that that can help in certain circumstances, not in all, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, this matter really has as its root changing behavioral patterns, awareness, alertness. Citizens should not wait, God forbid, for a member of their family or their loved one, neighbor, to become a victim of road fatality, to wise up. In fact, that's probably the message that we should send collectively today to the population, because you talk about public education, but this parliamentary debate is also public education, to alert persons of the need to reduce speed. Mr. Speaker, when I am on the highway almost every day, Mr. Speaker, I am still appalled by the driving of some people. Sometimes people take you over and you think they rob the bank. They're on the move. That is what we still have, notwithstanding, and that's a challenge that we will face, and we have to confront that challenge as well, to ensure that persons are aware of the consequences. And you get away today, but you won't get away tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. And that, Mr. Speaker, is an important matter, public education awareness. And this is why the minister has been, doing what he has been doing, championing this matter. Mr. Speaker, they boast about the speed spot camera enforcement system. There was a public backlash over that. Reports of hidden speed cameras where people were concerned with their privacy, surveillance, and what other technology was being used. And they introduced that. And just for the record, the member talked about fines a thief in the night, I think he used. And he wasn't sure whether it was Christmas night or Boxing night or something. Well, if you're not sure whether it's Christmas night or Boxing night, that's a cause of a next issue. But the point is, the Minister of Finance introduced those measures in the budget debate, correct? Yes. In the budget debate, he introduced that. The order was signed, I believe, in December, the 19th of December, and it became effective the 1st of January.
Correct, but you don't read.
No, but apart from that, when you confuse Christmas with Boxing, this is a man who, you may not know if Good Friday fall on Ash Wednesday. So when you are confused this way, we cannot depend on you for the facts. Mr. Speaker, you cannot depend on him for the facts, because the facts is the Minister of Finance signaled the matter. It was passed and order December 19th, became effective 1st January, so enough time for people to adjust themselves and understand. And the member said he doesn't know if it was Christmas night or Boxing night. And we depended on him to pilot this motion. So you see, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that, Mr. Speaker, others on their team would come to his rescue and see if they can, salvage this motion. Otherwise, we may have to look to Senator John Bates, the former senator, who condoned in her own way law-breaking. Mr. Speaker, so the hotspot, the matter of the speed spot speed camera enforcement was a matter that arose, and I signaled that because the members opposite will again come with this thing about that that system was not continued and so on. You know, on that matter of hotspot and camera and surveillance system, the former administration presided over a CCTV camera system in which, at best, 55% of the cameras were not working. Correct. So when you had the police and law enforcement who can monitor the highways, the byways, if you see clearly driving of a suspicious nature, you believe that you look certain vehicles and so on, you think that it might be suspicious, you could get suspicion. The cameras were not working. And that's the next matter if you want to monitor traffic and monitor driving, that you must have an efficient CCTV camera system. And we are happy that our Minister of Homeland Security, the Honorable Member for Tanapuna, is working now to ensure that those cameras are up and running. If you call the police over the last 10 years, Mr. Speaker, some of us did, we saw a vehicle, suspicious vehicle, speeding. Well, it could endanger life, it could endanger the property of others and so on, or it could be the commissioning of a crime or something. You call the police, they tell you, okay, all of that is nice, but that camera, they're not working. It's not working. 2 minutes. And that is a crisis that we face. So, Mr. Speaker, it is a holistic effort that we need to confront this matter. It is a holistic effort. Not just the demerit points, which clearly the data showed did not work. Today, as I said, we are happy that 12,660 meters of guardrail from Claxton Bay to Golconda along various accident-prone sections of the median of the Solomon-Hochoy Highway has been repaired. Yeah. We are happy to announce that. In the vicinity of Caroni on the highway, another 4,700 meters of guardrail being repaired. Improvement on the road surfaces to prevent this problem of driving, sometimes inadvertently hitting someone and creating accidents and so on. Improved lighting, Minister of Public Utilities, improved road marking signs to help the former Senator John Bates. And the member for Arima couldn't show up in 45 minutes to tell this House what is her decision on accepting that resignation from the member who was called witness tampering. Correct. Mr. Speaker, imagine a judge, I was appalled, a judge going to hear a witness and then help them prepare the statement.
Speaker.
That is what,
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Well, anyway, Mr. Speaker.
I think we've had enough of that. Let's
yeah. Yes, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in summary, let me indicate that we are committed to dealing with issues of road safety, reducing fatalities on the road. We are in the right direction. The data tell you that. You can't invent data here. They tell you that. And, Mr. Speaker, it is a holistic approach, not only one that deals with engineering. It is a holistic approach that deals with several facets. And it is a matter that the government takes seriously. The motion itself, Mr. Speaker, is premature. This government has been in office for 12 months. 12 months, and bringing a motion about road safety and traffic accidents and so on, when you didn't even bother to look at the data. So, Mr. Speaker, the government deals with this in an urgent manner. The minister has his plan. He is working. He has been probably the lead minister in terms of telling the population about this matter and alerting and educating and so on. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm confident that with his efforts, with the efforts of his cabinet colleague, with the strong direction of the Honorable Prime Minister, we will see a reduction in road fatalities and accidents on the road. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Laventille Smova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute here today on this very important and pressing matter. Before I begin my contribution, I'd like to say a warm thank you to the people of Laventille Smova, whom approximately a year ago decided to cast their vote for me and gave me the mandate to provide representation to the entire constituency. So today I say thank you to the resilient people of Laventille East Mover. You know, Mr. Speaker, it's very good to see that the members on the other side laughed so much, so giddily, on a matter that takes lives daily. Laughs, and it was very disturbing for me to sit here and hear it, Mr. Speaker, because I want to believe that the families of Shaka Rivers and Keon Nimlet, I'm sure they weren't laughing when both of them passed away fatally in that accident in Tobago. I am sure that the families of Tariq James and Marquis Figueroa, they weren't laughing, Mr. Speaker, when they both, their families, weren't laughing when they both passed away tragically and died in St. Margaret's. The family, Mr. Speaker, of Mr. Francois Baptiste, I'm sure they weren't laughing then, Mr. Speaker. And most recently, I'm sure the family of Mr. Hemant Sunarain, they weren't laughing as well, as he was recently struck by an oncoming vehicle while attempting to cross the Uriah Butler Highway earlier this week. So I hope that the members on the other side enjoyed that laugh at the expense of the people that passed away. I hope you enjoyed it. Everybody, I hope you enjoyed it. Mr. Speaker, I'll get to it here. We step out of our gates each morning and onto a road network that is supposed to carry us to work safely. It's supposed to carry our children to school safely. It's supposed to carry all of us in here probably to food resources and other opportunities safely, Mr. Speaker. It's supposed to carry us to life itself safely. Yet, for far too many citizens in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker, the same roads that we depend on, they become a corridor of fear, of injury, and tragically, death, Mr. Speaker. This is not a simple matter of traffic. This is a matter, Mr. Speaker, of public safety, public health, and public responsibility. Globally, Mr. Speaker, if we look at the data, it is clear and it is sobering. Low and middle-income countries, they account for more than 90% of all road traffic deaths and serious accidents. And that is despite having 60% of the world's vehicles. That shows that we are not alone in this struggle, Mr. Speaker. But at the same time, that is no excuse for failure. It is, in fact, in my opinion, it is a call for action. Because if we are to meet the targets set under the United Nations Decade of Action for Road Safety, 2011, all the way to 2030, then countries like ours, we must lead with intention. We must lead with coordination, and we must lead with urgency. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking you here, I'm asking my colleagues on my side of the bench, and the people of Trinidad and Tobago, what do we see instead, aside from laughter? We see a government that speaks in generalities, but they fail in specifics. A government that will acknowledge all of the problems, but they refuse to fund the solutions. a government that has not invested $1 red into modernizing traffic systems or strengthening road safety infrastructure in any meaningful way. Mr. Speaker, financing in this fight, it is not an option. And if I would ask, Mr. Speaker, I would kindly ask that you ask the member for Tancoo Sandigrani to just sit there quietly. This is a serious matter. If he's not serious, he could leave.
If it is you're disturbing the member, kindly refrain from doing so, please.
Mr. Speaker, they have invested nothing. And like I said, financing is not an option. It is critical in this fight. And no, you all cannot preach prevention while starving the enforcement. Can't do that. And you cannot demand discipline while dismantling the very systems designed to instill it. You know, I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that the member, for Tancoo Sandigrani, would interrupt me, because I can recall the last time I stood here speaking about road safety. That was, I believe, in the finance bill. And the member for Tabakit, he interrupted my contributions about 4 times as well. One time on repetition, even though I was elaborating or providing more details based on what I believe the leader of the opposition was stating. And another time, and I quote, he stated, there are 21 clauses in the bill. He is on clause 11 for the last dash. The honourable member remains on the same clause. Mr. Speaker, the member for Tabakit basically attempted to trivialize
Mr. Speaker, 48 this motion has no clauses.
Avantalis Mova, I think the exchanges with you and member for Tabakit, it's a matter of historical record and really is not relevant here. So if we could speed it up a bit.
Mr. Speaker, I do apologize, but on this matter, I do not agree with you because it is valid to what I'm speaking about. It is valid. Because I was quoting him, Mr. Speaker. I was quoting what he was saying.
Well, let me make it abundantly clear. All right, okay. All right, let's stop all of that and disabuse your mind from the notion, all right, that I am seeking or requiring your approval in ruling, okay? It's irrelevant, quite frankly, to the motion. Whatever the exchange with you and Tabakit was, it's really irrelevant. So all I'm telling you is skip along with it. It really is of no moment. It doesn't take the debate any further. It's not relevant to any issue in the recitals of the motion or any fact or any argument that was advanced on the other side. That's how you decide relevance. Come on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, when the matter was raised previously, Mr. Speaker, I vehemently made it clear that the matter of road safety is not one to be overlooked. And throughout the contribution, even the member for Chaguanas East, she also interrupted the contribution, Mr. Speaker, citing that nothing in the bill...
What the point you're wishing to argue? If you want to argue a point, hang on a second. If you wish to argue a point that you were prevented from arguing in the past, simply argue your point. It adds nothing to the probity of your argument now by repeating the fact and bemoaning the fact that you were prevented from doing so on a past occasion. How does that help us? How does that add any incremental value to the submission you are making now? Just make your submission and move on.
Mr. Speaker, I anticipated that. Thank you for your ruling, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they didn't want to hear what I had to say within the contribution at all. And right now, the same thing is happening, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, people are suffering, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, even if they don't see the importance of it, I see the importance of it. My members on this side of the bench, we see the importance of it, and we will speak on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago who see the importance of it as well. Not going to be silenced. Mr. Speaker, I want to get to the heart of the matter here, which would be human behavior. Mr. Speaker, we keep hearing the very same recycled statements. Slow down, as the member for Orpuch East spoke about as well. Slow down, drive carefully, obey the law. Even incited that we use this forum here as public education. Mr. Speaker, clearly that is not working. That approach is not working. The real question remains, Mr. Speaker, why has human behavior not improved? In fact, why has it gotten even worse since this government got into office? And the answer, Mr. Speaker, lies squarely at the feet of policy failures. When you remove the demerit point system, Mr. Speaker, a system specifically designed to track, monitor, and penalize repeat offenders, you are not reforming the system, you are basically crippling the system, Mr. Speaker. You are now allowing dangerous drivers to remain on the roads unchecked. You are removing accountability and then acting surprised when lawlessness increases. Mr. Speaker, as the young people would say to me regularly, make it make sense. Make it make sense to me. Mr. Speaker, I could recall the goodly minister, as my colleague from Aruka would have mentioned, some while ago on TV6. In an interview, he made claims to accidents being allotted or attributed to by human behavior. That was the most obvious statement the minister could have made, Mr. Speaker. We understand that we do not live in a society where we have predominantly autonomous vehicles, and we do not live in a Jetsons multiverse where we could teleport. We know this. Why would you say something so obvious and nonsensical? Mr. Speaker, you cannot dismantle the system created to manage behavioral attitudes and then lament the behavior once it's not controlled. It does not make sense to me, Mr. Speaker. And that by itself is not governance. That is negligence. And the consequences of that negligence, Mr. Speaker, is written in blood on our nation's roads. So while all over there laughing, people dying. Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, our Prime Minister, she answered some questions in an interview published this past Monday, I believe, yes. And when asked one particular question being, what is the most difficult decision you have made so far and why? She responded by saying, decisions are not made on emotions. They are made on data. Therefore, they are neither easy or difficult. They are just the outcome of a data-driven process. So I'm asking the Prime Minister outright, what data or evidence was used to scrap the demerit point system? What was used? Because present, I'd ask I'm going to ask formally, please present the data. Present the data to the country. Present the data to the House. Because, as the data would have shown, within a 10-year period, a 50% reduction in fatal accidents was achieved. I could go even further, Mr. Speaker. The same minister, a couple of months ago, even admitted that he did not know that the place was lawless and that he lacked data. Mr. Speaker, how are we to trust or rely on a minister that openly admits to drafting policy without practically doing any research? In essence, Mr. Speaker, in essence, the Prime Minister and the Minister, they have been throwing stuff against the wall, hoping that something sticks to label it as a policy. Mr. Speaker, our local NGO, Arrive Alive, they have begged the government to improve the demerit point system and not to scrap it. They pointed out the very same data that I would have referred to previously, that a 50% reduction was attained. The same Arrive Alive has shown that the first 4 months of 2025, before these changes were implemented, the country was already seeing a 31% reduction in fatalities. Mr. Speaker, on Monday, we stood at 28 fatalities, I believe, as reported. As compared to the same period last year, 32. We have already had 2 or 3 more persons moving since then and passing on since then. And while fatalities may present data stating that it has declined, given the data that the good member from Orpush East just gave us about the attendance last week, it's hard to believe anything that comes out of their mouth. Mr. Speaker, in Trinidad and Tobago, road fatalities, they fluctuate from year to year. And we have seen figures hover historically between 100, maybe to 130 deaths annually. And in spite of this, we still have credible information that serious accidents have increased significantly. And when we speak of serious accidents, we are referring to major collisions, extensive damage to property, destruction of vehicles, and severe harm to citizens. Another interesting fact, Mr. Speaker, traffic violations, they have increased by as much as 85%. That indicates the worsening of driver behavior. That's despite the reported reduction and the doubling of fines. So what are we really doing? What are we doing? Mr. Speaker, all of this is directly linked to the deboning of the demerit point system implemented by the previous administration. If you remove the deterrent and the consequences, Mr. Speaker, you invite the offense. Mr. Speaker, road safety is not a single policy issue, and we understand that. It requires a comprehensive, coordinated approach and one that aligns with a safe system model. And yes, that means managing speed. We know this. But it also means addressing driver behavior. This government, Mr. Speaker, they have failed to bring together the very stakeholders required to make such a system work. They have failed in that regard. Where we are asking, where is the integration between the role of the government, and by that the legislation, the enforcement, and the investment, the role of the academia and the civil society, that leads to research, education, and advocacy, the role of youth leaders and communities, that translate to cultural influence and behavior. The role of the private sector, Mr. Speaker, to innovate, to fund and support sustainable solutions. Where is that, Mr. Speaker? These are not optional partners. They are essential pillars, Mr. Speaker, of any serious road safety strategy. And this government has failed to marry them into a cohesive national effort. All we see is fragmentations. We see inaction. And we see ministers begging for people to do something different. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. We see a dangerous over-reliance on reactive policing in the form of ticketing, primarily for revenue in the middle of the night. Rather than, Mr. Speaker, a proactive traffic management designed to prevent accidents in the first place. We must be a bit more preventative. And I'm pleading with the government to do so and start thinking like that. Mr. Speaker, we cannot, and we definitely should not, find our way out of a crisis that is rooted in behavior, culture, and systemic failure. What we need is a government that truly understands that road safety is not about optics, it is about outcomes. We need investment in intelligent traffic systems, better road engineering, and consistent enforcement mechanisms. That's what we need. We need the reinstatement and the strengthening of the demerit point system, Mr. Speaker. We need public education campaigns grounded in data and behavioral science, not nonsensical slogans and fake data. We need, Mr. Speaker, partnerships with universities to analyze trends and design interventions. We need engagement with communities, especially in areas like Laventille's Mover, where the impact of these failures, Mr. Speaker, is felt most acutely. Because I will be clear, road fatalities, Mr. Speaker, and serious accidents, they do not affect all communities equally. They disproportionately impact working-class citizens and those who rely most heavily on public roads for survival and mobility. It's no laughing matter. So when this government fails to act, Mr. Speaker, it is not an abstract failure. It is a direct assault on the safety and dignity of the people that we represent. Mr. Speaker, we have all been there. I myself can tell you that I have been the victim of dangers on the roads. A mere weeks ago, someone drove past my vehicle and completely cleared away my right side driving mirror, rear view mirror, sorry. Mr. Speaker, I thank God that I wasn't trying to enter the car at that point in time, because it would have been a different story here today. And I'm happy that they still find it in themselves to laugh at that. I'm happy because I was actually on my way to pick up my daughter. So, Mr. Speaker, it would have been both myself and my child. So laugh. You have a good chuckle. You all have a good chuckle. It's no problem. Mr. Speaker, I understand. I understand. I thoroughly understand, Mr. Speaker, why they will make fun and they will make joke of something as serious as this. I understand it. But, Mr. Speaker, I would like to quote something that the very member from Morpuch East would have made mention to.
Time, if you propose to finish in that 5 minutes, I will allow you to finish. If not, and you want your 15 minutes, we will
Yes, please.
All right. Well, let's take the tea break now. Let's take the tea break. We shall resume at 5:15. Thank you very much.
We are glorified desktop.
Just take it off and take it off.
Lavantiris Mova, you have 20 minutes again, inclusive of your 15. Inclusive of your 15.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I'll pick up right where I left off. When the government, they fail to act, Mr. Speaker, it is not an abstract failure. It becomes a direct assault on the safety and the dignity of the people that we represent. And that's not just the people of my constituency. That is everyone in these precious chambers, Mr. Speaker. Everyone and everyone that they represent in these chambers, Mr. Speaker, are directly affected when the government fails. I'll take a moment here, Mr. Speaker, because I want to ask the Honorable Minister, I think it's a very pertinent question. A very pertinent question. I asked the Minister, and I want to be very clear, I want him to be very cautious with his response. I asked the Minister if the reports that he received from the ministry, if they contained any recommendations for improvements, and what might those improvements be? Those improvements, by the way, from the technocrats specifically to the legislation. That legislation I'm referring to is the one that was brought into effect. The demerit point system, the new fixed penalty ticketing system, and any other initiatives brought in place by the 2017 administration to the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act. Once again, be careful, Mr. Minister, with your response, because I can safely say that I am reliably informed that the reports from the technocrats recommended improvements and not cancellation. And the thing is, Mr. Speaker, I clearly understand why they would recommend this. This is because primarily the challenges that they were facing, Mr. Speaker, were purely administrative, and they had absolutely nothing to do with the system itself. And what that, Mr. Speaker, implies is that these nonsensical, punitive measures, Mr. Speaker, they had not a modicum, not an inkling, not a single molecule, Mr. Speaker, of evidence behind it that says it was done to save lives and reduce major accidents. It was administrative. And now the people of the country who were given an indirect message to play mass on the nation's roads, when they heard their incoming Prime Minister state, we're going to scrap the demerit point system, an immediate spike in fatalities and major accidents was recorded. Immediately. That's an indirect message given by the member for Superior. Now, Mr. Speaker, that they have gutted the system, there is no system specifically designed to track and manage the behavior of the drivers on our nation's roads, Mr. Speaker. That is the purpose of the demerit point system. An internationally used and recommended system. There's no way around that. Mr. Speaker, just to touch on something that the member for Orpuch East would have made mention to. He said that his government leads by example. And Mr. Speaker, it was quite alarming to see what I saw when I opened my phone earlier today, went on to social media, as many of us would do, and a particular ministry in the very cabinet, in a particular ministry, Mr. Speaker, that a particular ministry, Mr. Speaker, we could call him a repeat offender, Mr. Speaker, in the Ministry of Housing, Mr. Speaker. The one who don't mind the children, that one I'm talking about. That one, talking about the one who don't mind the children. Not you. I'm talking about the one who don't mind the children. Driving, Mr. Speaker, with no seatbelt while blogging. So his attention split while operating a motor vehicle, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is after he was caught parking in a handicapped spot. Mr. Speaker, if the population is to learn from the government, that is an atrocious example. And I could tell you for a fact, if I see him on the road, Mr. Speaker, I'm running for my life. Mr. Speaker, I won't be much longer, because I believe that the people, they finally got the opportunity to hear the cold, hard facts. And Mr. Speaker, this is not just about roads. It is about responsibility, Mr. Speaker. Yes. It is about whether we are willing to confront the hard truths and implement real solutions, Mr. Speaker, or whether we are willing to continue to hide behind statistics that mask a deeper crisis. Lives continue to be thrown away because policies have been scrapped and it has been purely politicized with the goal of winning an election at the cost of the public safety and our people's lives, Mr. Speaker. You see, the reality is, Mr. Speaker, every serious accident, it is a policy failure. Every preventable death, Mr. Speaker, it is a governance failure, because we know that one life lost to road safety, lost to dangerous driving on the road is one life too many. And we have had a lot, Mr. Speaker. That Easter weekend, Mr. Speaker, was something that was scary. I am sure the majority of us here, as MPs, moving through your constituency, you would experience what the road was like. You no longer feel secure going from point A to point B because you understand and you see it for yourself. The people, no, because of the mere fact that they understand that there is no consequence to dangerous driving on the road anymore. That's what they understand. There is no consequence to it. So, Mr. Speaker, until the government accepts this, Mr. Speaker, then this country, they will continue to receive much noise, much theater, and little substance. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this motion, which addresses a matter that affects every family, every community, and indeed every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. The motion before this Honourable House raises the issue of road safety, a matter that deserves national attention. However, it must be approached with accuracy, fairness, and proper context. Road safety is a collective responsibility that demands consistency, data-driven action, and a sustained commitment. The Government of Trinidad and Tobago remains fully committed to this cause. We have taken decisive steps to strengthen institutional, legislative, and operational frameworks that protect lives and promote responsible road use. Mr. Speaker, I am looking at the motion that was brought by the member for Aruca-Lopino. And part of the motion, he indicates that the government failed to present a comprehensive, modernized, and well-resourced national road safety strategy, supported by public education, effective enforcement, and international best practices. Mr. President, the assertion that this government has not presented a plan on road safety is simply not accurate. In fact, what we have done goes beyond a static plan. We have moved to implement reform and measurable results. The member would have mentioned a plan from the Road Safety Council. And Mr. President, I was in the other place when the member was speaking. I followed and tried as best as I could to take notes. But the member is very predictable, so I anticipated what he would have said when he came here today, so I should capture everything. He would have mentioned the action plan for 2021 to 2030 from the National Road Safety Council, Mr. Speaker. But I have the plan in front of me. But when you open it, Mr. Speaker, it speaks of all the accomplishments in 2011. Who was in government in 2011? Everything in this document is what we started between 2010 and 2015. Mr. Speaker, it goes further. The other part of the motion, it indicates that there was an increase in serious road accidents and fatalities in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, this would have qualified on the order paper on the 15th of October of last year. If road safety was so important to the members opposite, why is it coming now? Why didn't it come in November, December, October, November, December, January, February, or March? Why is it coming now if it was so important? And it speaks of increase. Mr. Speaker, everything in front of me, and I speak of data and facts. I have all the data in front of me, Mr. Speaker. Last year, there was a 12% decrease in road fatalities. And moving into 2026, there was a 44% decrease in January, 29% decrease in February, close to 15% in March, and in the end of April, 10% decrease in road fatalities compared to the same period last year. But the member on this motion indicated an increase, misleading the public, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on the demerit points. I will be repeating some of what Minister Moonilal would have mentioned, but I have to put facts on the table, especially in light of the member for Laventille East Mover who spoke before me. Mr. Speaker, there's absolutely no evidence that the demerit point system worked. Absolutely none at the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation. The demerit point system came into effect in February of 2020. And as Minister Moonilal indicated, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024, there was an increase in road fatalities. In 2024, there was a 22% increase in road fatalities. Mr. Speaker, when I entered the ministry on May 3rd, which was the day I was appointed, well, I actually started on May 5th, the Monday, Mr. Speaker, I received this document regarding the demerit points. As of May 5th of 2025, 973 persons were disqualified, currently disqualified at that period. But Minister Moonilal would have mentioned altogether. But what was very frightening, Mr. Speaker, is these numbers here. 9,788 persons against whom the process for disqualification has been commenced by the issue of a notice of intent to disqualify, and over 9,158 persons who accumulated sufficient points to be disqualified. If the system was working, how come so much people were disqualified remaining on the roads? Mr. Speaker, you had instances of persons with 12, 14, and 15 demerit points being disqualified, but persons with 250 and 300 demerit points remain on our roads. How is this a fair system? And I'm very disappointed with the Member of Parliament for Arouca, Lupino Arouca, because he was the Director of Legal at the then Ministry of Works and Transport then, when this demerit point system came. And he wasn't in that position because of merit, Mr. Speaker. He knew the right people. I would leave it like that. He knew the right people.
48-6. Mr. Speaker, the minister said that I occupied a position in the ministry without merit. And that is beyond the pale.
That's not. 48-6 is to impute an improper motive. We've been over this. What the minister is saying, that you occupy an office without merit, whether that is so or not, that's just political hyperbole. It's not imputation of an improper motive. It's like calling someone incompetent. It's like saying someone is unfit for an office. It's not an imputation of an improper motive. That's what the standing order says. Okay, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member of Lamington East Mover would just raise what did the technocrats say concerning the demerit points. Mr. Speaker, the PNM administration at the time knew the demerit point system was not working. They knew. I have in front of me the actual cabinet notes and cabinet minutes regarding the demerit points. The then Minister of Works and Transport went on national television 3 weeks before the general election of 2025 and indicated there were issues with the demerit points, and he was going back to cabinet to treat with this. I have the documents in front of me. They knew the demerit point system was not working, and they knew it was too harsh because they went back to cabinet to reduce the demerit points. Reduce, because they found it was too harsh. I have the documents. I won't show it, but I have it right here with me, Mr. Speaker. The member also mentioned about an accident this week regarding a pedestrian, and my heart goes out to the family. But pedestrians don't get demerit points. Only motorists got demerit points. So how is it that demerit points stopping someone from taking a chance running across the highway? And Mr. Speaker, I saw the video of that sad accident. The driver could have done nothing to prevent that accident. How is it demerit points preventing that from happening? I don't know, Mr. Speaker, where this member is getting his data. This is a similar situation in the other place where you have a senior senator giving wrong advice to a junior senator, which just led for that senator offering her resignation. And it's a similar... Mr. Speaker, 48-1, please.
Yeah, that's not relevant, Minister. Come on. You must know that that is not relevant. Come on.
Mr. Speaker, I'm tying it into what I'm going to say now. You have a senior...
But we all know, because of the news, what has happened there. Let's just leave that alone and move on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm tying it into this point. You have a senior member of parliament, the member who brought a motion, and a junior member of parliament, Lavington East Mover. Why is the senior member not giving him accurate information? Same situation.
48.6. The member is saying that the member for Arouca is giving the other member inaccurate information. That is simply not true, Mr. Speaker, and we cannot tolerate this kind of behavior.
48.6. And I think it's a simple enough standing order. It's a simple enough English sentence. No member shall impute an improper motive against another member. So what it deals with is where a member states a fact and then imputes that that fact is because the member has done it for an improper reason. Whether you gave inaccurate or accurate information is a matter of interpretation. It's not a matter of imputation. Okay? It's liable to be rebutted. In a debate, you're liable to rebut it. It's not to suggest anything improper on your part. And you know, if you go back to the notes of the speech which you made, and I have it all written down here, right? Unless you wish me to catalog it. Yes, I know it's time. But all responses that are debate is contextual and proportionate. You can't burn the house down and not expect the other side to apply a fire hose to it. So let's continue, Minister.
Because on the point of clarification, the point of clarification, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a member of this House, I have a responsibility to cite standing orders that I believe when members on the other side are in violation of. Your responsibility as the Speaker of this House is to adjudicate on whether or not, Mr. Speaker, quite respectfully, Mr. Speaker, quite respectfully, your responsibility is to adjudicate as to whether or not you agree or not, and we proceed with it. It's as simple as that.
Well, I need hardly be reminded of what my duty is. My duty is also not to you to simply give a perfunctory ruling. My duty is to the members of the public so they understand the proceedings. It's the principle of open justice. So we get up here, we cite standing orders without explaining context or the phraseology of it, and expect the viewing members of the public to understand what we're doing. No. The principle of open justice has to apply, but we've wasted 5 minutes of the minister's time. Minister, continue, please.
Mr. Speaker, I will move on from the demerit points, but the Member of Parliament for Lavington East Mover had a media conference, P&M conference, close to a month ago, and gave wrong information to the nation. The media house contacted Mr. Brent Batson, Road Safety Coordinator, to confirm that information. And Mr. Batson told the media he doesn't know where the member got those statistics from. They called me, and I said the same thing. It was a Thursday, it was the media conference. What I was saying, Mr. Speaker, is the senior member, having worked in the Ministry of then Works and Transport, could correct the member with the misinformation. But I'll move on. I want to move on to the increase in traffic fines, which came into effect on January 1, 2026. I heard a comment about a thief in the night, but Minister Moonilal would have mentioned that these increases were mentioned in the budget in October, and in the finance debate, Finance Bill 2025, on December 5th and 9th, the Honourable Minister of Finance and the Honourable Minister of Planning in the other place and myself spoke of these increases. And a legal notice was signed and it was published in time for the 1st of January. But the P&M went and told the entire nation we were like a thief in the night. I didn't understand that Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they also indicated that this exercise was a revenue-generating exercise. And I heard the member just say that the violations increased by 85%. The violations increased by 85%. I don't know where he got that. Mr. Speaker, since the increase in fines, we have been seeing a change in behavior on our nation's roads. This is not a one bad apple spoil the bunch scenario. We are seeing a difference. There's a portion of the population complying with the laws. And I just want to go back for a second. Whenever the opposition speaks of road safety, they only speak of fatalities. But road safety is also about compliance. It's also about compliance and complying with the law. Mr. Speaker, total fixed penalty notices issued from January 1, 2025 to April 28, 2025, 43,684. Fixed penalty notices issued during January 1, 2026 and 28th of April 2026, 32,129. 11,555 less tickets were issued this year compared to last year. But that member said it went up by 85%. How is he getting that information? I have it right here. I want to show it from license office right here. They indicated, they went and said it was a revenue exercise. This is $10 million less in revenue right here. $10 million less. But when they were in government, they issued over $400 million in tickets in 5 years. $400 million in tickets, plus the demerit points for the same period. But, Mr. Speaker, we are also seeing a big difference with inspections. Persons inspecting their vehicles increased by over 100% in January of this year compared to last year. This year so far, over 21,000 more vehicles have been inspected in Trinidad. And I also want to go further. When we increased the penalties for late driving permit renewals, which was in the finance bill that I have right here, which is said he knew nothing about, and it's right here in the finance bill on page 19. Let me share some stats with this honorable House, Mr. Speaker. January of 2026, 3,789 people renewed their driving permit late. February, 1,884. March, 2,269. April, 1,962. Over 9,900 persons renewed their driving permit late for the year so far. Over 8,500 was driving with licenses expired close to 6 months. Over 1,000 under 3 years. And 200 between 3 to 5 years. It changed their behavior. And Mr. Speaker, they objected to that. They objected. The Member of Parliament for Chaguanas West, in previous incarnation, is an insurance expert. And he will tell you that if you have a driving permit that's expired and you get in an accident, the insurance company will deny your claim. So what happens to those families when you get in an accident? So you are seeing a difference already, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I move on from the fines, I want to just touch on one thing. There was a PNM, what was it called? State of the Union address a few days ago. Mr. Speaker, that should have been called the state of the PNM. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Mr. Speaker, there are two former PNM prime ministers. One was absent, and the other one was in the...
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Try that into some context, Minister. That's irrelevant.
Sure.
So let's move on.
Okay, well, let me get to it. The leader of the opposition, the member of parliament for Rima, told the nation, but she didn't tell the nation. There was only about 50 people there, 200 people watching online. But here's what she said. Here's what she said. She said, Mr. Speaker, she said that the PNM will reduce the road traffic fines. So what came to me right away is reduce when? In 2035? 2040? When are they planning to reduce these fines? I'm very curious to know. When? And I want to stay on the member of parliament for Rima for a second, because this came up earlier in the debate. They mentioned, no, I don't have to wash myself because this came up earlier. This came up earlier. Mr. Speaker, when we were in opposition, I stand with what I said. When we were in opposition, we did not have access to this data. We did not know how bad the lawlessness was in our nation's roads. And they brought us up today. Both of these members brought it up today. But Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, when you're in opposition, you don't have access to everything. It's only when you enter government you would have access. For instance, we didn't know in opposition the lawlessness was so bad. Just like we didn't know in opposition, the member of parliament for Rima family got $4 million in CPAP.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister, I need hardly remind you that you're a guest in this house. Conduct yourself like a guest, please.
Mr. Speaker, the minister should be asked to withdraw his comments.
All right, that's irrelevant, Minister. That's irrelevant.
Mr. Speaker, I will move on. I am going to jump, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to jump a little bit. Let's go to the speed limits in the country. Let's go to the speed limits. I have it here. Mr. Speaker, a few years ago, the then government would have increased the speed limits on the highways from 80 kilometers to 100, against the advice of Arrive Alive they spoke about a little while ago. Against the advice. I have it here. The technocrats recommended to the government do not increase it to 100 along the entire highway. Speed limits is based on geometry, how much lanes. I won't go into the technical details. Various factors. They recommended keeping it at 80 for certain segments, which is not uncommon. You go abroad on a highway, speed limits change. They rejected the technocrats' advice. And the member of Lavington East Mover talk about the technocrats. But this one is going to hurt them. Mr. Speaker, I gave this story in here when I was debating the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Amendment 2026. The speed limit around the Queen's Park Savannah was 50 kilometers. But a then minister got a ticket for speeding around the Savannah, right? Wait. a particular minister got a ticket for speeding. Subsequent to that, an instruction was given to increase the speed limit to 65.
48-1, please. Mr. Speaker, half this government out on bail, and he's talking about a speeding ticket. Thank you.
I have it here. Mr. Speaker, I didn't come here today looking at an iPad. I came here today with proof. I have documentation. Facts. Mr. Speaker, before I go on, there's one thing I forgot to mention when I was talking about the Member of Parliament for Rima. So please permit me. The Member of Parliament for Rima asked one of the ministers in this government for his resignation, not once, but twice. I want to tell that member through you today that she should lead by example and resign first.
Let's keep the debate on even keel. That's not ready.
I'll move on, Mr. Speaker. I'll move on. Last one. What's up? Mr. Speaker, I want to move on to devices. I don't have much time, but I'll finish. I might be able to finish it, but I'll go on. Mr. Speaker, not long before, when I entered the ministry, I got a call from the Minister of Homeland Security. He said to me, the police service is asking what's going on with the approval for the devices. I asked him, what devices are you referring to? New breathalyzer and speed monitoring devices that has to be approved by cabinet, and it has to be signed by an order into law. For weeks, the ministry could not have found this file, as if it was buried. We found the file. Mr. Speaker, the file went to cabinet in 2024 to approve the two devices. It went to the Finance and General Purpose Committee, where it stayed. When there's an election and a government changes, all the notes that were at the FNGP get sent back to the ministry. This would have been one of them. Nothing was approved. You know, Mr. Speaker, that these devices, well, the speed devices were already in the country for a whole year. Right there. But Mr. Speaker, when I asked the ministry, why wasn't these devices approved? You know what I was told? And I was also told that by the TTPS as well. They indicated the elections was coming up next year, which was 2025, and they didn't want to bring these devices. Because these devices had night vision capabilities. But being a responsible government, this government reached out to the Commissioner of Police, who indicated in this letter, dated the 21st of October 2025, he still wanted the devices. We went to Cabinet and got the devices approved, and it came into law. And they want to talk about, they care about road safety.
Time is almost up. You have 20 seconds again unless you want your 15 minutes.
Yes, of course. Yeah, why not? 20 seconds. Mr. Speaker, I want to move on to the Mr. Speaker, I want to move on to the fixed penalty warnings. A few months ago, well, this year actually, we debated the amendment to the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Amendment 2026, where we brought in a reform for fixed penalty warnings for 18 violations, giving persons an opportunity to remedy the effects of their vehicle. And I just want to share some data. Thus far, over 844 persons received fixed penalty warnings, and over 60 persons are complying and having the defects fixed. But this figure will change because many persons are currently within a warning period of 3 to 7 days. But when we look closely, we realize that most of the offenses that converted, most of the tickets, however, that converted was for defective fittings. We have an entire unit responsible for this. And those persons are calling around local shops to see if the parts are available in the country. And all of the parts are available in the country, all. So, because the other side, when we debated, indicated you can't get these parts in the country. So once we know we have a warning, we call to ensure that the parts are available within the country. I just wanted to share that data. Because what would have happened, let me tell you what used to happen, Mr. Speaker. Somebody will get a ticket for an offense, they would not fix the issue on their vehicle, and you have persons getting over 20 tickets. The Minister of Homeland Security will tell you, over 20 tickets for the same offense. Now persons have to go to a police station or license office and present their vehicle, and they will get the certificate of compliance. And this is very successful so far. Mr. Speaker, I want to move on to the rehabilitation program that this government started last year. This was brought up by the member who brought the motion, and Minister Moonilal spoke about it. Before, when you were disqualified for the demerit points, you had to go to Arrive Alive or another institution and pay over $1,000. We started this rehabilitation program. Thus far, we have had 15 two-day courses. Close to 300 persons attended with a pass mark of 87%. Mr. Speaker, I want to state the stuff we have been doing, other things we have been doing in the last 12 months. I want to first thank the Honourable Minister of Public Utilities for the 26,587 street lights repaired. And the 2,068 effective lights on the highways, because this helps with our road safety campaign. I want to move to traffic management. Total signs installed in the last 12 months, 655. Total signs made, 1,266. Pavement markings, thermoplastic, 17,056 meters. Pavement markings, manual, 100,072. Yeah. Crosswalks painted, 431. Convex mirrors installed, 63. And speed bumps installed, 37 in the last 12 months. What else we are doing, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, on January 5th, okay. No, enough time. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have?
Before 6 o'clock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, well, I will conclude now and we will pick back up next time. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 53, I beg to move that the debate on the motion number 1 as it appears on the order paper in the name of the member for Ruka Lupino be adjourned.
Honourable members, the question is that the debate on motion number 1 as it appears on the order paper standing in the name of the member for Ruka Lupino be adjourned. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Motion number 1 on the order paper standing in the name of the member for Ruka Lupino is hereby adjourned.
Committee business, motions.
I think we have read the motion and the purpose of it. I wish to say that I want to suspend the House for 15 minutes. This report is from a committee in which I am chairman. I don't intend to preside over this debate, so I will suspend for 15 minutes. Madam Deputy Speaker will preside over the rest of the session. So we resume at 6:16. Thank you very much.
Member for Barrett Area, Sanwa.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Be it resolved that this House adopt the special report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, first session, 13th Parliament, on the conduct of a member. And Madam Deputy Speaker, from the outset, the member is none other than Senator Janelle John Bates, PNM Senator appointed by the member for Rima. Let's start there, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the life of a politician, there comes many defining moments. And these defining moments will really describe the integrity, the character, and the person in terms of their service. Today, I'm saddened to bring such a report to this House through this motion, where we have seen a red, bloody blotch on this Parliament's history due to the conduct of members opposite in the other place. This defining moment for Senator John Bates is one that none of us in this Parliament should be proud of. None. This is a historic, unprecedented moment where a senator who sits as an arbiter of facts and a judge can tamper with a witness's statement while deciding that particular matter. There is no graver injustice, there is no graver sin, there is no graver contempt of this Parliament by such conduct, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, this calls into question the decisions being made by the member for Arima, because she is the member for Arima that appointed Senator John Bates. And while we understand that Senator John Bates is the center of all of this, there's one very silent fellow named Senator Faris Al-Rawi who is probably even more guilty than Senator John Bates. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am told that he spoke for 35 minutes in the other place on this same motion.
When? Today?
He defended himself for 35 minutes. and the other 5 minutes throw Senator John Bates under the bus. Could you believe that? A former Attorney General, a senior counsel, an experienced parliamentarian engage in such unlawful, contemptuous conduct that is now the subject of this matter that is before us that we have to consider. But several of my friends are very happy I'm raising this matter. Because the state of the Republic is good with the UNC hands, but the state of the PNO is bad in the hands of Arima. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, today will show the nation the weak, the indecisive, the powerless, and the flimsy leadership that Arima has as the member, as the leader of the opposition. Flimsy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 48-1. The member for Arima is not mentioned in any paragraph, any sentence, or any part of this report. That's wholly irrelevant. I ask her to rule on irrelevance.
Overruled, member. Please continue.
Thank you very much. The member, and I'm very clear, there can only be an opposition leader who could appoint opposition senators. Diego Martin Norty should have known better. He probably want to be opposition leader, like many others on that side.
Speaker, I rise on 48-1 again. This motion has nothing to do with the leader of the opposition.
Just as the member said, the leader of the opposition appointed the senator. So just for your clarification. So once again, overruled, member for Sour.
Thank you very much.
Please continue.
And Madam Deputy Speaker, to show the weak leadership of Arima, she is not present in the chamber. She is out of here. She has run away. She cannot face the nation.
I rise again on standing
because she's afraid
Hello, I'm
to
rising
fire.
on a standing order. I'm on a standing order.
Could the member for Diego Martin Ortiz indicate to the House on what standing order?
I said 48-1.
48-1. Sit down.
Member, just as I have ruled before, overruled. I explained the relevance of it.
So all appointees of leaders
This is not a conversation.
are relevant.
I have made my ruling.
Thank you.
You see, the coward member for Arima ran away from the chamber because she's afraid to fire Senator Al-Rawi and Senator John Bates. She's afraid.
Again, we rise on 48-1. The member is using insulting and coarse language towards someone that is not even the subject of this motion. Madam Deputy Speaker, we call on you.
Member for St. Anne's
We
East.
call on you.
The last thing that the member for
48-1.
Sour Barataria said. The last thing the member for Sour Barataria said was the name of the senator. And if that is not relevant, I do not know what else is relevant right now. Please continue.
Thank you very much. The member for Arima will continue to pussyfoot around this issue because she's afraid to act.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 48-1. This is not a debate about the leader of the opposition.
If we can allow the member for Sour Barataria to at least finish the sentence or paragraph he is trying to get at, maybe then there will be more clarification on this matter. So once again, please continue.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, today we learned that Senator John Bates apologized to the nation and tendered her resignation to the member for Arima, and we cannot hear a word from the member for Arima. We cannot hear it. We cannot hear what she has said. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, this matter is directly relevant. They are trying to protect the weak, powerless leader.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise again on 48-1. I see no relevance with what the member says to what the substance of the motion is.
Speaking right now. I am speaking. I am on my feet.
And you are
I ask you to respect this house. You do not need to respect me, but you need to respect this honorable house. Please sit down.
The speaker is on her legs. You have to sit.
Member, please continue.
Madam Deputy Speaker, you want to know why it's relevant? The Guardian on April 19th.
Madam Deputy Speaker,
point of order.
Point of order. 48-1. This is about the
made a single point. What
This
are you
debate
even
is about the
speaking
conduct of a member of the other place. It is not about the leader of the opposition. This is wrong.
It is one and the same. You are sitting on the same bench. I am not going to engage you. Member for Sour Barataria, if they would allow you, please continue.
Thank you very much.
If not, I would ask you to leave if I am continuously being interrupted and the member cannot even finish one sentence.
You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am not afraid of any one of them on that side. I'm not afraid. Because they can never accuse anyone on this side of witness tampering. They can never accuse anyone of this side of a conspiracy to deceive the Parliament. They can never do that. They can never do that. You see, Arima is so coward, she cannot even accept the resignation of Senator John Bates.
I rise again on 48-1.
2 points of order.
Come
yes,
on.
because it is ridiculous.
Come on.
It is ridiculous.
This is your last warning, member for St. Anne's East.
Let's go.
Yes. Madam Deputy Speaker,
You like
Diego
to raise
Martin
member?
Ortiz is becoming a nuisance.
He said the member is cowardly. That is unparliamentary.
Overrule the member for Sour Barataria.
Thank you very much. You see, Madam Speaker, we have to look at the genesis of this matter. This PAAC committee, Madam Deputy Speaker, was in fact examining the procurement of pharmaceuticals by one NIPDEC and the Ministry of Health. And when you look at the amount of monies, Madam Deputy Speaker, it came up to about $6 billion worth of expenditure in the PNM period of 2015 to 2025. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the evidence that was coming out before this committee that the entire nation know, this is public knowledge, was an allegation was made where a former Minister of Health, Terence Dial Singh, I hope I'm being relevant to my colleagues opposite now, an allegation was being made that he was sitting in meetings directing which contractor and supplier should be paid for pharmaceuticals. And that is a matter of public record and fact that was made in the PAAC. Diego Martin Nortis was the Minister of Finance at that time. NIPDEC was under his ministry.
Madam Speaker,
very relevant.
Point of order,
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, Madam Deputy
That's a fact.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this House is debating a report, and what the member is saying has nothing to do.
I would like you to pause for 1 second. I have read the same document that was circulated to everyone here. Please sit down. I ask you to sit. Overruled. Member, continue.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And Madam Deputy Speaker, serious allegations were being made about the conduct of Minister Dial Singh then when he was the Minister of Health. And Minister Dial Singh, out of fairness, former minister, was asked to give evidence before this committee. He came to the committee, Madam Deputy Speaker, to give evidence. He walked with nothing, empty-handed. At that time, the committee agreed that before evidence could be taken from Member Dial Singh, he must submit his evidence in writing. So, former Minister Dial Singh, or Mr. Dial Singh, agreed that he will in fact give his evidence in writing. That is the crux of this matter before this place. Madam Deputy Speaker, we all thought that in good faith, Mr. Dial Singh will give this evidence of his own accord, no pressure, that the statement will be voluntary, it would not be tampered with, it would not be interfered with, it would not be molested. Madam Deputy Speaker, what happens is this, is that on getting a copy of the statement, we saw, Madam Deputy Speaker, changes on that document, track changes on that document. And the track changes were won by whom? Janelle John Bates and 2, Faris Al-Rawi. Those were the names that appeared on the document, and they can be found on the appendix to the special report that is before this House. These are matters of fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is before this chamber for consideration. But Madam Deputy Speaker, it gets very curious when you look at the timeline. Because what happened is that when you look at the track change document, the changes that Ms. John Bates would have made according to the metadata on the document, those changes were in fact the 23rd of March 2026. So remember that date, the 23rd of March 2026. According to the track change document, that is the changes she made. Mr. Dialsing then writes the committee on the 24th of March, and he says, I cannot comply with the deadline. I need more time to submit the statement. By this time, Janelle John Bates done make all of her track changes to the document. He wanted Senator Al-Rawi, to vet the changes that Senator John Bates would have made. So when you look at the metadata even further, Madam Deputy Speaker, Senator Al-Rawi on the 7th and the 8th of April 2026 made further changes. Madam Deputy Speaker, and this is why I am saying that he threw Senator John Bates under the bus. When we looked at the data, Madam Deputy Speaker, Ms. John Bates made 37 edits over a period of 25 minutes. Senator Al-Rawi made about 175 changes to that document over a 2-day period. So you understand who is really the guilty mind in this, Madam Deputy Speaker? You understand that? That is a young senator, but Senator Al-Rawi ought to have known better. Ought to have known better. Because at that time, when he had the document in his possession, he would have had the track changes of Senator John Bates, knowing fully well that Mr. Dialsing had to submit that particular document to the committee. Madam Deputy Speaker, we sat in that committee, and Senator Al-Rawi, neither Senator John Bates informed the committee that that statement that was submitted to the committee was interfered with by both parties. Senator Al-Rawi said nothing. Senator John Bates said nothing. Had it not been for the chairman on the 13th of April when the matter came before us to have raised the matter, the country would have never known what was happening. But I hear the banding about these terms that the senator has integrity. If she didn't get catch, you think she had integrity? You think she had integrity? No. I heard San Fernando East outside the parliament bawling, oh, people make mistake. That could have never been a mistake, and I agree with him, you know. I agree with San Fernando East that people make mistakes. He's probably one. Oh my. But Madam Deputy Speaker, when you look at the document, it is deliberate changes, and it gets worse, Madam Deputy Speaker, because on the morning before the chairman of the committee of the PEAC raised the track change document with Ms. John Bates, you know what happened? I'm going to take you to the page of the report, because that is important, at page 19 of the special report. At paragraph 4.2, Senator John Bates said that the scope of this inquiry was too wide after she interfered with the statement. I am quoting from the report. She said, the report says a member raised concern, and I, as a matter, and a member of that committee, I could say it was Senator John Bates. A member raised a concern regarding the scope of the inquiry, indicating that the inquiry has gone beyond its initial scope given the initial objectives. A discussion ensued. Members agreed that based on the evidence gathered thus far, it has warranted the committee's ongoing deliberations in fulfilling its oversight function, and it is a matter of public importance. So while Senator Al-Rawi doctored the statement, Senator John Bates doctored the statement, they're coming before the committee now to tell us, hey, all the inquiry too wide. It narrowed this thing. Too much information coming out. That is what was happening. Because we are understanding now the level of corruption that was happening over the last 10 years, Madam Deputy Speaker. And they were trying to hide and block that corruption from the public's view. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am told that the PAAC has the highest viewership on this Parliament channel. Everybody is locked on when this committee sits because they want to know where the money has gone and where the money went. People has a right to know that, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, it gets even worse. It gets worse because it is a matter of public record also. When the statement was already interfered with, Madam Deputy Speaker, which was the 23rd of March. The 23rd of March. What happened in that committee, Madam Speaker, is that the committee sat several days after that, after the 23rd of March. The committee sat on the 25th of March, the 13th of April, and the 16th of April. The committee sat after. Nobody knew that the statement was interfered with until the last day that we had a sit-in. Statement interfered with on the 23rd of March. On the 25th of March now, we had a public inquiry. And in this public inquiry, we had members from the Ministry of Health, Chemistry, Food and Drug Division, NIBDEC, the Private Pharmacy Retail Business Association, and some other witnesses with us. And in the verbatim notes, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to give the context of this. When you look at the track change document, you realize Senator John Bates at that paragraphs of the statement was dealing directly with Minister Dayal Singh's involvement with respect to directing payments and so on. She said this in the statement at page 39. A paragraph was deleted at page 39 and she gave advice to Minister Dayal Singh on the marginal note. She said, were you informed of this by Ms. Sibu during your tenure as Minister of Health or due to a recent conversation with Ms. Sibu? If you were not aware of this as Minister, I would caution you of including it now. She's on the committee. She's on the committee. A member of the committee is editing the statement and at the same time offering advice to the witness. And this is who we call in a person of integrity. Madam Deputy Speaker, after she tendered that advice on the track change document, she comes on the next day, immediate day after that track change, on the 25th of March, and I quote from the public record, Mrs. John Bates, we were talking about preferential payment. She said, I quote her, this is coming out of the discussion we had on the last occasion about emails, and the payments. Mr. Ramphali, who is a rep from NIBDEC, you would have indicated after that series of questioning that the Minister of Health would have instructed that preferential payments be paid to a particular supplier, right? That's essentially what you said. Mr. Ramphali, yes. Ms. John Bates, right now in those meetings with the Minister, the other reps of the Ministry of Health would have been the former PS Asif Ali and the Chief Principal Pharmacist, Ms. Sibu. Mr. Ramphali, that is correct. Ms. John Bates, so they would have always been there at those meetings? Right? Mr. Ramphali, yes. Ms. John Bates, okay, so Mrs. Sibu, who she was advising Mr. Dayal Singh about, I just wanted to ask you because Mr. Kozia had this to say, and Mr. Ramphali had his to say. So you will confirm you were present at those meetings with NIBDEC and the Ministry of Health, right? Speaking about payments. It goes on. Ms. Bates then asked, so what I want to ask you is, did you hear in these meetings the former Minister of Health direct that there were preferential payments to certain suppliers? So what she has done by this particular line of questioning is trying to exonerate the former minister after she interfered with his witness statement dealing with preferential payments to suppliers. The evidence is clear. It could never be a mistake. It is a deliberate design to deceive the Parliament. Deliberate design to deceive the Parliament. And yet Arima cannot break her silence. Cannot break her silence on this matter. It gets even worse. No, it can't. Because this was premeditated. She then said on another hearing, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the 9th of March 2026, Ms. John was asking some questions at that day. Ms. Jearlean, the member for Couva North, was asking some questions on that day. And Ms. John Bates interfered in her line of questioning. And Ms. John Bates said, Ms. John was a member for Cooper North was asking about NIPDEC and whether the person was working there and so on because we were dealing with the preferential payments. Yeah. Ms. John Bates jumped in. She said, but that is not the evidence, Mr. Chairman. She's making an objection now. The evidence was that the minister never directed. The evidence, Mr. Chair, through you, was that he received the emails from the permanent secretary. So I would just like that the witness be asked as per the evidence. Ms. John had to retort. Madam, with the greatest of respect, you cannot tell me what to ask. You ask what you wish. But that sounds like her. Then Ms. John Bates said, you are misleading the witness. What? She is the one who was tampering with her witness statement and accusing Cooper North of misleading the witness. But she was the one who was quoting the evidence, Ms. John Bates, indicating that the evidence was being misquoted when she was the one fabricating the evidence to submit to the committee. You see shameless? That is shameless. Dog eat the shame, Madam Deputy Speaker. Dog eat the shame. Dog eat the shame. This thing is like a movie. You would think you would see this on Netflix, but you can tune into the Trinidad and Tobago Parliament channel and see this. This is the conduct of the members opposite, and they should all feel ashamed and embarrassed that you have left such a dirty blotch on the history of our Parliament. Correct. This senator should never have been allowed to enter the precincts of the Parliament again. And I'm just dealing with Senator John Bates. I will get to one who you all want also, which is Senator Al-Rawi. Many of you all want him out. I also want him out. All are we? All are we? And I will help you all. I normally don't, but I'm a generous person sometimes. You see, when you look and you examine what Mr. Al-Rawi did, is that on the special report, Madam Deputy Speaker, you will see this. You will see a statement starting from page 32, and the statement ends at page 43 of the report. And you will see three colors. You will see black, you will see blue, and you will see purple according to my print. Every single page, the majority of the edits are highlighted in blue. Why? Those were the edits being made by whom? Mr. Al-Rawi. Mr. Al-Rawi basically wrote the entire statement for Mr. Diyal Singh. The entire statement. In fact, I am told, based on the data, he inserted paragraphs 2 to 18. 2 to 18. And when you examine the statement, he is indicating and making changes on this document, Madam Deputy Speaker, on various items. It goes from quoting newspaper articles. It goes from reviewing his role as the Minister of Health, dealing with expired drugs in the pharmaceutical industry, refuting allegations of favoritism in payments, violation of the rules of natural justice. So these are the matters that Mr. Al-Rawi was addressing in his statement. So if Ms. John Bates can stand up and apologize to the nation, then who is Senator Al-Rawi to do the same? Why? Why he can't do the same? But you see, the member for Rima cannot control her own members. That is the problem. They have no respect for her. And today is a defining moment where she could have shown the nation true leadership and fired the both of them. Fired the both of them. You see, the member for Rima addressed the state of the Republic, but she forgot to address the state of the PNM. And sometimes we look at the newspaper editorial for the pulse of the population. And I want to read into the record what the Trinidad Express had to say in the editorial today. Senator must step aside. Senator Janelle John Bates should resign her seat in the Senate immediately to preserve the dignity of the Parliament and the integrity of the committee. Her continued presence has transformed from a partisan political controversy into a functional obstruction of the state's oversight apparatus, as evidenced by the recent collapse of the proceedings in both the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, PAAC, and more recently, the National Security Joint Select Committee. Ms. John Bates' presence in the latter triggered a constitutional stalemate that wasted the time of high-ranking security officials and parliamentary staff and squandered taxpayer resources. The only honorable path remaining is to relinquish the office she can no longer effectively serve. The crisis began when it was revealed that Senator John Bates assisted a key witness, former Health Minister Terence Dialsing, in drafting a statement for a GSE inquiry into the state's acquisition of pharmaceuticals. In the Commonwealth tradition, this act represents a fundamental breach of the oversight duty owed to the public. The role of a GSE member is to act as an impartial questioner on behalf of the citizenry. By assisting the overseen, the senator effectively dissolved the boundary of impartiality, was bound to follow Ms. Bates into other committees, thereby becoming a systemic taint. The consequences of this breach were laid bare during the suspension of the National Security GSE. While the nation grapples with urgent safety concerns, senior officials from the police service and the judiciary were forced to wait while the committee struggled with the ethical standing of its own member. Sad. A senator's primary function is to participate in these committees. Ms. John Bates' refusal to step down has effectively held national security oversight hostage to her personal tenure. The public pays for a functioning parliament that they are currently being denied.
Would you like your additional 15 minutes?
Yes, Madam Deputy Chair.
Please continue.
The response from the People's National Movement leadership has been irresponsible. By focusing on procedural technicalities and the source of information leaks rather than the substance of the collusion, the party has effectively prioritized the protection of a colleague over the health of the parliament. This defensive posture undermines the spirit of the 1999 constitutional amendments, which were designed to evolve the parliament into a more rigorous oversight body. If the PNM leadership allows the president to stand, they signal that partisan loyalty is a higher virtue than the transparency required to guard the public purse. For Ms. John Bates, who is also an officer of the court, the standard for conduct must be the avoidance of even the apprehension of bias. Because she can no longer be viewed as an independent arbiter of the facts, her role as a defender of the public interest has been compromised. To stay in office is to hinder the important work of the Parliament's committee. For the sake of the institution and the citizens it serves, Senator John Bates must step aside and allow the work of the people to proceed. And I also want to add, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the sake of the institution, the country and its citizens, Senator Faris Al-Rawi must also step aside and allow the work of the people to proceed. Because if she is guilty, he is equally as guilty. He is equally as guilty. But I started to feel a bit sorry for the senator, Ms. John Bates. Young colleague, young parliamentarian. I mean, I was young too. But when I heard her personal explanation in the other place this morning, Madam Deputy Speaker, I quickly changed my mind. Instead of expressing a genuine and sincere apology, the senator said she has been the subject of public commentary, criticism, and speculation. This is the same person, when confronted with the allegation in the PAAC about materially changing the witness statement, admitted to that fact and now saying that is a matter of speculation. Hogwash. Absolute hogwash. That is what it is. Shamelessness to the highest level. She said she acted with integrity. She acted in good faith, and she acted in the public interest. Today, the newspaper is telling her she must go. And she is telling us she acted with integrity. As I said earlier, Madam Deputy Speaker, if she didn't get catch, it had nothing to do with integrity. Exactly. That's the point, you know. But they get catch. And they look to give the most incompetent person to send the statement, which is Mr. Dialsing. He sent the word version of the document. I mean, they're probably upset about that too. With the track change. Right? With the track change on it. But, you see, I anticipate my colleagues opposite will also rise in this debate, but I want to just take you back into a matter of history also to show the conduct of my colleagues opposite. The newspaper mentioned in 1999 amendments that deal with the establishment of joint select committees, which amended Section 66 of the Constitution. I went back into the Hansard, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I like to do my research. That JSE model is to encourage oversight, transparency, accountability in the way state enterprises, government ministries, departments operate, how the public money is being spent, how it's being appropriated, issues of internal controls which we could fix and so on. Who would ever disagree with having an oversight body like that? You know who will disagree? The PNM. The PNM. Because what is history is that on the 28th of April 1999, when the Parliament was summoned to take a vote on amending the Constitution to include the JSEs into our system, the PNM all voted against it. All voted against it. You understand why their conduct is like that now? So the 28th of April 1999 was the start of their fall, 28th April 2025. That is a bad day for you all. A very, very bad and sad day for you all. And I hate to do this, but my colleague from Trinity, Maloney, in that committee when she was the member was present, we indicated and had a discussion about the senator's conduct and so on, Senator John Bates. And then the member said, and it's a matter of record, it's in the special report, we asked if anybody wants to do a minority report. You know, the member for Trinity Maloney said no. She doesn't want to avail herself of a minority report. It's in the document here. You know, the next day we get a minority report, which is appended to this, from the member for Trinity Maloney. So you see, when they say something, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can never believe them. We can never believe them. But then the member talk about the conduct of the... I hope Mr. Alrawi didn't write it. But then when you talk about, when you read the minority report, you talk about conduct of committee hearing. So you would have thought that the member for Trinity Maloney would have been in all the meetings to express such a concern. We had 10 meetings. The chairman attended 10. Mr. Devish Maraj attended 9. Ms. John attended 9. Myself attended 4. I came onto the committee late. Do you know the member for Trinity Maloney went 3 times?
Less than you.
Less than me. And I joined the committee late and had the goal to talk about the conduct of the inquiry. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is what the PNM gives to this nation. The UNC gives quality. The other side, they give nothing. They give nothing. You see, if Ms. John Bates had a defense that she didn't admit to the statement, it was clear on the evidence. All members present that morning understood, we heard for ourselves, that when presented with the statement in front of her, the member for Couva North will clearly remember the member for Arangwes St. Joseph was in the room at that time. The document was brought up onto the screen also, and Ms. John Bates said, yes, I admitted to materially changing the statement. In another place, Madam Deputy Speaker, you know the member came and denied that. Then the member sent a letter. She sent a letter to the committee complaining about the Parliament staff, which is a matter, an appendix in this report, complaining that they wanted to take away a flash drive from her because they were afraid of security concerns. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, if that is the concern that certain people have, that concern is well-founded based on the conduct of the member. Then the member then asked us to provide particulars of breaches she committed and breaches of standing orders. You just admitted that you tampered with a witness statement as a committee member and then asking us what is the standing order you breached, what is the law you breached? Well, I will tell you today. You see, the Mays gives us a lot of guidance on this particular matter, and I'm going to look at the 24th edition. And the 24th edition of the Mays at page 238 talks about this. It says, tampering with witnesses. A resolution setting out that to tamper with a witness in regard to the evidence to be given before either House or any committee of either House or to endeavor, directly or indirectly, to deter or hinder any person from appearing or giving evidence is a contempt. So the Mays parliamentary practice, which we use to guide us, is telling us if you tamper with a witness, far more the witness statement, that is a contempt of the Parliament. You admitted to committing a contempt of the Parliament. You colluded with Senator Alrawi and Mr. Dial Singh to deceive the Parliament. That is also an offense. There is an offense in the 25th edition of the Mays at page 291, which is a conspiracy to deceive either House or any committee, and that also constitutes a contempt. So they are in fact co-offenders, both Senator Al-Rawi and Ms. John Bates. We are not letting him off the hook. We are not. We are not. We are not. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, then I heard in the other place, one Senator Vieira stand up and say, we should look at process and procedure. When they were dealing with Mr. Roberts, Senator Arnold Roberts, he didn't study process and procedure then, you know. Up till now, Mr. Vieira didn't even talk about the substantive allegation of witness tampering before the committee, but he talking about process and procedure. Of the entire independent bench, he was the only one to vote no. Voted with the PNM. That is not the first time that has happened. That is not the first time that has happened. You know what is wrong, Arima? You not breaking your silence to the public. That is what is wrong. That is what is wrong. You see, I watch your record after the news broke on the 15th of April 2026, the PNM had a press conference, nothing. They had a town hall meeting on the 28th of April, nothing. They had a media appearance in CNC3 on the 21st of April, nothing. Media appearance on the 23rd of April, nothing. At State of the Republic, 29th of April, nothing. Even Stuart Young come there to listen to you and he say nothing.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't see the relevance of what is being discussed at this time to what is before us as the substantive thing to be debated. Standing Order 48-1.
Member, yes, continue and let's stay on point.
Thank you. You see, what happened is a matter of public record where the member for Arima from the 19th of April on the Guardian, the 22nd of April, first she said she wants to get a report. She get the report, she said, well, then I want to meet them. And 3 weeks go on now, and the member cannot give us an answer what she's going to do, whether or not she's going to keep Senator Al-Rawi. Are you afraid of Senator Al-Rawi? That is the question.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise again on 48-1. What does this House to do? There's nothing like this in the report for us. Madam Deputy Speaker, I call for your ruling here.
Overruled, member.
Are you afraid that if you fire Senator Al-Rawi, you will lose the finances of the PNM?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise again. This motion is not about me. Right? This motion is not about me.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I point on my legs. Two of us can't be on our...
Yes, member for Arima.
On what standing order is the leader of
member
members
for
standing?
Arima, what standing order, please? Member for Arima.
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I continue?
Member for Arima, I am now asking you to remain seated and let the member for Sawa continue.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish
You have not ruled. At least you're supposed to rule.
Overruled.
Overruled, member for Arima.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to amend the motion before this House to add after the resolution the following words. And be it further resolved that this House condemn the conduct of Senator Faris Al-Rawi, SC, and Senator General John Bates, and call upon the opposition leader to immediately advise Her Excellency to revoke the senatorial appointments of both Senator Faris Al-Rawi, SC, and Senator General John Bates. Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
Point of order.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to second the amendment to the motion and reserve my right to speak later in the proceedings.
48-8. There is no substantive motion before this House dealing with the conduct of Senator Al-Rawi or the member for Arima. Yet, the member is consistently breaching Standing Order 48-8. 48-8. The member is consistently...
The member has completed his contributions.
But he's consistently doing it.
But he has completed his contribution. Overruled.
Second the amendment raised to the report by the member for Sama Barataria, and I reserve my right to speak later in the proceedings.
Member, in accordance with Standing Order 42, 7 and 8, I would have to request that you reword that and recirculate, please. Yes, please.
Sure. Madam Deputy Speaker, Deputy Speaker, at the end, I wish to amend the motion in the following words. And be it further resolved that this House do condemn the conduct of Senator Faris Al-Rawi SC and Senator General John Bates and call upon the opposition leader to immediately advise Her Excellency to revoke the senatorial appointments of both Senator Faris Al-Rawi SC and Senator General John Bates.
Yes, so member, as I said, in accordance to Standing Order 42-7 and 42-8, I would have to, I am on my legs, member for Port of Spain South. I would have to ask that you reword if you would like to propose an amendment.
Madam Deputy Speaker, will reword and say, and be it further resolved that this House call upon the opposition leader to immediately advise Her Excellency to revoke the senatorial appointments of both Senator Faris Al-Rawi SC and Senator General John Bates. Yeah, you have to second the amendment.
Yeah, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to second the amendment raised by the member for Sama Barataria, and I reserve my right to speak later in the proceedings.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the amendment moved by the member for Barataria.
Point of order, please. 48, 42, 42-1. 42-1. I'm keeping my peace. Do not.
Oh. I have heard your standing order on 42-1, and I would have to overrule on that.
Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, my point that I wish to make is the manner in which this standing order is being interpreted. Because according to the standing order, it says, if a member wishes to vary
if I'm to understand, the ruling of the chair is final. The ruling of the chair is final. And
in his name, he may do so by giving an amended notice of motion. We have received, Madam Deputy Speaker, no amended notice of motion. And in the circumstances, we demand
Okay, I understand what you are saying, member for Port of Spain South. Can you let me finish speaking, sir? This House will now be suspended for 10 minutes so that the amendment can be circulated. Member for Barataria Sawa, just for the clarification of all and for the viewing public, I would like to ask you to repeat what is your amendment.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to amend after the resolution the words, and I quote, "And be it further resolved that this House do call upon the opposition leader to immediately advise Her Excellency to revoke the senatorial appointments of both Senator Faris Al-Rawi, SC, and Senator Janelle John Bates." Thank you very much.
Okay, member, in accordance with Standing Order 42.7 and 8, the amendment will not be admissible, and we Standing Order 42.7 says an amendment may not contain reflections of a member and shall not raise any question which, by these standing orders, can only be raised by a substantive motion after notice. Honorable members, I will now propose the original question for debate. Be it resolved that this House adopt the special report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, first session, 13 Parliament, on the conduct of a member. Member for Trin-City Maloney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, you know, I sat here in amazement and heard the member for Barataria Sanwan talking about the leader of the opposition not acting and afraid to act and this, that, and the next. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I wonder if it's the same person who sits under a leader who has not acted in circumstances where currently Central is out on bail, in circumstances where...
48-1. This is not about currently Central. This is not about currently Central. 48-1. Currently Central is not in this report.
Member for
Currently
Trin-City
Central is not in this report.
This is not what the
Currently
debate is
Central
about.
not
This
in
is
this
not what the motion is about. Please withdraw your statement and continue to be relevant only. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, we sat here and heard Barataria Sanwan talk about our leader. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I am responding in relation to their leader. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we also have Mayaro, who is Mr. False Papers. He didn't get put out. Madam Deputy Speaker,
Madam Deputy Speaker, 48-4.
who is before the court. He not getting put out.
Madam Deputy Speaker,
Member
Standing Order 48-6.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I was overruled by you 7 times when I raised that same objection.
The decision is up to the chair. What you are saying, member for Trin-City Maloney, is completely irrelevant to what this motion is. There was no time where either member that you mentioned was named in this, so I ask you once again, continue with relevance.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, the saying that Gopal Lock isn't Sipol Lock is a true statement. In addition to that, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will not have them impugn our leader. When she is ready to act, she will act. And in addition to that, Madam Deputy Speaker, all of them on that side have questions to answer. All. Every last one. Every last
48-6, Madam Deputy Speaker. 48-6, Madam Deputy Speaker. Why you don't hush your mouth? Speaker, did you hear that?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we object.
I said, ask him to
object.
withdraw and apologize.
We object.
Draw, Madam Speaker.
Members, I am on my feet. I deserve some respect. Member for Trin-City Maloney, you have now started. I would ask you once more to remain relevant. If you are not relevant, I would have to ask you to resume your seat.
Madam Deputy Speaker, point of order 48.6. I raised it with respect to the unparliamentary language uttered by, I don't even know what seat he is, the member for Tabakit. There he goes again, Madam Deputy Speaker. Unparliamentary language.
Member for Tabakit, just withdraw that simple little statement that you made and let us please carry on.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I humbly apologize.
Member for Trin-City Maloney, would you like to continue?
To continue now. Madam Deputy Speaker, this entire debate has descended into a targeting of one member of the Senate. Madam, one member of the committee. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this cannot be the proper functioning of this Parliament. Our Parliament is to uphold standards, not seek to weaponize them. Madam Deputy Speaker, I heard the member for Barataria Sanwan say, and rightly so, that I was asked if I wanted to present a minority report, and I did say I didn't intend to do one. But when I saw the majority report, madam, I had no choice but to do a minority report. Because what that majority report did, ma'am, is impugn the character of Senator John Bates, and in addition to that, failed to recognize that there were other issues that were not mentioned in the majority report. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the objective of that report was only to deal with Senator John Bates when there were other things in that committee that had been raised and were not attended to. And that was not fair. And in addition, the majority report was completed on the 17th of April. The minority report was completed on the same day. So I'm very surprised that Barataria Sanwan would try to mislead the House with such a simple matter that could be checked. And we are to believe any of you on that side, if you would deal with such a simple matter that could be checked. Not so. Not so. You deal with criminals? Madam Deputy Speaker, you know, this is not the first time that a report of this nature, a special report, had to be done by a committee. The National Security Committee, during our time, had to do a special report in relation to the membership of Oropouche East.
48, Madam Deputy Speaker, 48-1, 48-4. 48-1, 48-4. 48-1, 48-4.
I agree, member. Please keep it relevant to this committee that we are speaking about.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I am talking about the work of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. The Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago did not start with this Parliament, ma'am. The precedents that have been set over time relate to what we are doing today. And I wish to continue by saying this is not the first time that a Parliament has had to deal with a special report from a joint select committee. On that occasion that I'm speaking about, which was a national security report, there were concerns raised that were raised by the then Commissioner of Police and the Minister of National Security at the time that a sitting member of that committee appeared to be fraternizing with the criminal element. And as a consequence of that, the committee did a special report because they asked the House and the leader of the opposition at the time to remove that member from the committee because it was felt that that was a security risk, Madam Speaker. And you know what the leader of the opposition at the time did, Madam Speaker? Nothing. Nothing. Madam Speaker, at least. Madam Speaker, I don't know if kangaroos go to the Hyatt and are paid.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, this motion before us deals specifically with one senator who was engaged in witness tampering. I don't know how the member reached Hyatt. And the member admitted to tampering with a witness statement. 48-1.
Member, please make your point while being relevant.
As I said,
Yes, sir. Madam Speaker, you're not here now? Madam Speaker, 48-6, man. No. 48-4. And 48-6-2, Mr. Speaker. This is Madam Deputy Speaker.
City Maloney, please continue. Thank you very much.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker. Excuse me. Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise on standing order 48-6. The member for Toko Sangagrandi just shouted a disgusting insult at the member for Trinity Maloney. And I'm asking
Standing order 48-6. No one imputed any improper motive.
Did you hear?
My apologies. I've heard nothing.
48-4, please, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Member, just continue, please.
Wow.
Madam Speaker, if I'm not mistaken, I think Danny Guerra had a bald head too. Madam Speaker, when we are looking at this motion, we have to remind ourselves that this is a political arena. Both houses are, and in any political arena, from time to time, issues will arise that test the accepted processes and conventions of Parliament. Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, the true measure of this House is not, I know about green substances too. I know about, let me don't tell you what I know about you.
Member, please address me while you are making your contribution.
Madam Speaker, I am being disturbed. And Madam Speaker, if I am being disturbed, I will respond in like manner to what is spoken. Madam Speaker, as you well know, I have served in this House for many, many years. And you will never serve as long as me. Or as well as me.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 48-6, I am sure you heard that.
It is out of control.
I am sure you heard that.
That's why you
the member said that the member failed as a lawyer. Insulting language, breaching 48-6. Yes. I want a ruling on this, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Member for, I really don't know who said it. So, you are all speaking at the same time while your own member is trying to give her contribution. I cannot even identify who said what. Member, continue your contribution again. I applaud you again with relevance.
Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, what relevance has to do with members who are disrespectful to you and to the House? One thing I know, Madam Speaker, is that I cannot be accused of murder. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, it is important for us as we discuss this report and as we discuss this motion for us to describe the conduct accurately. What occurred, Madam Speaker, is that a member commented on a witness's document before it was formally submitted to the committee as evidence. That, Madam Speaker, we all on this side agree was ill-advised. Madam Speaker, that we all on this side agree created the impression of partiality, and it ought never to have occurred. All of us on this side agree that that is our position. But we must, Madam Deputy Speaker, remain disciplined in our analysis. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a clear difference between an error of judgment and conduct that justifies the most serious parliamentary labels, and the majority report collapses that distinction. It moves too quickly from description to condemnation. And Madam Speaker, I will quote, because the report says and uses terms such as contempt of Parliament, and that is used casually throughout the report. The report also does not ground itself in clear and compelling facts, and in a conduct that demonstrates a willful and knowing intention to offend, obstruct, or interfere with the rules and authority of the House. That threshold, Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, has not been met here, especially given the fact that the member was given the undertaking that on the 20th of April, the matter would have been brought before the committee again to be fleshed out and for her to be given an opportunity to be heard. That never occurred. Madam Deputy Speaker, what we did see happening, though, is some member of the committee revealed what had taken place in camera. And Madam Deputy Speaker, even though I raised that issue before the committee, all I was told is that we will deal with that on another occasion, and furthermore, that there were 20 people in the in-camera discussion, so we don't know who could have done it. But Madam Deputy Speaker, somebody breached the standing orders of the Parliament by revealing what took place in camera. And that was also contempt that has not been brought to light. Madam Deputy Speaker, this member has already been sanctioned accountability has already occurred. She was removed from the committee. Madam Deputy Speaker, she has also offered her resignation. But Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the things that we must take into consideration is what was the tenor of this committee? What was the tenor of this committee? Madam Speaker, we must remember as a parliament that discipline must always be proportionate. We must remember that once it exceeds that boundary, it ceases to be about standards and begins to resemble punishment without limit. Madam Speaker, I ask again, what was the tenor of this committee? Madam Speaker, in the minority report authored by me, I have indicated that there was a certain pattern of conduct throughout the committee's deliberations. That conduct spoke to an erosion of parliamentary standards within the committee under the chairman. That conduct pointed to the introduction of material into the committee in a manner that blurred the line between evidence and advocacy, Madam Chairman. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, on too many occasions, we in the committee were not sure if the chairman of the committee was advocating on behalf of a particular group or whether, in fact, he was trying to adduce information. Remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, that these joint select committees are set up in such a way as to adduce information, not to be accusatory, but to adduce information and assist the Parliament and the government in achieving the best mechanism for getting things done for the government's work to continue. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, the chair on many occasions treated the questioning and deliberation without proper regard for procedural propriety.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 48.1. This motion and this matter is not about the chair of the committee or the speaker of this house. This is about Senator General John Bates, who witnessed tampered. Simple.
Yes, member. Please, again, as I have kept on urging you, keep it relevant to what we are speaking of.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the minority report forms part of the report. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the minority report and the majority report are part of the report. Consequently, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can speak to what is in the minority report. And Madam Speaker, when I do that, I am very relevant. Madam Deputy Speaker, you spoke about her enough. You won't tell me who to talk about. Madam Deputy Speaker, what is striking is that we in the committee were never informed by the chairman that he once advocated on behalf of the private pharmaceutical companies. Serious. Never disclosed, never recused, never tried.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the member now is bordering on the conduct
What is
of
the
the Speaker
standing
of
order,
this House.
Madam Deputy
Hey,
Speaker?
48
What is
force.
the standing order?
Hey,
What is
they
the
go back to
standing
North.
order?
Sit down.
What
Sit
is the
down.
standing
Sit
order?
down. They go 48-4, you're deaf? 48-4. You had a hearing? 48-4.
I heard the standing order of 48-4.
Okay,
Member, I have also read the report, and that is not a part of it.
Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, the minority is concerned that this sequence reflects a process in which conclusions, this is in the minority report, which forms part of the report that is before us. The progression from allegation to public censure and the rapid production of this report gives the clear appearance of a predetermined outcome rather than a balanced and evidence-based process. The majority advances the serious suggestion of conduct amounting to a conspiracy to commit contempt of Parliament, while simultaneously indicating that the factual matrix need not be reported in detail. The minority is compelled to address, yes, the minority is compelled to address the wider context within which these events occurred. And I continue to quote from the minority report. There has been a clear and troubling erosion of parliamentary standards within this committee under the current chairman. In particular, the introduction of material into the committee by a member in circumstances that plainly blurred the line between evidence and advocacy was not only permitted but relied upon. And if I might, Madam Chairman, this occurred when Senator Naked brought emails from no one knew where, and suddenly these were the emails that it is in the minority report. It is in the minority report. More concerningly, that material was treated by the chair as a proper evidential basis for questioning and deliberation without any apparent regard for the procedural impropriety inherent in its introduction. I continue to quote from the minority report that forms part of the report. This approach represents a fundamental departure from established committee practice. A committee cannot properly discharge its mandate where evidential standards are compromised in this way, and where the distinction between witness evidence and member participation is disregarded. This concern is further compounded by the committee's failure to treat with any seriousness the acknowledged breach of its in-camera proceedings. This was not an isolated lapse. It formed part of a broader pattern characterized by an increasingly adversarial tone, partisan positioning, and a willingness to pursue lines of inquiry shaped by predetermined assumptions rather than objective assessment. Accordingly, the minority finds that there has been a discernible breakdown in parliamentary standards within this committee under its present leadership. Reflected in the introduction of material by members in a manner that blurred the distinction between evidence and advocacy, the acceptance and reliance upon such material by the chair without regard to proper procedure, the conduct of questioning on the basis of that material as though it were properly admitted evidence, an increasingly adversarial and partisan tone in the committee's proceedings, the public disclosure of the committee's work, which appears to have been made by a member of the committee with direct knowledge of its proceedings and direction, a general departure from principles of objectivity, fairness, and procedural discipline. Madam Deputy Speaker, the minority report goes on to say that the minority rejects in the strongest terms the conclusion that the continued involvement of the member could make other members uncomfortable to the point of negatively affecting the work of the Parliament.
Member, would you like your additional 15 minutes?
Yes, I would. Madam Deputy Speaker, I continue to quote, "This assertion is speculative, unsupported by evidence," and Madam Deputy Speaker, just to be clear, the assertion is that the continued involvement of the member could make other members uncomfortable to the point of negatively affecting the work of the Parliament. This assertion is speculative, unsupported by evidence, and constitutionally unsound. Parliamentary participation cannot be curtailed on the basis of subjective discomfort. To accept such a proposition would establish a dangerous precedent whereby members may be excluded not for proven misconduct, but for perceived inconvenience. The proper functioning of Parliament depends on adherence to rules and tolerance of differing views, not on the avoidance of discomfort. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I am extremely concerned because we on this side are of the view that the recommendations were not proportionate, even in the circumstances involving what we have said are serious allegations. And consequently, we think that paragraph 18 of the majority report, which asks for the senator to be excluded from other committees and asks for the Parliament to ensure that she is removed from the Parliament, we have said that it is a marked and unjustified departure from established parliamentary practice. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said before, the member of the Senate has, in fact, tendered her resignation, and of course, as we said before, it lies now with the leader of the opposition. Madam Deputy
Just 1 second. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you kindly, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 15.5, I beg to move that the House continues to sit until the completion of the business before it.
Honourable members, the question is that this House continue to sit until the completion of its business. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. Member for Trin-City Maloney, please continue.
Thank you. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. What the minority report does is, in fact, raise concerns about the tone of the proceedings, the increasingly adversarial and partisan approach to questioning, and a clear departure from objectivity and procedural discipline. and that goes to the integrity of the committee. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, most of this adversarial tone, most of this apparently partisan approach, and most of this departure from objectivity and procedural discipline stems from the chair of the committee. And it is in that context that the chairman's own position becomes directly relevant. Because by his own public statements prior to this inquiry, the chairman had already taken a position on the very subject matter under examination. Not as a neutral observer, Madam Deputy Speaker, but as an attorney at law advocating on behalf of clients who raise concerns about the pharmaceutical importation and approval process. Madam Deputy Speaker.
6, and the member referring to as chairman and speaker, she has said, the member has said that that member is in the public domain, admitting to representing clients and so on. If the member could just quote the relevant source, would be fine. And adopt the statement.
Yes, member, can you give us clarification or any sort of information regarding this?
I'll do that, ma'am. In the Daily Express of Monday, 16 December 2024, there's an article headlined, Complaints Over Pharmaceutical Drug Cartels, by Anna, authored by Anna Ramdas. The Fair Trading Commission has called on enterprises to provide information with respect to drug cartels operating in the pharmaceutical sector. In a media release yesterday, the Commission announced an intention to examine certain concerns about competition and regulatory practices within the pharmaceutical sector. The Commission also called on enterprises within the pharmaceutical sector to report any potential and comparative practices that they were aware of. And Madam Speaker, the article goes on to say that in a telephone interview with the Express yesterday, Singh and its attorney Jagdeo Singh said the companies that are involved in the importation and distribution of pharmaceuticals seem to be concentrated in one group of companies with a common owner. He said the pharmaceutical sector needs to be more competitive, open, and transparent. As a lawyer, and I'm quoting, as a lawyer, I have received numerous complaints from clients who have all said, who have all said that they have tried to import pharmaceuticals, but when they apply for the permits to do so, it is being stuck in the Food and Drugs Chemistry Division. There has been undue and long delays. I am continuing to quote Jagdeo Singh, attorney at law. There has been undue and long delays for getting permits, and there are people who want to do things the right way and not being given the opportunity or to bring things in by the suitcase trade, he said. He said they are encountering a lot of bureaucratic resistance. Competitiveness in the pharmaceutical industry is very important, because it ensures a timely and safe supply of approved drugs. He added, he being Jagdeo Singh, chairman of the committee investigating pharmaceuticals. He said, if one company is allowed to dominate the market, it affects the price and also what pharmaceuticals are being brought into the market. He said, if established companies have a monopoly, it will be difficult for any new company to bring pharmaceuticals to compare. The Fair Trading Commission has to take a very proactive approach and should dictate and allow in ensuring they allow new drugs, establish businesses, but at the same time ensuring that the marketplace is not subject to the whim and fancy of monopolistic concerns, Jagdeo said. Jagdeo Singh, chairman of this committee. He said, he didn't stop there. He said, the Fair Trading Act has wide and executive power, and therefore he was struck by a line in the Fair Trading Commission's media release, which stated that some of the matters raised may not be within their purview. He didn't stop there. Singh said he is proposing to look at the legislation and give advice to the Fair Trading Commission in the interest of the country with respect to this being pharmaceutical drug cartels. He said his clients have informed him that the Food and Drug Division is using every spurious reason to ensure that pharmaceuticals are lying down in storage, and some of which are not contained in their statutory remit. He said by doing so, they restrict anybody from importing pharmaceuticals which are important or which cannot be imported by any other companies. He said that it affects the consumer, and he continued by saying that it is a drug cartel. Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, so Madam Deputy Speaker, when we are talking about impartiality, I ask the question, why didn't the chairman of this committee indicate that he had a previous advocacy, that he had a previous interest, and
for clarification and to avoid misinterpretation by the public, you kept repeating that this is Jagdeo Singh and the chairman of the committee. So I wanted to be reminded that this article was in 2024, right? There is no evidence that he represented these people. There is...
Madam, what?
I want you to remain relevant to the point, please. In the beginning of the article, he said it seems to be.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank you for your input into my speech. But, Madam, this is not simply about a member commenting on a document. It is about a chairman presiding over an inquiry into a matter in which he has previously advocated
Madam Deputy Speaker, 48-1. I think the member is going off the topic. Madam Deputy Speaker, in fact, the member never even raised these concerns in the committee. This is the first time the member has raised this issue. And this is a matter in the public domain.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
The member for Barataria Sawa is quite correct. You have a couple minutes left. I ask you to stay relevant.
Madam Deputy Speaker, contrary to what the member has said, since getting this information, I have written to the chairman of the committee asking him certain questions and all of the members have received my letter, all, including the member for Barataria Sanwan. And Madam Deputy Speaker, my letter dated the 24th of April 2026 raised concerns regarding impartiality and prior advocacy in PAAC
Madam Deputy Chairman. Madam Deputy Speaker, the matter 48-1, 48-4, and also
Madam
matters
Speaker,
of...
I'm told that you just raised the standing order. You don't make a speech. You made a ruling like that just now.
In order to give a ruling, I need to understand why the member raised the standing order.
Madam
so I would
Deputy
like him
Speaker,
to explain this.
Madam Deputy Speaker, is the member about to reveal in camera documents and proceedings that were before the PAAC that does not form part of the majority and a minority report? Can the member confirm that?
My concern was raised in the minority report on the conduct of the entire proceedings of the committee. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I find it passing strange that the member for Barataria Sanwan is now so concerned about information that came out in camera when everybody in Trinidad and Tobago knows all the in-camera information as it relates to Senator John Bates.
Thank you for your contribution, member for Trinity. Your time has ended.
Madam Deputy
Your time
Speaker,
has
I just
ended.
would like to say,
member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the matter that is before us is not a partisan matter, or it ought not to be, or only a parliamentary matter. It's the people's matter. But what I'm seeing, where this House is descending today, you would swear that Member Saddam Hosein, Member Davish Miraj, myself, we were consulted before Senator General John Bate and Senator Alwari slow walk themselves into a conflict of interest, or even more than that. Right? You would
Point of order, 48-8.
But that is what it is.
Senator Alwari is not the subject of this motion,
No,
and you have ruled in that effect.
Yes, I have ruled, and he is a part of everything.
But his name all over the document.
This document that
His
is
name all over the
circulated,
document.
he is named. Member for Couva North, please continue.
You would have sworn that they consulted us before they slow walked into conspiracy. But they could do what they want. The point is, it is what it is. It is what it is. And I will tell the leader of the opposition, she need my advice, that these people here setting up, they want her, yes, they want her to let John Bain go. You understand? And leave Alwari.
Madam Deputy Speaker,
leave Alwari.
Standing Order 53-1E. Please, the member for Couva North should be allowed to speak in silence.
I agree. I am struggling to hear the member. So let us please continue in relative silence.
They want to get Bates out of jail.
No, they want her right where she is. because they want to get out the leader of the opposition. That's the thing. No, it's all right. It is our house. I can say what I want. You could stand up after and say what you want. That's the point.
Madam Deputy
yes,
Speaker, 48-8.
It's the same thing I had to
The
tell
leader
John
of the
Bates,
opposition is not the subject of this report. 48-8.
You understand?
I did not hear the member say anything about the member for Arima. No. Member, please continue, and member for Diego Martin Northeast. This is your final warning.
Yeah, please. Put him out.
Final warning. Put your hand on it. Put your finger on the button.
That's the point. Yes. Everybody except the leader of the opposition knows what they're about.
Correct.
But they want out. Yes, I know that. It's true. And if we know, it means all of them know. So you take basket. You take basket to this. So but that's a matter
Deputy
for you.
Speaker,
That's a matter for you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 48-1, 48-8. I am not a party to this amendment. You rule on it. They came with an amendment, you rule on it, and they're insisting, rather than deal with the amendment, to deal specifically with me. I gave the both standing orders.
Madam Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the leader of the opposition continues to disturb the member for Couva North. And therefore, if you cannot handle the heat, get out of the kitchen. If you cannot handle the heat, get out of the kitchen.
What is the standing order?
What is the standing order? The member for Couva North is being distracted by the member for Arima. So all this talk about 48-1 and 48-4 is semantics by the member for Arima. Up to now, we have not heard from the member for Arima.
Okay, yes.
What is the standing order?
Member for Arima, just for clarification, although I did not allow the amendment, the members are still allowed to give a contribution. If you give the member for Couva North some silence, she will let everyone know what she is saying. Member, continue.
What is happening here is consequences. Yes. Senator General John Bates and Alwari do track change. This is consequences. Now they don't want us to talk about it.
Yeah.
Everybody wrong except Senator John Bates and Alwari. I can't understand that. Don't take chain up. They're chaining you up. They want John Bates to be right where she is. You know. Tomorrow morning she's still senator. You understand? Because they're saying the leader weak. Right? Because they have the next one. Yes, that's it. So anyway, it goes to the heart of perhaps one of the most important functions of the parliament. It is hard to get up. The member for Barataria very kindly told me about my stellar attendance at that committee. 9 out of 10 times. I put it on my clothes in my office and say I go into committee with clean hands, telling myself, yes, we're on different sides, but you're going to do some kind of work, never knowing that these people behind your back
they were writing
their witness statement. Yes. And on top of that, but now we tell about John Bates, who it about, sir? Who is it about? But not only that, more importantly, the senator said she didn't do like Shaggy, you know. She did not say it was me, you know. She said it was me. She said I'm an honest person. Now that is an oxymoron. What she said, I'm an honest person and I admit to it. Now this should not be this kind of contentious debate. We should all be saying, bye-bye, General, bye-bye. That's what we should be saying as a parliament. Because as the member who just spoke said, the precedents, and I'm just paraphrasing here, that have been set over time relates to today, and it brings us to today. This is over time. This is behavior and action, and attitude and policies, principles over time that has brought us to today. And I felt we'd have had a clear view as to what to do, but here we are arguing and obfuscating and muddying the waters as to what has happened. The senator said it was me. So what is the argument? I don't understand what we are arguing about except to say, what are the consequences? Well, whatever. You understand? Because there must be consequences. So I'm saying, Today, Senator John Bales, it was reported, offered her resignation, and I really could take my seat right now to find out what the leader of the opposition is going to do. They are saying that it's not about you, but you are the ones, you are the leader. It's the leader's business. You understand? It's the nation's business, exactly. You understand? So, and it's not only Senator John Bates, it is also Mr. Senator Alwari. Again, it is Senator Alwari, he named on the track. His name on the track. But even more than General John Bates. And no amount of shouting, no amount of getting on and performative behavior could make us shut up. Correct. We will not have it. We are tolerating that. As a matter of fact,
Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, 48-8 again. This motion is not about the conduct of Senator Alwari.
His name is on the This is the last time I think I am going to speak on this. He is named in the report. It is very relevant to the discussion. Member, please continue.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, Senator Alwari and Senator John Bates have shown us who they are, and we believe it. Yes, yes, a brotherhood of wrongdoing, a brotherhood of wrongdoers. Wait, that's the point. The coward.
Run. Avoid the truth. The truth will prevail. You can run, but you can't hide. Shameless bunch of people. Shameless bunch of
Go and fire. Go. Get out of here. Cowards. Yes. They prefer to leave the parliament than with the woman. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, you have to leave.
Member for Couva North, would you like to continue your contribution?
Yes, I have something to say. I sit on that committee. I have been there 9 out of 10 times, and I'm beyond annoyed. You understand, to sit with Senator John Bates and Alwari. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do just what they did in the Committee for National Security, the Joint Select, because Senator Alwari is on the Energy Committee. And should he show up, we're going to show him the door. He's going to go. He has to go. We are not going to sit with him. All right? Because that is the brotherhood of wrongdoers. And we'll have no part of it. None. We'll have no part of it. So if this is the position, as we see, of the leader of the opposition, who cannot make a decision, she can't, you see what I told her today? I told her, they're setting up. She's sitting there taking basket because they wanted to do just what she did. Take no decision. Leave John Bates right where she is. That is what they wanted to do. All right? Because by next week we have a new leader of the opposition, you know. I hope you know that. All right? So get ready to say the oath. Which one? So I'm saying, if this is the position of the leader of the opposition, it raises more questions than answers. We have to ask the question, is Alwari too big to fail? Does proportionality not apply to Senator Alwari? Is it one rule for Senator John Bain? And I have to pick up for John Bain, you know, never mind how hard it is. She's a Tobagonian just like me. I know what it is to get from Tobago to get into this house, whether in opposition or government. You understand? So why it is that chain her up? And one rule for John Bates and one rule for Alwari, because it had to be somebody who told her, offer your resignation. But they know they were not going to take it. Who are they fooling? They are fooling the people of Trinidad and Tobago. They continue. So what is going to happen? Their fate is sealed. Yeah. They are going to be in opposition for the next 20 years. Correct. At least. Is it that the PNM has calculated there's nowhere back from 15-0 in Tobago, so they don't care about Tobago? So Tobago East and West, welcome. Yeah. I think they believe in Tobago, nobody lives here, so it doesn't matter. So they are willing to throw John Bates to the wolves. Madam Deputy Speaker, tell me when to stop, because the joint select committees of this Parliament and the Public Administration and Appropriating Appropriation Committee in particular, established under the various standing orders, are by their constitution bipartisan oversight mechanisms. So when you go and you sit there, you sit in good faith. Because never mind you come from different parties, you tell yourself you're coming with one agenda. You're coming to know that somebody set it. It's a setup. Because there she is. You remember the interaction we had, almost an altercation, when I'm there asking my questions. And what the question leading to, or what did they lead to, the revelation? It was that the then Minister of Health had been telling the staff and the public servants who to pay and who not to pay. That was important evidence. You understand? Madam John Bates jumped in and tell me, I am leading the witness. And I had to tell her, because I'm a good UNC. I don't know how long I've been at UNC, but I did a long time. So I got to the bone, and I tell her, you shut your mouth, don't talk until I don't talk. You understand? And basically, when you see what happened here, I know the MP Saddam failed, he would have get them to move, but you see what happened.
You run them.
Right? So the intention behind these committees, so we just have to put this on the record, is to interrogate matters of national importance. It is meant to scrutinize the administration, decisions, and expenditure of government agencies on behalf of whom? The people of the country. Right. So we are doing the people a grave disservice when we are there leading a witness, conspiring with a witness. The Alsinger questions to answer. And you have to leave him to come and answer, and we will decide whether it's truth or lie or half-truth or whatever it is, or whether he makes sense. You can't go and sit down there and lead the witness, and thank God for technology. All the track changes will rise here. Right. And as you reported, Honourable Member, Minister Saddam Hosein, that Alwari hand was in the kitty more than John Bates. Yeah. And now they wanted to take all the blows. And as a Tobagonian, I'm offended.
Why is that?
No, well, she's a Tobagonian. Why did she At least, never mind she's a PNM, that's all right. That's a mistake on her part. The next mistake. So while this membership of these committees inevitably reflects political proportionality, and whilst the affiliation of every member is publicly known, the operational expectation, and indeed the constitutional expectation, is that members act with independence, impartiality, and fidelity only to whom? The public interest. Right. Was this the case? No. So when they're running and going, they're running from the truth. Correct. That's right. That's what they're doing. They're offended by the truth. You understand? Right? But you know, we are doing as if we don't know these people. We know these people. You all will recall, and now it had no context here, it's just everything on the table. That when there was a particular exercise, and it had gotten to the point where there was a merit list, what happened? Pull it away. They went to they only pulled it away. They went to the president's house. This is behavior they are accustomed to. And snatch it. They snatch it from the president's house, and then the man was saying it wasn't me. Yeah. Until public pressure, he said, well, it's me. Well, it's me. But it ain't me. But that's a big one too. But what we know is the big one. What we know is the big one. And the other thing, again, I don't know if you recall, that at a THA election, what the results was 6 and 6. Sorry, they changed the seats. The fella went and he came into this very house. You all were sitting on the opposition side, and the man changed the seats. And his good friend, I had to say, former Senator Martin Daly, who is no friend of ours, you can't say so. He said what he did had no basis in the Constitution. He turned even Martin Daly chess with what he did. He turned it from 12 to 15. But thank God, as our leader always says, God don't sleep. He only wears pajamas. No, you get the 15-0 yet. God don't destroy a city without a warning. They hit them 12-3. That was the first report, the result that they got. All right? That was the first blow that they got out of that. Imagine that he just turned it. You got 6 and 6. The people were speaking. This was the voice of the people. They said, if we have 6 here and 6 there, come together, you all are Tobagonians, and make this work. He decided he come into this parliament. He came into this very parliament, almost right where I'm standing, and decided he's going to change the law. Can you imagine what these people will go in their brotherhood around doing? And they want to walk out here today? You understand? We are standing on the truth. And I must say that the Senator John Bates admitted. They are doing as if she didn't admit. I mean, never mind. After she admitted, she suddenly said, tell me on what standing order. Yeah, you know, you see, because somehow She had a conscience. But when she went back in the PNM, they infected her again. You understand? Say, okay, no, why you admit?
She's innocent.
You're innocent.
Yeah.
All right?
She pled guilty.
So, Madam Speaker, you cannot carry out an oversight function on behalf of a committee while seeking the interests of a witness appearing before the committee. When the committee comes to scrutinize and, in a sense, judge that witness's evidence, how can you do so when you have an interest in that statement because you have advised it and edited it? That has been judged in your own cause, and such conduct should be condemned in the strongest way possible. How on earth will the PNM win the next election with this attitude? They see nothing wrong with that. But even the member for Trinity Maloney, who spoke, and even there she kind of turned up the thing. Remember, we asked her, we did ask her, and we are very civil. We said, are you going to do, I remember you asked the question, are you going to do a minority report? What did she? She said no. A few moments later,
she is the minority. Minority report.
It's a minority report. She came here talking about, she did it the same day, as if there is an excuse. That's not the excuse. She said no. She was asked, are you going to do a, we are very civil, minority. She said no. Correct. And right after that, 360-degree turn. So nowhere, not whatever they are saying, you must not believe it. Their lips are moving. Correct. But nothing that comes out of their mouth is the truth. Nothing. So the matter raises some serious concerns. The special report records in terms which cannot be misunderstood that a senator who is also an attorney at law, so she can't plead the fifth, or in Tobago, as we say, she can't plead fully the fifth. I should finish? Okay. No, anytime you already.
Take your time
and who at the material time was a sitting member of the Public Administration and Appropriation Committee, secretly advised and assisted a witness who was scheduled to appear before that very committee. Madam Deputy Speaker, the witness in question is no ordinary witness. This witness is the former Minister of Health. I don't know, you all were in this house with him, and I will look at it on television, at least you all have to face him, and ever so often, with his arrogance, he will say, the UNC is unpatriotic. They are only happy, they only love Trinidad and Tobago when they win. That's right. But I want to tell you, the young ones who were not here for a long time. This UNC, in 2001, there was an election. You know, just in case you doubt your party. And the election results were 18-18.
I was one.
And we had the sitting Prime Minister, Mr. Pandey. And we had the popular vote. You know what we did? We are hungry for power. You know what we did? We said, President, you will adjudicate. You decide. You understand? The president came on an evening of the 24th of December 2001, and he said, habit grows in slow degrees, streaming to rivers into seas. Yes, yes, that's how he preached at us. And then he said, giving the government to Mr. Manning. Yes, yes, you have to be go to. We are easy. But you know what happened? The UNC. A good thing. We ain't cuss nobody, we ain't fight nobody. Yes. We handed over that government. We did not riot. And that is who you are. Be proud of being UNC. And I can tell you, if any one of us lose the key to our brain and do what Senator John Bates did, there will be no equivocation. There will be no question. You know what you have to do? You have to pick up your charging bundle and walk. Why you are offering your resignation? Resign. It's a setup. They're fooling the people of Trinidad and Tobago. They plan that, you know. They feel people stupid. She offering her resignation. Resign. That is what you have to do. You understand? Resign. And go about your business. You offer it, you know. It has no principle there. All right? So when the committee comes to scrutinize and, in a sense, judge that witness's evidence, how can you do so when you have an interest in that statement because you have advised and you have edited it? And how do we know? She said, yes, it was me. What is this argument about? What is this walking out about? The senator said, it was me. I am an honest person. Now that is a conflict in it too.
Yeah. Right. And next era.
oxymoron.
That's an oxymoron. Right? The big word man tell me it's an oxymoron. Right? So that has been a judge in your own cause, and such conduct should be condemned in the strongest way possible. And we felt we were coming here. When we came here, we were coming to equity. Again, let me give you a little bit of facts that you don't know. Underneath this building are the bones of the first people. So we stand on holy grounds.
We discovered that when we were...
And you know we discovered that? That's Dr. Moonilal. We moved the parliament. Yes, we worked. Man, don't let them tell you. Don't let them try to rewrite your history. The United National Congress is a government of hard work and setting high standards. We moved that parliament in 3 months when they went out for a recess, down to the waterfront. And we had to do the repairs and so on. And as we started the restoration, when they started to excavate, they found the bones. And we had to stop for 1.5 years. That is why we did not complete the restoration. All right? So your party is a proud party. It's a fantastic party. It's a party of achievement. So, and great history, exactly. And we don't tamper with witness statement, right? So this matter raises the most serious concerns. The special report records, and I was very happy that the Honorable Saddam Hussein was so helpful in going through this thing with a fine-tooth comb, but I'm looking at it from the position of the committee. In terms which can be misunderstood, that a senator who is also an attorney at law, who at the material time was a sitting member of the Public Administration and Appropriation Committee, secretly, as we said, and we said that, well, you would have heard that several times. Now, the point I want to make is that Mr. Dialsing is no ordinary witness. The very ministers whose stewardship of the pharmaceutical procurement system over the period 2015 to 2020, and again from 2020 to 2025, is the central object of the committee's inquiry. This is the same inquiry which has unearthed, on the committee's own evidence, 2,761 instances in which drug approvals were granted ultra-vires, the Food and Drugs Act, over the period 2015 to 2024. You see why they want to come out? They want us to keep this quiet. You understand? They bring a minority report to cast aspersion on the Speaker of the House with the chairman, right? To muddy the water, to divert attention with nonsense. You understand? But they're not telling you that coming out of the evidence that he is leading in a very competent way. All right? What has come out is that the committee's own evidence, 2,761 instances in which drug approvals were granted ultra-vires, the Food and Drugs Act, over the period 2015 to 2024, together with 157 special permission permits in respect of which the documentation is missing. They don't want you to know that. They're talking a lot of nonsense on that side, all right, and trumping up drama, very performative. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the manner in which the misconduct came to light with respect is almost cinematic. Our great MP said that, if not comedic, it was a comedy of errors. The committee, having directed Mr. Dialsing to submit his evidence in writing, received from him on the 8th of April 2026 a memorandum entitled Dialsing Public Inquiry Statement Draft 3. And that was the document. When it was opened, you saw the fingers of conspiracy all over it. Senators John Bates and Faris Anwari in its metadata and tracked changes. So we have to ask, with all the jumpiness across there, was the senator's action unilateral? You think she acted alone? No. Was it unilateral? Why the jumpy so? You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have seen this conduct before with the members of the opposition, and as I said already, whilst they were in government, right? We saw it over and over and over. So when a speaker appears before the committee, any of the parliamentary committee, witnesses are expected to give evidence, to assist the committee, to produce reports that will shape the people's policy. To properly shape the people's policy, the committee needs the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You have to believe in the other person. It doesn't matter that it's a different party. You have to believe that they are coming there with clean hands, and we are all seeking the same truth. So it does not need edited truth, it does not need track change truth, and it does not need manipulated truth. So what has brought us here today, Madam Deputy Speaker? When confronted with this electronic evidence at the committee's 8th meeting on the 13th of April 2026, the senator did not deny it, as I had said before. She admitted it. And even the member for Trinity Maloney said, this is something we can't condone. I don't know what that behavior was about today, because you couldn't condone it then. But what was this? This was saying, Madam Senator John Bates, come safe in the arms of the PNM, the brotherhood, the Kuskunusku.
Whatever it is.
You understand? You know, they look out for each other. Suddenly, it's not about her and her attitude. It's about Mr. Saddam, it's about me, it's about this one and that one. All right? And they don't care about this house that they said, this didn't happen today. It was many years of precedence, many years of persons coming here and debating just as we debate, without fear or favor, malice or ill will. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not a procedural irregularity. It is not an administrative slip. It is, as the committee itself described it in plain language at paragraph 15 of its special report, conduct which can be fairly be described as a conspiracy to commit contempt of the Parliament. And this must not go without consequences. Refuse to accept it. And they could jump high, they could jump low. They could do what they want. They could walk out. We are going to insist on consequences. Senator John Bates must go. Senator Alwari must go. And we must not depart from that. That is the only consequence that we are willing to accept. So the senator placed herself by her own conduct and by her own admission in the textbook position of conflict. So all the distortion and contortion and what have you, and performative behavior, we are not interested. She became infected with such conflict that one might venture to say she developed a procedural and ethical split personality. The committee's handling of the senator and these concerns are noted. I'm just going through the report. The committee itself has indicated, paragraph 14 of its report, that it will continue to investigate. Well, the leak, because they were talking about who leaked what and so on. But I don't think that's the material issue. The issue is that when we sit here, we come to get the truth. So, implication for parliamentary oversight. Madam Deputy Speaker, if this conduct were to be left unaddressed, there would be serious consequences, such as 1, the erosion of the authority of every joint select committee of this Parliament. 2, the undermining of the doctrine of accountability in our public administration. And 3, the creation of a perception, both at home and abroad, that the oversight process of this Parliament can be manipulated for parties and our personal advantage. It means, in a nutshell, anything cannot go. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the work of the Public Administration and Appropriation Committee, as any other JSC, is not a private affair between members. It is conducted on the behalf of the citizens of this Republic who have, on the committee's own evidence, been exposed to a pharmaceutical procurement regime in which thousands of approvals were granted outside the four corners of the law. This is not about friendship. This is not about PNM. This is about the red, white, and black, Trinidad and Tobago. So they are entitled to expect that the committee inquiring into that regime is not itself compromised and having one of the perpetrators they must face consequences. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, today as a Parliament, we are entrusted with a sacred duty to defend this Parliament, its integrity, and to uphold our democracy. Senator Faris Alwari of Senior Counsel, who also edited that memorandum, and whose name appears prominently and frequently, must also be called to account. We reject the principle of sacred cows, where in the PNM it appears 2 of their members are guilty of behavior unbecoming, yet only one they seem to be slow walking to any kind of consequence, and we don't know yet. So justice must be even-handed, and it must be seen to be done. That's right. So, I know this is Friday night. It cannot be right that Senator John Bates is thrown under the bus and Senator Faris Alwari is left untouched in his ivory tower. That is not justice. So today it is left to this honorable House to ensure that justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done. The Express editorial has asked, and in this case, both of them, it's not only John Bates, in the case of the Express editorial, they said that Senator Bates must step aside, and she must. So today we demand the resignation of both Senator Faris Alwari and Senator John Bates. Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Member for Birchwood.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Floor.
Madam, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, may I begin where I imagine other colleagues may end later by congratulating you on your tenacity, your courage, your strength, and your calmness in dealing with what was an unruly, motley crew moments ago before they departed the chamber, as they are wont to do when they face the fire of the United National Congress. Madam Deputy Speaker, this matter came before us today and is clear-cut. It's very clear-cut. But I had to respond to statements made by the member for Trin-City, Maloney, who also ran away from the Parliament in shame, having raised very serious and almost scandalous matters, then disappeared into the evening, Madam Speaker. The member for Sama Barataria is alerting us that she normally leaves post-tea, but not pre. Normally leave post, yes. But remained to put bacchanal and scandal on the record, and then cannot stay in the House to defend it, to take a vote and stand and say, we don't support this, we don't support that. Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise because we have to be very clear here. We reject totally the minority report. We reject totally the minority report. And you know, the member said and used the term minority report about 45 times. You know the members of this committee are? Mr. Jagdev Singh, MP Chairman, Mr. Devish Maharaj, Vice Chairman, Ms. Jearlean John, Dr. Marlene Arts, Mrs. Camille Robinson-Regis, Professor Prakash Prasad, Mr. Saddam Hosein, Mr. Leroy Battis, Mr. David Naked, and of course the offending party was also a member of the committee. Now no longer a member of the committee. The minority report the member talking about is Trin-City Maloney. She is the minority. She's a minority of one. She alone constitutes that minority report and would not even say that it is my report, I alone, I stand by this and nobody else stand with this. She stand alone and ran away when confronted with this matter. Madam Speaker, the member made a statement which we took objection to, looked at this side of the House and said all of them have questions to answer. Who all of them? There are 28 members here. Who have questions to answer? And what is the question? What is the question? They have formed their politics. They have lost elections on this propaganda. In the public space, the member for Trin-City Maloney, I have had to endure almost 10 years of the PNM making statements about myself and others here, but I don't wish to raise other matters because the member raised the matter, making statements about those who fraternize and know gang leaders and all that type of thing. Madam Speaker, I was a member of the National Security Council. They fabricated and concocted persons to come before that committee and raise all type of questions about myself, then Senator John, then Senator Khadija Amin as well. Came before, fabricated, manufactured, concocted, calculated, measured, all type of reports without testing, without asking myself. In fact, on that committee, it is a matter of public record. Public. The then chairman, Mr. Fitzgerald Hines, he called in one, he called in two, he extracted from their mouth a particular statement when the time came that I could ask a question to persons who were making statements. He said, we need to take a washroom break. He took a washroom break for 10 years. He never came back. That was the end of a committee meeting where the verbatim note said, the chairman said, we'll take a washroom break. And never came back. Because you know why? He did not want myself and others to test the evidence, to ask questions. The then acting commissioner of police, one Mr. Irvin Hackshaw, my lawyer Israel Khan, had to write the then Commissioner acting of police and say, my client, they have made statement about him. Is it true or not, or is there a matter being investigated? We have a letter from the acting Commissioner of Police then, Mr. Hackshaw, indicating that the member for Arapooch East is not the subject of any investigation at all dealing with gangs. When the Prime Minister then, Dr. Rowley, heard that, he wanted to fire Hackshaw. People know that. He wanted to fire, he called on the Commissioner of Police then to go and fire him and discipline him. How we could write a statement, how we could write a letter to Moonilal lawyer saying that Moonilal is not the subject of any investigation or inquiry. That is the issue. 10 years later, I have to stand and tell her she fabricated that. The member for Trinity Maloney came in this house and read what she alleged was a search warrant. That is where she got the title WPC from. Because only a WPC could read a warrant. And 10 years she has never been promoted from a WPC. I tell her she should talk to Anand Ramlogan. He just deal with them matters. That is where Trinity Maloney got that title WPC from. Because she read what was purported to be a search warrant. Madam Speaker, in the 10 intervening years, they have not searched house, car, locker, washroom, nothing. Manufactured, invented. That member, when served as a government minister under the late Patrick Manning, took a credit card from her ministry and buy what?
Wig.
Bought wig that was apparently unused. But took a government credit card and bought unused wigs, lamps, chandelier, some treatment for some problems. And what else? Toys? Do you know the member for Trinity Maloney is the reason why no cabinet minister has a credit card today?
A government credit card.
A government credit card? There was a time in this country where cabinet ministers had government credit cards to travel and conduct business, bring in their receipts and things. Since that member's tenure, no cabinet minister has a government credit card because of her.
What a bank transaction?
Then there was a bank transaction involving this member where they couldn't explain a movement of monies involving FCB. And the same, it was Faris Alwari, senator, it is public record, said he, as Attorney General, called the bank and called other personalities in the financial sector and said there was nothing wrong with that. Everything check out, everything good. But the member for Trinity Maloney could not explain over $100,000 in movements and where you got it from. That is the member who stood up there and asked. All of them have questions. What question these members have to come? They now come on the compound last year. They now reach here. What question they have to answer? What question did these members here on the side have to answer? What question anybody? An answer to whom? Trinity Maloney? They have questions to answer. Today, did you hear the member for Trinity Maloney brought a minority report? It's a fascinating statement. And read, this is why I asked the question deliberately. I said, could you please quote what you're saying that the speaker and the member and the chairman has some conflict of interest and things. Could you just tell me the quote, where you got this from? You know why? We wanted to hear where you got it from. You got it from a newspaper article in 2024. 2024, it was in the public domain. When that inquiry started, the member for Trinity or any member of the opposition, did Senator John Bates raise an objection and say, Mr. Chairman, we have on the public records where you may have some interaction with that industry. Could you please explain and consider recusal? They did not. Wrote a letter after the Mark Boss on Senator Bates. They wrote that letter after. You know why? So they could come to the parliament and obfuscate is the big word. North. And confuse.
I use that word.
You use a big word. Confuse. They raised that matter involving the member, the chairman, so they could confuse the issue. So when the public listened to it, they say, oh, well, the Senator Bates really did a wrong. But maybe the chairman, that is what the purpose was for. Because that matter is quoted from a newspaper article of the Express in 2024. 2 full years ago. Yes. January, I think. So you knew that. It was in the public domain. That is not a secret. The chairman did not hide anything. It was in the public domain. Why did you not, at the beginning of the inquiry, go on record and say, Mr. Chairman, okay, recuse yourself? Yeah, what is that about? What's that about? What's that about? Could you consider, explain to the committee before, what's that about? Yes. No, but you come now, when they are lined up, Senator Bates lined herself up to go to the gallows, you come now and say, hold on, she shouldn't go alone, give her a little company. Yeah. Yeah, and carry the person who exposing. You see, you not understand what has happened. Now they're in a difficult position because they are trying, as Senator John, as MP Minister Kuvanot said, they have been caught in about several monkey pants at the same time.
And they're trying to catch the leader of the opposition.
Yeah, they're trying to catch the leader of the opposition. They are trying to protect one. They have the Mr. Proportionality that they can't touch. He too big because they depend on money. So they're really caught in no man's land. And what will happen is that the flood will come and take all of them. All will fall with that. You see, the consequence here, Trinity Maloney stand up one time. Huh? Let me tell you, tonight, Minister Zakour will notice that PTSC has one bus less. One bus less, because they take a bus and they pelt Senator Bates under the bus. Yeah, they took a bus and they pelt you under the bus. The Trinity Maloney members said in the beginning, this was wrong. We don't accept that. It should not have happened. This was bad and so on. They throw under the bus. Yes. But there's a next issue. A major function of every member of parliament, and particularly in opposition. Particularly because opposition by definition would have less persons than government. A major function is the committee system of parliament. So if a member cannot sit on a committee and is removed from one committee for a course of conduct which is abominable, what, they will sit on the next committee?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I read something in the newspaper, it is in the public domain, that in another committee, they had cause to run the member out there too. I saw it in the newspaper. Yeah, a report has been made. Right. So in a joint select committee on national security, they chase out it. Then they chase out of appropriation. Then they will chase out of justice. Then they will chase out of physical planning. Then they will chase out of sport and culture. So, and then out of the parliament, what are you doing as an opposition member in the Senate if you cannot, you are disqualified from all committees? What are you doing? You come in what to eat? What you come in for? To dress up, put on clothes and have a snack? Because you cannot serve on a committee. No committee will have confidence in you. And the senator, as I said elsewhere, I have no malice. I have no ill will against this Senator John Bates. In fact, to be honest, I'm unfamiliar with her. When I saw her for the first time, I asked the member for Baratara Sarah, who is this? I didn't know it could have been an attendant, an employee of the parliament. I didn't know, but I have respect. He said, no, that is a member. And that member is so on. So I said, okay, I don't know. So I have no malice. I have no ill will. But what I can tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, is I have sat in this parliament for 25 years. 25 elected years. I've served on committees that I cannot remember. I remember the bankruptcy committee because I remember I didn't want to get bankrupt. I remember the media committee because that committee made all these things possible with broadcasts and so on. I have a few others over the years, but good bit. And the committee system operates this way. In fact, I have served for maybe 2 decades or so on the privileges committee. And do you know in some of those committees, your own colleagues come before you, by definition. Because if you're on the privilege committee, your own colleague may be accused of something and come before you. Do you know you cannot talk to your own colleagues? There was an experience once on the privilege committee where a member of our party, the UNC, came before, persecuted by the PNM, came before the privileges committee, and I could not even speak to that person. If we go to a meeting, I couldn't sit down next to the person, and that is my MP colleague, because I said, you see this? Somebody will say I'm on the privileges committee, and look, I'm chatting here, and they will feel that, I'm trying to give you some idea or give you information, and tampering with witness and so on. At that time, didn't have track change, I think. It only had railway track.
You're only tracking.
There had no track change them time, Those times you can't talk to somebody. If you eat a pack of nuts with somebody, they think that you're giving information. So we had to stay away even from our own colleagues when you're on a committee like that. And you will tell me in this day, 2026, the member for Trinity Maloney and others are defending someone who has admitted that they contacted a witness. When I heard this statement from the member for Sama Barataria, there's a show on TV, it keeps repeating itself as well, but nice, called Criminal Minds. Yeah, but this is a criminal mind that actually gets a witness, tells the witness 25 times, and one member tells the witness 257 times, say this, do that, set up yourself like that, and hold on, let me change, I'm going in the jury room. I'm in the jury room, hold on, wait. But that's a criminal mind. And then calls into a committee, and the member for Sawabarja read the reports, verbatim report, and then pulls from the mouth of the witness information that you reeled into the mouth of the witness. So you give the mouth of the witness information and what to say, and then reel it out.
And then tell we're going too far.
And say we're going too far, because apparently when you go far, it was outside of the 257 changes they made. There's a criminal enterprise. There's a criminal enterprise. In fact, if you do that, I dare to say, outside somewhere in the magistrate court, the member for Toko, Manzanilla, and so on can tell us better. And he made some very important interventions today, not taking the floor, but from what I heard, he made very important interventions today. Yeah, and observations, and which we support. He was very clear. Madam Deputy Speaker, if you go outside in the magistrate court, in the high court, criminal court, and you do something like this, what is the consequences? 25 years in jail? I don't know. You do that here, and you say, now hold on, we want to talk about the member for the chairman. And then come to everybody, have questions. They spent 10 years persecuting members on this side, members of the UNC. They spent $200 million chasing members on this side to see if we did anything wrong in government. They can't find nothing, A higher SRP Kate in England, she condemned into spending 45 million TT dollars that we know of. Can't find anything on any member. Cannot find anything on any member. Coming today, they say we defend this criminal conduct. We defend that.
And never pay WPC.
Yeah, at the WPC. Getting on with that, Madam Speaker. And then want to be obnoxious in her presentation. Obnoxious to accuse members of this side, of this or that. And the member for Arima, drifting in and out the house. She drifts in and out.
They have just what they want to.
Yeah, there's a consciousness issue there. In and out of consciousness, politically speaking. Politically speaking, in and out of consciousness. And say, but don't push me, don't pressure me. Don't pressure me, don't push me. It's my decision to make, I'll do what I want. Yeah, that's not all your business. It is the business of the people of Trinidad and Tobago when a member of parliament display that criminal conduct. It is the business of Trinidad and Tobago. The member for Arima said, well, don't push me, don't tell me nothing. Hold on, I'll make my decision. What decision? The member for Kuva North was spot on. All they're doing is delaying. So next week, they're praying that this parliament, what to come to an end the first year? They're praying for that. And hoping we'll take a long break, and then Senator John Bates will put on a new dress and come back to the next place. Yeah, people forget. You'll forget that. You'll move on. Senator Alwari, well, he will come back with Suraj and Surat and so on. And put a towel in the front pocket of the jacket and come back. And then everybody forget that. Everybody forget the 257 track change. For what is this name? The former Minister of Health. So this is the issue. That's why we cannot let go of this issue. It speaks to everything about governance, accountability, track record. And we made an important point. This matter here, with pharmaceuticals involved billions of dollars that they want to cover up. They want to cover up the track changes, which I read, Madam Speaker, it is in the report. When I read the track changes, they speak to a cover-up, to influencing a witness to cover up whether or not he directed the payments to specific suppliers. This matter must be reopened and investigated again properly by the police, by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And those members must be questioned as to what they were doing with track changes, towards what end. We know it was wrong in parliamentary terms, but to what end were they doing that? Who were they covering up for? Which group of financiers? Which group of criminals and crooks involved in that sector that they are defending? That is a deeper issue. It's just that the lady was, as I said, was under the bus. And somebody will come next week from their side again, and they will end up under a bus again. That is normal. But the deeper issue is, why were you protecting the former minister in a matter where billions of dollars must be accounted for, and how you spend it, and who you give? As if to suggest, I read again the statement that was circulated here in the report, where you are telling him, say this, say Miss So-and-so tell you that. You never knew that. Is the PS tell you that? And say that. Don't go and say that you make any decision to do this and do that. And they have the gall to come here and defend that. Accusing us when we were in government 2010-15, I think, there. Yes? Telling us how we favored this one and favored that one. Today, 10 years later, you cannot find one criminal charge or a criminal offense committed by any member of the government of 2010 to 15 under the leadership of Mrs. Kamala Prasad. That's a fact. Huh? Let me repeat that. The government of 2010 to 2015, led by the member for Siparia, not one minister of government of that period has faced any criminal prosecution for the conduct of the business of the government of Trinidad and Tobago. None, none, none. And all they have is propaganda, old talk. That is what they are concerned. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it was not really my intention to contribute too long on this matter. But I was provoked and upset. And I told my own colleagues when Trincity Maloney was making those statements, I told them, let me listen to her carefully. You notice I didn't get up too often because I wanted to hear where she was coming from. And that member for Trincity Maloney has absolutely no shame. She has no shame. They have no conduct. They have no, no decency, no morality, no here. They have nothing, Madam Speaker. They have nothing, Madam Speaker. Nothing. They have no shame to come in this parliament today and raise questions about probity, accountability, governance. They have none. And against members of the United National Congress for what they did for 10 years while we were sitting there in the opposition. And the Speaker, the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, I must say, I have been there for many years, including the last 10 years, and a former Speaker of this House would never have permitted that type of thing from members of the UNC in opposition. What? There was a famous saying, take a walk. Take a walk. Sit down.
Look at me in the eyes.
Look me in the eyes. Once telling me I don't withdraw properly. I mean, Madam Deputy Speaker, the last speaker, some statement I made. And with my experience, Madam Deputy Speaker, the last speaker of this House brought the House into disrepute, and I could say that by the treatment of members of the opposition, democracy. Man, this woman, they put you out for how you dress. They put you out for how you dress. If you watch hard, if you don't watch. And then what? There was a famous one, the decibel. The decibel, they're accusing members the decibel too high. So we had to get from the EMA some measuring device for noise or something. When we come in, speak at a certain decibel here. And that is how they conduct. If you stand in this hour of the night and they wanted to go home as government, everything you say is irrelevant and time to wind up. If you stand up in this House to make a contribution as a member of the opposition, and they decided that the Minister of Finance then, Diego Martin Northeast, had to wind up, man, 10 of you could stand up. Yeah. She said, I didn't see. One day we screamed, she said, I didn't hear. That is the conduct that they had for the last 10 years. Today, both the Speaker of this House of Representatives and the Deputy Speaker allow the greatest latitude. Yes. Listen, allow them to speak, allow them to get up. And they still, Madam Speaker, will not behave. They will not, as the leader of the government always said, they cannot behave. They will not behave. And they will continue this course of destructive and disruptive conduct. And the member for Port of Spain, North, St. Anne's West, he will be guilty with all of them. They are the usual suspects. It's just he didn't show up today. But he will be guilty with all of them. He goes to Venezuela to disrupt our national energy policy. They come in Parliament to disrupt our parliamentary policy. And they talk about patriotism. That's what they talk about. Madam Deputy Speaker, they are a disruptive bunch. They undermine the interests of Trinidad and Tobago, in Trinidad and Tobago, outside of Trinidad and Tobago. They are up to no good. And this is why they will, this is why I promise you, you will see on a Friday night, when they get the blows from the UNC government, they will run away into the darkness of St. Vincent Street. They will run away into the darkness of St. Vincent Street. It's no longer dark? TNTech light up. Right. Add that to the 26,000 lights they repair. They will run away every Friday when they face the fire of this government, and when we remind them of their sins. Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Couva South.
Couva South.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise at 9 p.m. in the House of Representatives, and I want to put the national community and the opposition on alert that every elected member of the government bench is prepared to contribute on this motion and will speak before the night or the morning ends. So those who are looking at us from other spaces and places on the compound, go and get your toothbrush, your coffee, your Milo, your cricks. We are here for the long haul because we are here to represent the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Deputy Speaker, the last member to speak on the opposition bench was representative of all of their speakers thus far here and in the other place on this particular issue as it relates to the report coming from the PAAC. That was wrong and strong. None of them, inclusive of the member for Rima, is yet to account to the people of Trinidad and Tobago with respect to the conduct of both Senator Bates and Senator Al-Rawi. All members opposite, their major issue was why is the government drawing Senator Al-Rawi into this matter? Madam Deputy Speaker, there's a fundamental issue in this matter that has not been raised in this House, but I know it has been raised in the other place with respect to this PAAC report. While we speak about the conduct of members, I also heard the member for Couva North. The member for Couva North said, but we are dealing with this matter. The member in question has admitted the wrongdoing and the implication of her conduct in this matter. But what is the consequence? What is the consequence? I want to congratulate a colleague who sits in the other place, Senator Anil Roberts. Senator Anil Roberts raised a critical, but to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, the most important matter that will come out of this PAAC report, which subsequently will be ventilated continuously as the work of the committee progresses. And that has to do with a white elephant that was confronted by Senator Roberts in today's sitting of the House as it relates to misbehavior in public office. Madam Deputy Speaker, Misbehavior in public office carries a criminal offense. Up to this time, no member has introduced that point in the debate as it relates to the report in this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, the member for Couva North spoke about consequences, and I want to turn your attention to some research in this particular matter. Madam Deputy Speaker, if you would allow me to quote from the Law of Privilege, 2nd edition, Editor Bankim Tancoo, Queen's Counsel. And this is what it had to say as it relates, Madam Deputy Speaker, to a defense that is being parroted when asked about his own conduct in this matter, because all members opposite who were here before, they know very well they want to see the back of Senator Al-Rawi. All of them. The member for Arima knows her own trials and tribulations that she faces. Had that member remained in this House as a member for San Fernando West, I can tell you, the member for Arima will not be sleeping as easily as she does today. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is what page 196 of that book, authored by the Queen's Counsel, has to say. Item 1, the crime fraud exception, 4.36. Probably the most important and well-known exception to legal professional privilege is the crime of fraud exception. The exception provides that there is no privilege in documents or communications which are themselves part of a crime or fraud. Madam Deputy Speaker, let us get it very clear what brought us today to deal with this report. It is the conduct of a member in exercising her duty as a member of the committee, failing to acknowledge, conspiring against the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, which is tantamount, Madam Speaker, to misbehavior in public office. When you sit as a senator, a member of parliament, a minister of government, a local government representative, a mayor, a chairman, you have a sacred duty to uphold the role and responsibility that you have been entrusted in as a member holding that public office to ensure that you do not bring that office into disrepute. Could the member, Senator Janelle Bates, say that she has not done that? The member admits, and it is in the report, and therefore it introduces a fundamental question of what is the consequence. This is not a simple slap on the wrist. It is not a simple removal from a committee. It is not a simple removal from the Parliament or the Senate of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. If the member for Arima had any decency, by now the lingering silence that remains in the public space would no longer be lingering. You have the opportunity to stand in the highest court of the land and account to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and tell them whether or not you, as a leader of the opposition, have trust, faith, and confidence in that senator to continue upholding the law and the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The member for Arima failed to do that. But the member for Arima and others opposite, failing to debate the report, is dancing around the real issue that the editorials are refusing to confront, that members of their own bench here and elsewhere is refusing to frontally deal with. And that has to do with misbehavior in public office. When then asked about his own conduct, Senator Al-Rawi claims, what is it, member for Barataria Sanwan? Legal professional privilege. Madam Speaker, I'm sharing with you what the Queen's Counsel had to say about the defense of legal professional privilege in an instance when one can say that this very matter frontally deals with an issue of whether or not criminal conduct is at the center of this particular issue. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we in the government here and in the other place, it is our responsibility to call a spade, because that is what it is. It is not just simply an issue of track changes being put onto a document, being shared and interpreted. And up to this time, we only know about two, out of their own stupidity and foolishness. We only know about two. But what is to say that other members were not involved in that? What is to say that members of the opposition of this House was not involved in that? They have all tainted the offices, Madam Deputy Speaker, that they were entrusted to hold by the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Queen's Counsel said in this document, the exception provides that there is no privilege in documents or communications which are themselves part of a crime or fraud. Can we say that the amendment of that document based on information that the members, not one member, but two may have had who are sitting in the Senate of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago does not constitute a fraud? Is that what we are saying? That it does not constitute a fraud? Madam Deputy Speaker, the document further says, which seek or give legal advice about how to facilitate the commission of a crime or fraud, as set out further below, it may be more apposite to refer to the principle as the inquiry exception in the light of recent cases which suggest that the type of conduct required for the exception to apply may fall short of a crime or fraud. 4.37 paragraph went on to say, the decision traditionally cited as the basis for the exception is R versus Cox and Railton. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Queen's Counsel went on to say, which was an appeal against a conviction of the two defendants for conspiracy to defraud. Madam Speaker, are you hearing that? The issue before the court was whether the evidence of the solicitor who had been consulted by the defendants had been properly admitted. The evidence of the solicitor was that the defendants had consulted him after a Mr. Monster had spoken with him. Madam Deputy Speaker, having laid the foundation of where we started, now having this report before both houses of the Parliament, there's now two motions of privilege in the other place brought against both senators. We don't know, we cannot predetermine what the Committee of Privilege will do in those circumstances. But what we can assure Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the government will not allow this issue to rest. Because this issue, as I indicated before, it is not a simple issue of a slap on the wrist. It is not a simple issue of breaching parliamentary rules, procedures, and protocol. But rather it is something much bigger than all of us. I sat here like the member for Oropuch East, being lectured for 10 years by the former member for San Fernando West, who would come and speak about proportionality, who have questions to answer, to follow the money, who misbehaved in public office. Today, the member is ducking and running from members of the media when they frontally asked him about his role and his conduct in this matter. But Madam Deputy Speaker, it was once said to a Speaker of the House who went on to be placed under house arrest, you can run, but you cannot hide. You can run, but you cannot hide. I heard the member for Trin-City Maloney in this sort of gangster badge-on style. Didn't speak, didn't come to the parliament for the first 6 months. Had not a word to say. But Madam Deputy Speaker, when you talk about fall from grace, that is not the member for Trin-City Maloney, because it wasn't grace she fell from. She just fell and continues to fall. But I heard the honourable member tell the member for Barataria San Juan, let me not talk about you. Telling the member for Barataria San Juan, let me not talk about you. But then I also heard the member for Barataria San Juan offer some advice to the member for Trin-City Maloney. But I want to tell the member for Trin-City Maloney, who had some problems with her domestic help, who was overly helpful domestically to her, who was overly helpful domestically to the member for Trin-City Maloney. Had she spent more time at home, she might not have needed that help. Instead, she used to come here to read what? Search warrant. She used to come here to tell who have questions to answer. Had she been answering the questions at home, the Financial Intelligence Unit may not have been looking for her. Madam Deputy Speaker, they say people who live in glass houses should not tell stones. She had all manner of things to say about colleagues opposite. I want to tell the member for Aruka Maloney, I sat down, Trin-City Maloney, I sat down quietly, waiting patiently for my opportunity. Because none of us on this side of the house are afraid of any one of them. So when you want to tell a decent human being like the member for Barataria San Juan, who subscribes to the tenets of Islam, who lives his life like that, they come here and they throw out words and they cast aspersions. That is the same politics the member for Oropuch East was talking about. They hope that they throw these political bogies. It will stick on members' days for that type of nasty, stinking politics, and the PNM is over. We are not tolerating that. If the member for Trin-City Maloney cannot deal with that she's no longer leader of government business, you know, she used to talk to me when we were in opposition. Now she don't talk to me at all. But I understand the complexity the member has. The member thought that she was running this country, and maybe she very well was during 2015 to 2025. That is why we ended up in the mess that we are in today. But when you want to talk about members who have questions to answer, tell us about the HDC contracts that you gave to members in the other place in millions of dollars under your watch. Tell us about the millions of dollars in MTS where members of the other place appointed by the member for Arima, and I heard my colleague speak about the decisiveness, the direction, the conduct, the rationale of the member for Arima. The member for Arima spends a lot more time outside the chamber than inside of the chamber. When she does walk in, it's as though that she is half asleep. And that, I think, was the consciousness or lack thereof the member for Oropuch East was talking about. But, Madam Speaker, today we are dealing with a serious matter like this, but they had no answers. They had not one coherent answer in terms of the conduct of first Senator Bates and secondly, Senator Al-Rawi. What the member for Trin-City Maloney attempted to do was drag the substantive Speaker of the House into the debate based on things that he may have said years ago. But instead of dealing with the issue of nepotism, of corruption, of misbehavior in public office, the member sought to shift the goalpost by saying, let's not deal with the issue, let us deal with the conduct of the Speaker. If they want to bring a motion on the conduct of the substantive Speaker, they are well within their right to do so. But in an attempt to deflect attention from the conduct of Bates and Al-Rawi and the lack of action from the member for Arima, because all of them, like Jack in a box, every 2 minutes the member for Arima and the member for Diego Martin Northeast, who is hoping that the member for Arima, should she survive these 5 years, will keep him in the next round. They were only concerned that we were calling upon the member for Arima to explain to the national community what she was going to do in light of the growing, alarming calls in the public space for her to act. Instead, the member for Arima, beating up herself, sitting down there, quarreling across the aisle, chose to behave in that manner as opposed to doing what was right in the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and also in the interests of the people of the who support the PNM. Who support the PNM, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the member for Barataria San Juan started his contribution by putting it squarely in context that today was a defining moment, like many other times when we are called upon, in good times and in bad, to make a conscious decision on a matter that we may not really be comfortable with, but based on our constitutional duty that we have to perform. No amount of running from the media, no amount of running from the Parliament will protect the member in the Senate, Senator Bates and Senator Al-Rawi, from the consequences of their action. One cannot rely on legal professional privilege, as I've enunciated earlier. The second one, having admitted to the offense, tonight we must very well call upon the Commissioner of Police. With the failure of the member for Arima to act in the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, we must very well call on the Commissioner of Police to determine whether or not this is a matter of misbehavior in public office. Because this is tampering with an issue where the Parliament, through its committee, is determining several matters, inclusive of the conduct of the former member for St. Joseph, former Minister of Health. And when you hear in that committee, Madam Deputy Speaker, that witnesses are being called, and you are hearing from those witnesses that instructions were given. These were not my words. These were not the words of the member for Barataria San Juan. It was not the words of the member for Couva North. It was not the words of the member for St. Joseph, who are the government members of this committee. Those were not our words. When the officials from NIPDEC, the officials from Ministry of Health, appeared before the committee, what they shared with the national community is the conduct of the former member for St. Joseph, Minister of Health, in calling and instructing payments to be made to select contractors. That is what was said before the committee. And therefore, when Minister John, member for Couva North, say to you and say to the national community that the issue before the committee, one of the issues before the committee, has to do with potential corruption, nepotism, interference, collusion, that all falls under the area of misbehavior in public office. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it is beyond me beyond me. There's the semantics of what the standing orders of the Parliament provides for in terms of the Privileges Committee. It will be played out in terms of the right to be heard, the terms of reference of the committee, etc. But the elephant that was confronted today, and as I said, I must congratulate Senator Roberts, because they know everybody's business. They know everybody who have question to answer. They know everybody who have search warrant. But if they were minding their own business, they would have known they had two senators sitting down and colluding with a former minister to save himself from the repercussions of his own actions. And Madam Deputy Speaker, listening to the member for Trin-City Maloney attempting to waffle her way through her contribution by indicating that there was some sort of sinister motive of the substantive speaker, and referring to one Jagdev Singh trying to put on his hat as attorney at law, then put on his hat as a chairman, then put on his hat as Speaker of the House of Representatives. Nothing was more disingenuous than that contribution made by the member for Trin-City Maloney. But I am not surprised. That has been the hallmark. The member for Trin-City Maloney forgot that the former Prime Minister Patrick Manning sent her packing for a reason. Yes. And the only reason the former member for Diego Martin West brought her back was to do the political dirty work and nastiness that she continued today. But you know, they said at one point in time that they were in charge. Today, I think they got a dose of their own medicine, because we have demonstrated to them that we are not taking their political hypocrisy. We're not entertaining that. We are not entertaining that, especially from that member for Trin-City Maloney, standing up here beating her chest as though she's pious and holier than thou. She wants to lecture to one Jagdev Singh. That member for Trin-City Maloney. Let us not talk about her shoes or any other things, please. I think the member for Urpuch East sufficiently regaled us with all the purchases on the government credit card. The member for Trin-City Maloney was not interested in the defense of the people, the tax-paying people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Deputy Speaker, when you hear at that committee that millions, tens of millions of dollars in pharmaceuticals have to be disposed out of NIPDEC because of over-ordering, with no direction in terms of coming from Ministry of Health what is needed, no assessment happening in terms of the RHAs advising what medication is needed. They were just ordering willy-nilly. And you have to ask yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I know you are in the medical field as well, what was the motive that the former Minister of Health, former member for St. Joseph, and thank God we have a good member for St. Joseph now in the Minister of Justice. What was the motive? And I heard a member speak about collusion. These are the things that we were hoping that members opposite would have clarified for us in terms of telling us, well, no, Senator Bates and Senator Al-Rawi, that they were not trying to protect the member for St. Joseph on these critical issues. No denial up to now from the member for Remo or any other member that Senator Bates and Senator Al-Rawi were not attempting to cover up corruption that was happening in NIPDEC and in the Ministry of Health. Madam Speaker, we have heard a lot, and you'll continue to hear a lot, because all members are prepared to speak. But let us put the report before the House into context. Let us look at the matter before us in terms of the seriousness of what is before us. And therefore, opening Pandora's box here this evening, opening Pandora's box, but opening Pandora's box truthfully. Truthfully, that is the difference, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm just following in the vein of Senator Arnold Roberts, that this matter is not just simply an issue of privilege. It is not just simply an issue of process. I heard today one of the president's appointees, Senator Vieira, talking about that the substantive issue should not supersede process. Should not supersede process. So, Madam Speaker, if we were to listen to the senator, one of the president's pick, if we were to take what Senator Vieira had to say, throw out everything out the window. Because in his opinion, process wasn't followed. Madam Deputy Speaker, when you look at the report, it does not prevent the continuation of the work of the committee. It does not prevent the continuation of the work of the committee on this particular matter. The member for Barataria San Juan outlined at the very start the sequence in which we arrived to where we are today. The government, through the member for St. Joseph, felt compelled in the public interest because the opposition refused to act. Because the opposition and the opposition leader refused to act is why we are here today. If the opposition leader was truly a leader, leading by example. And I heard a member for Trin-City Maloney in the most shameless manner put on the Hansard today on truths as it relates to the member for Siparia, saying that when the member for Siparia was confronted with issues surrounding the conduct of members in her own party, that she failed to act. Madam Deputy Speaker, you look at the public record. The Honorable Prime Minister was not forced. Nobody had to smoke out. No one had to force the Honorable Member for Siparia to get up and speak. When she held that Constitution in her hand and she said she will uphold the law and the Constitution, as she says to all of us, there are no sacred cows in the government. None. And that she will act in the best interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Can the member for Arima say the same thing?
Member, would you like your additional 15
ma'am.
minutes?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Deputy Speaker, the question is, can the member for Arima say the same thing? And that is a resounding no. Today, that is an indictment on the member for Arima. And therefore, to correct the blatant untruths in an attempt to deflect from the real issue of why we are here today, the member moved from Jagdev Singh to the Honorable Prime Minister to the member for Barataria, all over the place, with the hope that the country will forget why we have found ourselves here today. They have refused to act, Madam Deputy Speaker. They have refused to act. If we are to go through every single one of them here and elsewhere, we can almost tell you members who sit on this government bench, and I know I don't want to preempt the member for Faizabad, but I want to sound warning to the members. I know they're looking on from the conference room. I want to sound warning to them. There will come a time we have to do the media review. Some of us, because of the failure of the opposition to speak in the debate for the budget, we will have the opportunity to speak. And you will tell them. So when Aruka Maloney points one finger at you, I hope she can handle the heat when the fire comes. because we are coming for all of them. All of them. All. And just as how today we are dealing with the conduct of Senator Bates and Senator Al-Rawi, in that debate we will tell you what they did to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Whose friend, whose family, whose financier, who outside man, who outside woman was receiving the largest of the state. And therefore, when you hear the honorable member for Arima, and you know I said in another place, the member for Arima should not have called it the state of the republic. She should have called it the state of the PNM. Instead of telling the national community that if the population takes God out of their thoughts and put back the PNM in office, that they will bring back CPEP and URP, I hope the member for Arima also told the same audience that her family was the recipient of many of those CPEP contracts over the years. The member for Arima, that is on the public record. That is on the public record. And that could be said from many colleagues in the opposition. You know, Madam Deputy Speaker, they say in local parlance, mouth open and story jump out. Well, I want to tell them we have plenty stories to regale them when the media review comes around. Madam Deputy Speaker, introducing two new, but what I consider to be fundamental issues in this debate, I can tell you that members of the government are committed to seeing this through, but we are committed to getting justice on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Because when you undermine the foundation of the nation's parliament in the way that those two senators have, the member for Arima kept saying that this motion is not about her. But I beg to differ. I beg to differ, Madam Deputy Speaker. Those two senators will not be sitting in the Senate today, will not continue to sit in the Senate thereafter today. If the member for Arima chooses to keep them. And therefore, this motion, to me, deals more with the member for Arima than Bates and Al-Rawi because of the failure to uphold the foundation principles of our nation's parliament, to uphold democracy. We call this parliament the seat of democracy. How could we call this nation, the parliament, the seat of democracy, when half of the parliament is undermining the parliament and its functions? How? How? Any logical thing, you do not have to be a parliamentarian, you don't have to be a legislator, you don't have to sit in a civil society group to understand that conduct like that will have repercussions and implications for other parliaments to come if we do not get this right in dealing with this matter. This matter presents a precedent of when situations like this arise, of how it is treated with. And that is why I say it cannot be a simple slap on the wrist. It cannot be that you're removing these senators from committees. The member for Rapuch East was very correct when he said the government will not continue to participate in any activity involving those two senators because we have no trust, we have no faith, and we have no confidence in the work that they do, knowing very well it could end up in the streets or, worse yet, in the circumstance where we are today, aiding and abetting what is potentially criminal conduct. Aiding and abetting what is potentially criminal conduct. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are not saying it is or it is not, you know. What we are saying is that issues have been raised in the most appropriate places, the committees of our nation's
Parliament, which is meant to deal with these issues. And therefore, it should be treated with the respect and dignity that is provided for in the standing orders. Madam Deputy Speaker, I end on the point that I made earlier, that while many are saying it in the society in hushed tones, this issue can very well end up before the Commissioner of Police. And that is a serious breach of the Constitution and law that one senator has already admitted that she is in breach of. And the other one is hiding behind the cloak of legal professional privilege. Madam Deputy Speaker, the two fig leaves that Bates and Al-Rawi are depending on, they can hide as much as they want, but we will not let go of this issue. I can assure them of that. And that is why I say to them, you can run, but you cannot hide. The day will come for judgment, and the arbiters will be the people of Trinidad and Tobago, but it may very well end up being, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the courtroom of the courts of Trinidad and Tobago as well. I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Member for Toko Sandigrandi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to join this, to intervene and give my 2 cents on what I think is a very simple and straightforward matter. And let me preface what I'm about to say by dealing with the political side first. The leader of the opposition, quite frankly, needs to wake up and smell what she is shoveling. Because as much as it pains me in respect of Senator John Bates, not Al-Rawi, John Bates, it's not rocket science to know what is the right thing and what must be done in circumstances such as these. And the thing is, she has been catapulted to the post of political leader of the People's National Movement. And when you are a leader, leadership has consequences. Leadership requires you to make hard decisions. And today, she, in essence, has shirked her responsibility. We didn't need to be debating this. The wrong thing happened. The law has been broken. And I'll go into the law on misbehavior because it's not very complex. It's one of the older common law offenses. But the law has been broken. There has been a contempt of this parliament. And if we can get the easy part out of the way, Senator John Bates has admitted her misconduct. So the issue of Senator John Bates is easy. The issue now is mitigation. What should be done with her? But I'll tell you why she ought not to have the measure of mercy that many think she should have. Senator John Bates is a former prosecutor in the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. That's what I'm told. She has a master's? So I'm told she's a former prosecutor before joining the Senate. And if you are a prosecutor, you would know the case of Momodou and Limani. And Momodou and Limani, in essence, covers this type of conduct. But what makes it worse is the fact that she would have been exposed to misbehavior cases. She's a public officer. She holds that office on trust. The expectations are high, but to commit misbehavior, you have to really come good. And she's committed misbehavior. I don't want to go too much into it because, I mean, my colleague from Couva South has already done an admirable job, very eloquently, and it's always hard to come after the member for Couva South. So I'll try to keep it short and drop my load as quickly as possible. But
Which load?
So the first thing I want to deal with is while she has admitted her misconduct, the fact, and I have to deal with what is being said on Facebook and some of my colleagues, because it appears that she is going to be the one to be crucified. Somehow, Al-Rawi is above reproach. Somehow, they can't fathom having to touch him. But yes, they are afraid of him, but he is worse. And let me tell you why he's worse. I don't know, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you recall Vincent Nelson. Faris Al-Rawi is no stranger to misbehavior in public office. And that Vincent Nelson affair has two phases. First of all, Faris Al-Rawi, as Attorney General, as he then was, used Vincent Nelson, who was ill and who needed money to deal with his cancer diagnosis, who was desperate, and forced him, basically coerced him to give a statement, to write an opinion saying that the state did not have a good case against Malcolm Jones, who had basically cost this country billions of dollars. His legacy of corruption is virtually unparalleled. But Faris Al-Rawi used his office and used his influence and dangled over the head of Vincent Nelson the money, the fees he was entitled to, and said, you are not going to get a penny of it until you give an opinion. Now, let me tell you what is so messed up about that case. There was, in that case, another high-profile attorney who happened to be a former PNM Attorney General, who said they had a good case. So Vincent Nelson, a Queen's Counsel, and Russell Martino, a former PNM Attorney General and high-profile attorney, both said the state had a good case against Malcolm Jones. Why didn't Al-Rawi get an opinion from Russell Martino to say the case wasn't a good case? Because he knew that Russell Martino wasn't desperate. He knew he was a man of integrity. And if he said there was a good case, he knew he couldn't get him to change it and say, it's a bad case, let me drop the case. So he got used Nelson because he had an agenda. So that first conduct of Al-Rawi was misbehavior number one. Misbehavior number two came when he decided to get involved in the prosecutorial and investigative aspect and use Vincent Nelson and extract a statement from Vincent Nelson so that he could use it and bring charges against two political opponents. And he got away with it. I appeared in that case. And only when Faris Al-Rawi was cornered, only when he realized he had to come into the witness box and give evidence, then all fall down. He didn't want to do that at all. He didn't want to face me in cross-examination. But what was revealed in that case, and the aspects of that case went all the way up to the Privy Council. The actions of Vincent Nelson in giving an opinion to discontinue a case where he said it was a good case, and now suddenly it's a bad case, the Privy Council had to pronounce upon that. So he used this witness statement, which was his second misbehavior, so that he could get his political opponents charged and brought before the court for misbehavior and conspiracy to commit fraud. Because you see, Faris Al-Rawi is a crafty guy. Faris Al-Rawi understands politics. Faris Al-Rawi understands that the courts in this country are slow. And Faris Al-Rawi understood that once he got rid of two of his opponents, who he saw as thorns in his side, and who were far better lawyers than he could ever be, then it would be smooth sailing thereon. Faris Al-Rawi tried to do what was done to Basdio Pandey, because they used the courts, they used the Anti-Corruption Bureau, and they got Basdio Pandey charged. And Basdio Pandey was only finally exonerated 2 months before his death. So he spent 20-something years in the wilderness. That is how the PNM uses the courts. That is how the PNM uses propaganda. And if they had evidence to charge Basdio Pandey in 2001, 2002, whenever he was charged for the airport business, how come all of a sudden the evidence was not good enough to proceed with? How come they had to drop the charges against him? And Faris Al-Rawi understood that once he could do that to two of his political opponents, then the PNM would be in power for as long as possible. Once he could broad brush and paint people on this side with that sort of conduct, that is how the PNM operates. So he understands misbehavior better than anybody else, better than John Bates. Never mind, he is not much of a lawyer. He is referred to as a pettifogger, because all he engages in is pettifoggery. Foggery. Stop laughing. Pettifoggery. Yeah. Well, yes, he also engages in that. So, Faris Al-Rawi, as a public officer, because he's a senator, he cannot be exonerated. You cannot. There is no way you can bring a sane argument and say that the person who did the wrongdoing was John Bates because Faris was not a member of the committee. That won't wash. That can't fly. That argument cannot fly. You want me to tell you why? Because he is a public officer. He is aware that John Bates was on the committee. He is aware that the committee was examining the conduct of the former Minister of Health, Terence Dialsing. He was aware of what the issues were. And with that awareness, knowing what the issues were, knowing fully well that Senator John Bates was a judge of sorts in the matter, he sat down with Senator John Bates, and if it were a court, he sat down and perverted the course of public justice. That's tantamount to what he did. So in Vincent Nelson, not only did he misbehave in public office, he perverted the course of public justice, and he breached provisions of the Plea Discussions and Agreement Act. And now he's back again. And now all of a sudden, it really was painful to watch the cowardice, the nauseating, sickening cowardice, the stench of that behavior from Trinity Maloney. Because I would have thought she would have, at the very least, tried to make an argument to mitigate against the conduct of John Bates. It seemed as though she was here to do two things. One, to protect her master, because that's what it is. And two, to see how she could antagonize everybody else. That's all she comes here to do. My friend Shagona Cease will tell you. She's hardly ever here. And then, long before the tea break starts, she gets like either a whiff or she got the smell that the food is ready. And then she disappears very early. And then when we go down, we realize there's a food shortage. Because like she packing it for the weekend, and then she disappears. I had to shout at her one time and say, there's not CPEP, and think, you know, this is not a URP job. You come here, you just come, you don't say nothing, you come here, and then you try to truck things and say things that you know you can't say on the parliament. Because what you said today about that what she said 2 weeks ago, and the speaker tell her, if you can't back it up, withdraw it and apologize. And you know what? Right in the parliament, she had to withdraw and apologize. She didn't back it up in here, and worse yet, she can't back it up out there. All she is doing is more factual. That's why I didn't withdraw it. And to say that she's an attorney at law, I have never seen her in practice. Yeah, it really is mind-boggling that she's an attorney at law. She and where's his name? Lupino, Aruka, or whatever it is. It really is funny. But she came here, and instead of dealing with the matter, she came here to defend, to see how best she could defend the owner of the PNM. Because that's one thing that is clear today. That is one thing that is clear today, that Penny Beckers cannot touch Faris Al-Rawi. She wouldn't dare. And that shows you who owns the PNM. You know, this Senator Al-Rawi, from 2010 to 2015, stood up in the parliament and talked about, in every speech, even if he talking about dangerous dogs, he had a slippy in campaign finance reform and how he could bring it. You know, they had 10 years and they still didn't bring it. 10 years. He knew why he wouldn't bring it. Because with once campaign finance reform is dealt with, he has no value in the PNM. His only value is the money he could bring, because he is totally useless. When you hear his contributions in the Senate, totally useless. So let me deal with two things about what she did. The member for Trin-City Maloney. I mean, this had to be either rank dishonesty or the epitome of cognitive dissonance. Because she basically had no contribution to make. She came here to read from the minority report, kept quoting and saying, the minority report say X, the minority report say Y, and the minority report says Z, right? But who is the minority? She. Isn't that dishonesty? Well, if you're talking about the minority report, say I was the minority and this is my report. Right? Own it. Yes, it would be himself to himself. Yes, it would be what lawyers call self-corroboration, or the rule against narrative, but apparently she doesn't know the rule against narrative. She's not much of a lawyer. But if you are quoting from something, don't pretend you are quoting from a minority report when you are the one who wrote the minority report. But guess what? I don't think she did write that minority report. She doesn't strike me as intelligent enough. She could hardly string an intelligible sentence together. It's only cuss and quarrel and insult. And then go and eat the people's food and disappear with a few boxes, and then the rest of the week, well, with the bread gone? With the lamb gone? She treats this house with contempt. Like Al-Rawi, like John Bates, just in a different way. She treats this house as URP. And probably, well, not school feeding, parliamentary feeding. Because she has nothing valid to offer. But, you know, so that's one thing about not mentioning that she was the minority. But the other thing is, having regard to her conduct, one day, I have no minority report, and then within 24 hours it was? You produce one? Is that really her? Maybe that's why she was citing the minority report, because it's not hers. Maybe that's another one that Faris typed up. I think the only difference between Faris and Dalsing is Dalsing has technological challenges, so he doesn't know how to come out of the document so that when you forward it, the track changes and the evidence of the track changes didn't become apparent. Because had it not been for him being computer illiterate, for want of a better term, we might have never known all of this. Thank God for rank stupidity, which reveals rank dishonesty. There's no other way. No, seriously, there's no other way to deal with this. And then, as if it's a big point, she wants to attack the speaker and say, well, you unblemish yourself, you know, you do something wrong too. You didn't disclose. But that utterance of hers need only be stated to be rejected, because she only knew about that because the speaker disclosed it. And he disclosed it during the meeting when he said, I used to represent some people in the past, and this was the situation. So he's telling the committee that this, I don't have a horse in the race, but this is what I know. Isn't that disclosure? Non-disclosure would have been keeping it to himself. But he disclosed it. And fuss is not a big deal. If it was a big deal when he disclosed it there and then, they would have said, hey, partner, where's that? Off the committee for you, brothers. Go from here, brother. You need to recuse yourself. Then do that. Because he disclosed it. But now, with her empty, and this is factual, it's not insultive, because she does have a bald head like mine, a bit shinier. Now with her empty contribution, her vacuous contribution, and her vacuous intellect, and she has nothing to say, she basically is looking for some sort of fig leaf to hide behind. So in essence, I really don't have a leg to stand on, but let me see if I could lick up the speaker and dirty the waters. So her contribution, her purpose here today, dirty the waters of the speaker, cuss everybody on this side, throw allegations that she can't substantiate, and then walk out, take your food, and up the bus route. That's the sum total. What else did she say of relevance? What else did she say? But as I said earlier, I really didn't intend to spend more than 10 minutes because this really is a simple matter. I said earlier there's a case called Momodu and Limani, which in essence says how you ought to treat a witness, one, if you are a prosecutor or you are in, well, that sort of setting, but this is even worse for John Beats. She must have known about Momodu, so she must have known she shouldn't have done what she did. The mitigating factor for her is that she owned up to it. And that's a matter of when punishment comes. But the gravity of the sin, sadly, is that it is a contempt of Parliament, in my view. I'm new here. And we'll have to decide how to treat with it. I do not, let me just say, I do not wish to see police come for her. I would love to see police come for Faris. Because he's getting away too long. I mean, they hating on Philip Alexander now, but like the lodge thing really working out for him. Everybody hate the lodge man, but he just seemed to be getting away with everything. Twice with Malcolm Jones. And now he's going to do it again because this is misbehavior in public office. And you can't tell me that because he's not on the committee, you don't know. This is an oversight committee. This is a committee that is examining the conduct of the past government and how the past government chose to funnel money to friends of the PNM. That's what it was. How they decided to tamper, how they decided who would get and who would eat and who would not eat at the expense of the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago. So to attempt in any way to cover it up or to tighten witness statements to the point where Senator Arawi could make more than 100 changes, how could that not be misbehavior in public office? The extent of his involvement is not simply that he changed a few words, you know. 100 and how much? 70-something. I'm being told it's 170-something. He basically write the man with the statement for him. I think if there's anybody make any changes, might be Terrence. he made changes to Faris's witness statement. That's why we saw some cognitive dissonance here today when the member for Trin-City Maloney spoke, because that was reading someone else's speech. It must be clear. So we have to, as a society... She wanted to hear herself? I don't even think she wanted to hear her own self or look at her own self. Right. So I want to give my other colleagues an opportunity to throw their 2 cents worth in, but this is really a very, very simple matter. Straightforward. And I mean, I have no horse in the race. They did what they did. And it's not us trying to put anybody in jail, you know. It's not us doing anybody anything, you know. It's them do their own thing. And the evidence is what it is. So if you do your own thing, and your own thing is the wrong thing have consequences. So don't play your coming and hating on the brothers and the sisters on this side. You do your thing, you own up for it. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I mean, I have quite a few more points, you know, but let me leave something for somebody else. So with those few words, I thank you.
Member for Labrie.
First, the Parliament is so filled with government members, we're all excited to speak. Yes. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me first of all start by saying, and I'm lucky I'm still on this side of the day, Happy International Workers' Day, what we call May Day, to all of the working people of Trinidad and Tobago. Indeed, the trade union movement has made wonderful strides to ensure that we as a people in Trinidad and Tobago have the kind of freedom that we have today, including the 8-hour workday. And I want to say once again, Happy International Workers' Day to all workers. Let me also take this opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, to say once again thank you to the people of Labrie for placing that confidence in me and putting me here as the Member of Parliament to make contributions like this in this August House. And as I say that, Madam Deputy Speaker, for those of the viewing and listening public who may be just tuned in and maybe trying to understand what is happening here tonight, 1 year ago, 28 of us on this side were elected into government and 13 on that side into opposition. And I said elected, and I said that for a reason. Because as we were elected, so too were opposition senators and opposition government senators appointed. They were not elected. They were appointed. And they had to have been appointed either by the Prime Minister in the case of government senators, or the opposition leader in the case of the opposition senators, and of course the independents by the President. That will become important in a few minutes, Madam Deputy Speaker. And while we were elected into both the lower house and the upper house, we were then placed on committees. I myself, I was placed on the Joint Select Committee on National Security as well as Foreign Affairs. And the conduct of the minister of the senator in question was placed on the PAC committee. Once again, she was placed there as a result of her being appointed by the leader of the opposition, the member for Arima. Now, the purpose of that committee that my question is on, I just want to read very quickly from the report that is before the House. It says the PAAC was established in 2015 further to amendments to the standing orders of Parliament. PAAC is a joint select committee established by the Standing Order 102 of the House of Representatives and 92 of the Senate to consider and report to the House on A, the budgetary expenditure of government agencies to ensure that expenditure is embarked upon in accordance with parliamentary approval. B, the budgetary expenditure of the government agencies as it occurs, keeping Parliament informed on how the budget allocation is being implemented. That's also very important. And C, the administration of government agencies to determine hindrances to their efficiency and to make recommendations to the government for improving public administration. The PAAC is a standing committee appointed for the duration of a parliament. Now, when you look at what the role and function of the PAAC is, it tells you that they are empowered with the responsibility to ensure how our money is being spent, it is spent properly and in accordance with parliamentary approvals and procedures. And therefore, what was being uncovered at the PAAC was that the former Minister of Health was in fact directing how to spend our money and saying who to give contracts to. So an honest, decent, hardworking individual wanting to do business within the health sector, if he did not know the former Minister of Health, then crap a smoky pipe.
Nothing for you.
So what was happening is that this Minister of Health, as he was then, was actually directing how the money flow in. It maybe is no wonder why his wife benefited so handsomely from awards and contracts of the state. And therefore, when these things are coming out in committees like the PAC, then that information must be allowed to come out unhindered, unfettered, and to use the word of Barataria Sanwo, unmolested, so that we will know and Parliament will know exactly how our money is being spent and what inefficiencies exist to improve government's work. That's what we will do. And therefore, what the member John Bates did as a member of that committee was in fact attempt to pervert the course of justice by saying to former Minister Diyal Singh, well, you shouldn't say this. You shouldn't say that. Instead, say this. And instead, say that. While she's a member of that said committee, receiving that same report, and is supposed to be doing so impartially and unbiased, notwithstanding her political affiliation. But that did not happen. She went ahead and she made changes and she coerced and she instructed and she would have basically trained the former Minister of Health and coach him on what to say, how to say it, what not to say, why not to say it when he comes before the said committee. And if that was not bad enough, she was not alone in that regard. No, I heard the other side saying, well, Senator Alwari is not part of this report. He's not part of this motion. Neither is the leader of the government, of the opposition. But if Senator Alwari is not part of the committee, then the committee cannot report on his conduct. So they report on the conduct of the members of the committee. That's what happened. But we as a parliament, we must take, we are duty bound to take judicial notice of Senator Alwari's conduct in this matter as well. So when they want us to believe that Alwari is not on the committee, and therefore he is not person in question here and should be escaped unscathed. That is rubbish. Because if we are here to impartially look at what happened at that committee, what happened with the conduct of this member John Bates, we cannot do it in isolation, having a report before us that also shows other persons complicit in the very said conduct that John Bates is guilty of. We cannot. Now, earlier on, I had made specific mention of how members of the lower house was elected and the upper house was appointed. And you therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, cannot at the same time allow the member for Arima to just escape unscathed as if she did nothing wrong. It was her judgment. It was her decision to put those two individuals in those key positions on committees as well. And therefore, she has to also answer for the conduct of her senators. So while the amendments to the motion to include the conduct of the opposition leader was not approved, Madam Deputy Speaker, with all due respect, I want to say that I cannot stand here in all good conscience and not make mention of it. It has to be made mention of. Because had it been the other way around, if it was one of us, if it was any one of us, either in the lower house or the upper house, did something wrong, every single hour of the day, you hear, the Prime Minister must go, the Prime Minister must act, the Prime Minister must do this, the Prime Minister must do that. If it was us, they will not let us escape unscathed, they will not let us escape at all. And more than that, they will ensure that they put the Prime Minister at the center of it and always come at the Prime Minister. Yeah. And then I heard Trinity Maloney with her toxic self come in this house and say, they attack we leader. Screaming. And that's the same thing they do every single day when they come here. With her toxic self. And then she say, all of us have questions to answer. All of us. Well, I want to know what question I have to answer. I know come here. You understand? And the only question I have to answer is, the first question I should say, do I support the Prime Minister? Am I proud to be a UNC? Yes, I am. That's the question I have to answer. I answer that question proudly any day. And she, who have more questions to answer than me, for sure, saying that all of us have questions to answer. Well, why should you answer about the credit card? Why should you answer about the maid? Answer. We have questions to answer with a toxic self. And you see, right now is Borough Weekend, right? Point 14 Borough Weekend. Tonight, there's a party down Clifton Hill called Smokes and Mirrors. But I swear to God I wasn't Smokes and Mirrors when Trinity Maloney was talking, you know. I said I missed the party. But when she started to talk, I said, but wait, no. Like I missed it after all. Because it was only Smokes and Mirrors. Because instead of addressing the conduct of member John Bates of this committee, she came and she spent a considerable amount of time attacking the chairman of that committee, who is also the Speaker of the House. Mind you, at no point in time prior to John Bates' transgression did the member for Trinity Maloney raise any concern whatsoever about any question concerning the chairman of the committee. So you're quite contented to sit on the committee, have him be chairman of the committee, raise no objections to him being chairman of the committee, But because one of your own is now found in a position that is indefendable, they tell themselves, well, if we can't defend that, let's throw in some spanner into the wheel, and let's throw in some distractions and smokes and mirrors to divert attention away from Member John Bates' conduct. That's what it is. So even if, let us for 1 minute say that the chairman of the committee represented persons who came before the committee. Let's assume that for 1 minute. Are they saying that because he represented somebody years ago, that now makes what John Bates did right? Makes sense. Makes sense. That cannot be a logical argument. Any right-thinking person will never say that, okay, you do wrong today, but let me find something that somebody else did wrong 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and let me put one against the other, and one will absolve the other. It don't work so. It don't work so. So we are here to look at the report brought by the committee. And I want to thank the member for St. Joseph for laying the report. Because had he not laid the report, this parliament would not have known about the conduct of Ms. John Bates. And I want to thank the member for Barataria San Juan for the motion that he has brought. Because that motion has now put us in this place where we could critically look at, analyze, and discuss what is happening in our parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am proud. I am proud of the journey I have traveled and to reach where I am today. I am very proud. I am even more proud that I am sitting on a government bench with a UNC party. But when I assumed this position in Parliament, I assumed this position knowing that we have to be of high ethics, morals, principles, values, at least to qualify to sit down here. That's what I think. That's what I believe. And even if you came in with those principles and morals and values, and you erred along the way, then you must say, hey, I compromise my principles, my values, my ethics. Does she now come? You have to give way to mistake. Well, a mistake is when the people of San Fernando East vote for the current member. That's a mistake. They made a mistake. They didn't vote for Maka. A few of them didn't come out, they make a mistake. That's a mistake. Yeah? That's a mistake. Yeah? But you do not sit down and do something deliberately, knowing it to be wrong, knowing it to be immoral, knowing it to be unethical, knowing it to be, what's the word you use? Non-legal. Non-legal. And then defend that by saying, well, there's a mistake. It don't work that way. And I agree that when actions happen, there must be some proportional consequence. I agree. And therefore, the consequence for what Member John Bates did cannot be, well, okay, girl, you now come, you're learning, take a slap on the wrist, let's move on. It cannot be that. What her action has done, Madam Deputy Speaker, it has compromised, it has tainted, it has interfered, it has impacted in a negative way on this House. Because both the lower house and the upper house, we have persons who are there to do things in a moral, ethical, legal way. And when this happens, it taints the work of the committee. As Member for Padarath told us, that committee has the highest viewership in terms of the committees and the work of Parliament because of what is being unearthed in there. Because people are interested in how their money, their hard money, was being spent. They want to know how we can improve systems. Because you go by the hospital and there's problem for a bed. You go by the pharmacy, it's problem to get drugs. And they want to know what can be done to improve it. Only to find out that half of the problem was they are saying directing where the money should go and who should get it and when they should get it and why they should get it. You can imagine if that wasn't happening. What kind of different impact it would have had on our lives from a health perspective. So what she has done is to interfere with the work of the Parliament, not just on that committee, because she's also a member of other committees too. And by her very presence, the fact that she has violated in the most despicable and vile manner basic tenets of ethics and morals and values, then I don't want you around me in any committee. It's simple like that. I don't even want you around me in the Senate. And her offering of a resignation, more smokes and mirrors. If she had any modicum of ethics and values left, she would have tendered her resignation and said to the leader of the opposition, I will not allow my action to taint the work of the Parliament and to taint the opposition. But you see, she can't say that she can't taint the opposition because they're already tainted. Yeah. When you look at, they were building Balize House, and as soon as they come out of government, it stopped building. Something had to click in your brain to say, hey, something wasn't right or going on there. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I had to build a house, I must know where the money to build my house coming from. I don't start building my house and then stop halfway and say, wait, boy, where I get money to pay a roof now? You must have an idea, okay, I'm going to build my house, foundation is going to be X amount, walls, Y, roof, Z, furniture and finishing, Z plus. And I can't go and build this lavish, expansive house, and then I can't even move in. Or if I move in, I have to live in one room. But it wasn't even one house. It was two massive buildings they were building and going very hard when they were in government. And then just so you stop because you're in opposition, something doesn't make sense there. 1 and 1 is not adding up.
Something wrong.
So when my Prime Minister says that Balize house, blood red, stained with the blood of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, I know what she's talking about. Because when I see the conduct of John Bates and Alwari and the leader of the opposition, it tells me that ethics, morals, values, and principles were never part and parcel of how they operate and of their DNA. So John Bates cannot mamagai me and say, I offered my resignation to the leader of the opposition, and then the leader of the opposition is saying, well, or they can't tell me what to do. I go talk when I want, and I go act when I want, and I go, no. No. But you see, the leader of the opposition, Madam Deputy Speaker, she has so many different things to think about. Why Stuart was in Venezuela? Why he's along in the back? Why Rowley come?
Oh shucks. Oh shucks. Oh shucks.
Why Chizitil Molini wasn't there?
We're only talking every minute.
Why Foster still watching? She see it. She has so much thing to think about. Who else going to put a knife in she back? So she's maybe saying to herself that, hey, John Bates is somebody I maybe bring here. I'm more sure she don't have a knife to stick in my back. Who am I going to keep she? Who am I going to put now? Who am I going to put now? Because all of them on my back, I mean, put this one, put that one. Can't trust nobody. So she's in a quandary. I understand that. We understand. Member Farima, we understand in a quandary. But your quandary cannot affect the running of our parliament. You deal with your quandary. But you see, because she's such a weak leader, if she had taken decisive action against John Bates and Alwari, as soon as this thing became public, she would have emerged like that's not wrong. She would have emerged like she was wanting to be a leader. Because she's not a true leader. A true leader done bust the throat already. Bust the throat long time. But you're waiting for them to offer resignation. And you're not even accepting your resignation. You're pussyfooting. And while that happened, we are here debating at 10:36 p.m. about the conduct of John Bates. That should never have to be. We should be home. Private Members' Day, if it's one thing, Private Members' Day, I just tell myself, hey, at least we're not going beyond 6 o'clock. Because when Private Members' Day, we come, we debate, 6 o'clock come, leader of the House moves the adjournment, and we go on home. But even if that wasn't going to happen today, I said, listen, that's a simple matter. She admitted she interfered with the witness statement. She admitted that she tampered with the witness statement. She confessed. There's nothing to go and argue. There's nothing to debate. Somebody will come, move the motion, somebody respond, we take a vote, and we move on with the business of the government. But here we are, at 10:37, because they decide that the defense for what happened is to attack the chairman, attack the members of the committee, attack all of us. And when they do that, that then exonerates John Bates from the charges that she's now being faced with. Well, that and God face you will never see.
Member, would you like your additional 15 minutes?
I'll just take a few more, not the whole 15. I didn't realize the time was going so fast. Yeah. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we look at the general demeanor of all of the members of the opposition bench, both in the lower house and in the upper house, you have to wonder, not one of them within that group, not one, could say to somebody else, hey, or let this wrong? We can't defend this. This is something that I feel that if we made a misstep, let me just own it. Bite the bullet. Take the consequences and let's move on as a party. Nobody on that side, nobody Instead, when the member for Trinity Maloney spewing her toxicity, all of them thumping the desk as loud as they could thump it. And none of them will say, hey, let's let good sense prevail. Let's let the debate finish. Let's take the vote and let's conduct the business of this house. No, they get up and they walk out of the house. If I had my way, they would never come back in here unless they apologize to the whole nation. So the constituents of Aruka Lopino, Arima, Diego Martin Northeast, St. Anne's East, Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. Well, he wasn't here, so he didn't walk out. Port of Spain South, Trinity Maloney, Diego Martin Central, San Fernando East, Lavantel West, Diego Martin West, Lavantel East Mova. Malabar Mostica wasn't here. All of those constituents, they are tonight disadvantaged because of the people who they put to represent them from the PNM. They run away. They run away from the responsibility. They run away from the job. They run away from the parliament. When the heat take them so, and they couldn't take the heat, they pack up and they go on. Before they sit down and take the jam in and say, yes, we were wrong. Yes, she was wrong. And all of this could have been stopped. All of this could have been short-circuited. All of this could have been killed, nipped in the bud, had the leader of the opposition simply said to the nation, I have decided to terminate the appointment of Senator Alwari and Senator John Bates. Instead, you have us here. But we don't mind. I'm not complaining, by the way. Don't take it as a complaint. Because we understand, see, we in the UNC, if it's one thing with work, we love work. Because it's performance. We just give them performance. All the time is performance. Let's imagine 25,000 streetlight fixed in 1 year. What was happening in this country all the time? What's happening in this country? And on top of that, they will come here to ask us about things from the last 10 years that they do. Yeah. They come to ask us about things that they didn't do, you know. Again, all part and parcel of they having no shame and they being hypocrites to the hilt, to the highest. Hypocrites. You come to ask us about what you didn't do. And when you're supposed to do, even in opposition, when you're supposed to fire Wari, when you're supposed to fire John Bates, you do that. I wouldn't be surprised if next week they come and ask Prime Minister why she didn't remove Alwari and John Bates. I wouldn't be surprised. Because they just want us to do their work for them too. So I wouldn't be surprised. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to indicate that I have looked at the special report from the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on the conduct of Member John Bates. I want to condemn in the most vehement way the conduct of Member John Bates and Member Alwari, Senator Alwari, as well as the member for Arima. And I want us to take decisive action to ensure that both John Bates and Alwari are removed as senators and as members of committee because they cannot be trusted, they cannot be ascribed with morals, ethics, values, and principles, and therefore they are not fitting to hold offices in this esteemed august parliament. They're not. They were not elected. They were appointed. And they can be removed as swiftly as they were appointed. And unless the member for Arima is prepared to stand up and to lead and to take the birds by the horn and to take had decisive decision, then she too is not even fit to be a member of this House. That, however, is not my call. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, with those few words, I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this motion.
Member for Mayaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I stand this evening, tonight at 10:44, on behalf of the people of Mayaro, I want to congratulate you for the strength and character you have shown, because this evening, what the country would have seen is nothing less than the worst form of political wajangism by the opposition. Because today, democracy is under attack. And they came to this parliament in the most rude, in the most cruel, and the most vulgar of manners. And before they defended their actions, they have left us. You see, because that is the modus operandi of the Arima-led opposition. That is the modus operandi of the PNM. They make the mess, and they run out, and they leave the government to clean it up. For 10 years, they left neglect. They left a broken economy. They left a broken country. And it is this government, led by the Honorable Camille Kesar, is left to clean up their mess. And tonight, May 1st, Friday, 2026, Arima-led opposition has made mess in the democratic process of this country, and it is left to the government members to clean it up. But today we give the country the commitment that we are going to clean it up, because we believe in democracy. We believe in a free and fair parliament. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a developing country, it is a developing attitude, a developing unpatriotic modus operandi of this opposition in this House. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, never forget the Arima's budget presentation. What was the first 10 minutes of Arima's budget presentation? It was defending rum. Never forget that, when she spoke about the increases to the price of rum. Never forget when the government brought the Sozo bill to protect our communities. Arima-led opposition voted against it. Never forget when the people of this country, when the government was standing up to fight narco-trafficking, when the leader and the prime minister was fighting to ensure safer borders and to eradicate the ills, the harms, and the murders of narco-trafficking, it was the Arima-led opposition that brought a private motion to condemn the government's actions. And today, yet again, Madam Speaker, you see the unpatriotic opposition, before they come to this parliament to apologize, before they come to the country to apologize for hijacking a committee, for hijacking the democratic process of our parliament, they have come, they have made mess, and they have run. You see, Arima has a very interesting record. You see, when we were, Madam Speaker, and I'll comment on Trinity Maloney, because I was a child, Trinity Maloney was here, I become an MP and she's still here. The only thing that has remained constant is the value. None. And I'll comment on Trinity Maloney just now, but I want to comment on Arima. When we were in opposition, and there's a reason I could say we were in opposition, because while this might be my first year as an elected parliamentarian, I have been employed under this parliament as a parliamentary researcher for 10 years with the then Member of Parliament Pointe-a-Pierre and the opposition. So I understand parliamentary politics. And I'll tell you what I understand about parliamentary politics. But for 10 years, I saw a government lead the charge, led by Trinity Maloney. It was Aruka something before. She was the leader of government business. And she led this House to mash up the opposition. She led this House to destroy democracy. And I'll go into, because I have the files here, Madam Speaker. I'm not just going to talk from the top of my head. You see, when we were in opposition, they had the world to say about Separia. But Separia had vision. And that vision has listened to government. Today, Arima has a track record. The only thing the leader of the opposition has successfully done in this parliament is led the most walkouts ever in the history of our opposition. They have never stood to give one good policy. They have never stood to give one good plan. Because why? They are politically bankrupt. And today, yet again, you've seen that. You see, Arima wants to jazz up there and say she will talk when she will talk and whatever. No other opposition leader has ever sat in that chair with a narrow margin such as Arima. Arima is hanging on by 1,000 votes. 1,000 votes. 3 maxi again, and Arima was gone. Gone. The chief whip, that chief whip, Aruka Lopino, Chaitan nearly mashed him up to the point today he had a blood outburst. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, I go on this point because, as the leader of government business said, they have fallen from grace. But today I want to speak on an issue, and I raised the issue of being a parliamentary researcher for 10 years for a specific reason. What we saw today from Trinity Maloney is what she has done for 10 years in this House as leader of the government. Try to break democracy. Try to break the voice of reason. And I want to tell Trinity Maloney, I am not afraid of your looks and your stares and then your accusations. I am not afraid of you, because while you were scraping for votes in Trinity Maloney, 11,241 people sent me from Mayaro to talk, and I will not be intimidated from Trinity Maloney. I want to tell Trinity Maloney, I know how to write privilege motions. I don't have to ask for help. So be very careful. Be very careful of the words you utter, because I could write it myself. And if you go outside, this lineup here have the best lawyers who are actually registered with the bar. You see, Trinity Maloney want to take God out of her thoughts to run in here and run up under Caroni Central and run up under me and run up everybody. But when she was appointed Attorney General, 23rd March 2025, Trinidad Guardian, not my words, Shaliza Hassan Ali, new AG facing intense scrutiny. From the controversial use of a government credit card to questions surrounding the source of a 143,800 bank transaction, the political career of Camille Robinson-Regis has been marked by scrutiny. That is not my words. That is the words of the newspaper. That's the political history. They could run, they could skip, they could talk, but that side, they have been tarnished, but they look to defect from that by accusing us on this side. You see, today we are speaking about baits. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want the country and the members who are looking on television to understand the grave attack on democracy today. Because on this order paper, you have over 5 bills. And today I congratulate the Prime Minister, the Attorney General, and the leader of government business, and all of our line ministers, cabinet ministers, for the robust legislative agenda that has been placed on the order paper. And today, Madam Deputy Speaker, before we sit as a parliament to debate one of these 5 bills that could improve the life, the prosperity, the economic health, and the overall development of this country, the government and parliament has been forced to debate a report on the conduct of a member. That is it. Be it resolved that this House adopt the special report of the Public Administration and Appropriation Committee, first session, 13th Parliament, on the conduct of a member. You see, Arima want to give you what Republic Bank statement? Where's the State of Republic? Some kind of statement she want to give. I'd rather get a Republic Bank statement than that statement she had last week. You see, they want to talk about the fate of this country, yet you run from the Parliament, yet you put the Parliament into disrepute. But you see, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I am not afraid of what they may say and what they will post, whatever. We debate a report to talk about the conduct of one Bates and her attack on democracy. But there's a bigger picture at large here for the country to understand that the PNM, their modus operandi has been about destroying democracy, because before there was Bates, there was another big B in this House that was breaking democracy, and that is Bridget Anisette George. You see, I want to bring it up today. I want to bring it up today for far too long, those on that side have tried to give you the picture that they are the highest moral ground of the Westminster system. You see, what we had in the last 10 years, and carry me to privileges, do what you want. The worst speaker to ever walk in this parliament was Bridget Annie said George, and I was a parliamentary researcher. I could say it. I am not like San Fernando, East, Laventille West, and all them young fellows who just walk off the street. I have been part of the parliamentary system, and I walked in here, so I won't take no words from one of them. I understand it, and that's why today I could produce the Hansard to show the mafia of undemocratic, unpatriotic governance that was led by Trincity Maloney when she was the leader of government business. You see, I want to put this in Hansard. While Bates and Faris Alwari in the other place are breaking the democracy in a parliamentary committee, this was born out of the creature that was led by Trincity Maloney and Bridget Annie said George. And I want to call the date Monday. I want you to understand, I want the country to understand what you voted out 1 year ago. It wasn't just a party, you know. You voted out a mafia that held on to democracy, to break it, to prevent people in this country from getting proper representation. I want to go to Monday, 13 February 2017. FATCA report, FATCA GSC report. The leader of the opposition, Hansard, page 190, if you are making it up. Leader of the opposition prevented the right to speak on a motion. That is what they did. You see, so it can't start yesterday with Bates and Faris trying to manipulate a report, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is in their DNA to manipulate democracy. So, 13 February 2017, leader of the opposition refused the right to speak on the motion to adopt the GSC report on FATCA. I go again. Friday, 23rd September 2016, leader of the opposition evicted from the House of Representatives. So when they come, they go Martin Northeast, like to give it this kind of crocodile tears and let it feel like he's Erskine May and he know everything. They were the ones who created a culture to try to break Separia, to try to break every member on their side. I want to go again. I tell you I have the dates because it's important that we put this into Hansard, that the people looking on in this country, that people watching, the young people understand that the PNM, led by Arima, keeping on the husbands like Trincity Maloney, understand what we voted out 1 year ago, understand the grave danger that sits on that side. I want to, Friday 23rd, 2016 as well. Minister MP Barry Padarath evicted from the House of Representatives. So when you see the freedom today, it's because he walked the struggle to defend the democracy of this country, and all of this happened. Today they want to bring the Speaker, the Right Honourable Jagdev Singh, a man with the highest of moral and legal values, into their folly. But all of this happened under the watchful eyes of the Prime Minister's golfing buddies, familiar relation, Bridget Annie said George. I want to go again. 23rd September 2016, Dr. Moonilal evicted from the House of Representatives. You see, this is the culture that was created in this house. It was a culture to break us in the opposition. Again, opposition leader, again, in November, evicted from the House of Representatives. So, one of the speakers get the idea. The idea is there is the Hansard and parliamentary records to show that the wajang behavior of Trincity Maloney, the wajang behavior of Arima, and the wajang behavior of the entire PNM didn't start tonight. It didn't start last time. It is in their DNA to continue this. Madam Speaker, today is not just a debate on the report on the conduct of Senator Bates and Senator Al-Rawi. Today is a test and a demonstration of the weak leadership. And I've known colleagues before said it. I've known colleagues before said it before, but it must be repeated that today the leader of the opposition should have been the first speaker here to apologize to the country for this grave political misdemeanor. The leader of the opposition and the PNM have always led what you call, what is it called, the Cosa Nostra, or whatever they call it, to hide the wrongdoing and not deal with wrongdoing. You see, right here in this very house, there was a parliamentary statement that spoke about Balize House being built by drug money. Balize House, there's a parliamentary statement was given in this house, not my words, it is there. Arima never commented on it. In the public domain, you see, they want to talk about Caroni Central, they want to talk who on bail, and they want to talk, what about the rumors of the pedophilia that has plagued the PNM? These are not my words, this is not Mayaro making it up, and I want to tell everyone, I'm not afraid of what you're going to do and put up, because I stand on principle, I stand strong with my constituents, I stand strong with my government. What about the issues of pedophilia that was raised? You never dealt with it. And that is why today you hear people talking about the issue of pedophilia national movement. That is a fact that's been out there, Madam Deputy Speaker. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, 1 year ago, the people of this country voted overwhelmingly to put this government into office. Not just to repair the economy, not just to fix our relationship with labor as it's being done, not just to fix the health sector, not just to fix public utilities, and I mean it's been spoken about widely, 26,000 plus lights put up today. The people of this country elected a government that would stand with them to create reform, to create change in the very aspects of their lives. You see, colleagues have spoken about the technical issues of what was committed by Senator Bates and Senator Rawi. And I want to commend Minister Saddam Hussein, because the issue before the Joint Select Committee is not a simple issue. It is an issue that affects every single citizen. It is their health. It is the ability to get medicine, to protect your family, to save your family at a proper cost. And for 10 years, friends and financiers were able to manipulate that while the very poor and small man had to pay that cost. And today, when a parliamentary committee with 4 of the very most dynamic ministers in our government, people with on-the-ground experience, when 4 of our ministers are sitting in a committee that is supposed to be non-partisan at that point, to work together to root out corruption, to ensure that the average citizen could now afford simple drugs outside. What goes on? The PNM finds a way in opposition to hijack a committee to fix it for their friends and financiers. That has to be the biggest form of moral decay facing this country. For 10 years, you have used every policy, you have used every mechanism to benefit your friends and financiers. And when the country overwhelmingly votes you out, you still find a way to go in the nook and cranny of a joint select committee to impact something as important in people's lives. So today, I thank Minister Hosein, Minister John, and Minister Devish Maharaj, and as well as the Senate colleagues on that committee. And I thank the chairman of the committee, because what they have uncovered here is not just a parliamentary violation. It is not just an effort to break democracy. What they have uncovered here is the PNM's continuous agenda to ensure that their friends and financiers will always prevail over the small man. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, I heard we speak about Faris Alwari not being part, and I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to comment on every colleague who has spoken before, and my colleague, Minister Elder, has expressed it very, very coherently by telling why Senator Rawi should be implicated equally in this. But there's another biggest form of insult, and it didn't start at the committee level. It started in May 2025, when the leader of the opposition appointed her senators. The people of San Fernando West sent Faris Alwari packing. The people of La Joqueta Talparo stood behind Philip Watts to send Foster Cummins packing. They stood behind Minister Dowlat to send Forest packing. And against the will of democracy, Arima appoints the two of them to the Senate. So the whole issue here today, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not just about a procedure going wrong in a committee. I want the country to understand it is 11:04. All of these ministers, Minister John is in the office from 3:30. Minister Sober stays in the office till 10. Yeah, 3:30 a.m. Minister Padarath is, again, fixing streetlight, fixing water. Every minister in this government, unlike them, we work very hard. But here we are at 11:04 trying to tell the country that what this debate is about, and this report, it is not just about a parliamentary procedure gone wrong. You see, Trinity Maloney stood up here and said, well, all are we agree it wrong. No, it's not that all are we agreeing it wrong. It is the level of conniving, dishonesty, and immorality that continues to mask itself in the PNM as a political party. And that is why we are standing here today as an opposition. Madam Deputy Speaker, I didn't intend to enter this debate. I have a few scribbles all over. But you see, when you attack the democracy of this country, and to break it down, you might say that is a word we're just playing on democracy. Let me explain what democracy means to the people of Mayaro. For 10 years, the people of Mayaro didn't get a single access road. For 10 years, the people of Mayaro have been struggling for water. Now, thanks to the Prime Minister, member for Tapari, and the member for Couva South, we are getting a desal plant and 2 water tanks. For 10 years, Madam Speaker, and I can only talk for my constituency, for 10 years, the people of Mayaro didn't get a new school. For 10 years, the people of in Mayaro have been living next to the oil and gas, yet Port of Spain, North, St. Anne's, West, never saw it fit to ensure that jobs came to Guayaguari and Rio Claro. But because of the democratic principles of this government, thanks to the Member of Parliament for Superior Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, also the Minister of Energy, the democratic principles have worked together to ensure that rural communities of Mayaro, of your constituency, and constituencies that have left behind for years and a decade are now benefiting. But when you bring corruption and immorality, as the Arima-led opposition has done in this committee, it threatens the way of life for every single citizen. So if you are watching on the television tonight, do not for 1 minute make a mistake to think that we are debating a procedural issue. We are debating the attack on the one institution that can give hope to this country, the Parliament of this country. You see, there's a story, Madam Speaker, that when the boy bring the bat and the boy out, he just take the bat and he go home. That's what they do. They lost an election resoundingly. And now all they can commit themselves to is chaos in this country. All they can commit themselves to is breaking the institutions. It is putting out releases and statements that can harm democracy, harm progress, and harm development. And today we reject that. We reject that. So, Madam Speaker, as I said, I didn't intend to enter this debate today. But there's another very, very critical component. And as I said, you know, the leader of government business was correct. I want the country to know, when they staged that big walkout, big bad walkout, and they're looking like they defend democracy, they didn't go home, you know. They went for the free food right down the hall. So if you're watching home from your house, I want you to understand, Arima-led opposition didn't defend democracy tonight, you know. They just run off to eat because they couldn't take the fire. That is the hypocrisy that the Arima-led opposition faces. And I want to keep using the word Arima-led because we have to remind ourselves who is the leader of the opposition, because some months ago, people with the word B just gave Arima problems. Baliram, she couldn't answer Baliram. And now Bates, she can't answer for Bates. My God, thank God first name probably had no B in it. You know, so, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said, I didn't intend to enter this debate. But on behalf of the people of Mayaro, as a young person in this parliament, but somebody who has worked as a parliamentary researcher for 10 years, looking at the unfairness that Bridget Anisette George and Trinity Maloney masked as governance and leader of government business from 2015 to 2025. I cannot stand here. The people of this country need to understand the great cloud that we voted out. And today is a clear demonstration of leadership. Leadership. Today we have to commend the Prime Minister, because never once has the Prime Minister, as political leader, as leader of the opposition, and Prime Minister, turned her back on her government, on her party, and her country when her country needed answers, as Arima has done time and time again. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, with those very few words, I would like to conclude, but I want to say that we on this side will not be intimidated by those on the other side. I will not be intimidated by Trincity Maloney, because I will be here for a very long time when she is gone. And I'm happy she has left today. I hope she hastens that journey. So on behalf of the mayoral constituency, we reject the undemocratic, unprincipled leadership of the opposition and the opposition. I thank you.
Member for Point Fortin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise at 11:10 on the 1st of May, still the 1st, 2026, to say to Trinidad and Tobago, as my colleague, Minister Elder did, Happy May Day to all of the workers, Trinidad and Tobago, and indeed, workers of the entire Caribbean. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also rise on a day like today when I should be in Point Fortin, celebrating Borough Day, the 46th year, and to say to my constituency of Point Fortin, happy 46th anniversary in the celebration of Point Fortin becoming a borough. Madam Deputy Speaker, I enter this debate and I am very, very saddened. As a new parliamentarian, I am very saddened to see that this so-called party, called the PNM, who is now in opposition, who claims to be the party that has the God-given right to run this country, behaving just the way they think, as if they are God. But you see, Madam Deputy Speaker, April the 28th, 2025, showed the public of Trinidad and the world that they are not God. They are mere mortals. And when they do nonsense, they will be taken out of power, as they were taken out of power last year. And based on their behavior, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is my humble view that the PNM will stay out of power for a very long time. But let me get down to my little contribution, because I didn't intend to enter this debate at all, simply because I thought this was a very simple motion brought by the member for Sama Barataria. And I want to thank the member for Sama Barataria for his intervention and his contribution. But let me get down to my little 2 cents in this debate here. First of all, Senator John Bates is the fall guy or the fall girl. I don't know if anybody could remember that movie, that TV series in the 1980s, The Fall Guy. Yeah. Lee Majors was the actor. I don't know if he's still alive. And the fall guy was a stuntman. And clearly, John Bates is a stuntwoman, because I want to refer the House back to what the member for Trincity Maloney said before she orchestrated their walkout. She said that she admit that John Bates was wrong. Yeah, and they just pass it off, yeah. But she said something very interesting, and I hope I'm not misquoting her. If you could remember, members, she said under advice, she did something. No, but members, that to me, and I hope I'm not misquoting her, the Hansards we could always check. That to me, members, showed that John Bates didn't act alone. She probably acted, as we say in industrial relations, she probably acted in concert. And clearly, who is the personal advisor? Brothers and sisters, we know the personal advisor is Senator Faris Senator Faris Alwari. Yes? Clear. And I am saying here tonight, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it is really sad that two members, two legal luminaries, cannot own up to their misgivings and simply tender their resignation, brothers and sisters. Tender and go. You see, what example are you setting for the young parliamentarians in the House? I want to quote one of the young parliamentarians, Mr. Birchwood, when he stood up earlier on and he said, he's talking about what? We speak in generals, but we fail in specifics. Well, you see tonight, specifically we are calling for Faris Alwari and Senator John Bates to resign immediately and depart the Senate. Go for it. Specific. Secondly, I want to, Madam Deputy Speaker, to go back to what was mentioned and to talk a little bit about it. There's this thing that the former, the man who have all the goat, in Tobago, that fella, no disrespect to the goat. Madam Deputy Speaker, that gentleman said in a public meeting that we defend the Kustra Nostra. We call it in the labor movement the Kusunusu. A secret society. They defend each other. They don't mind whatever they do, but they defend each other. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the behavior I saw here tonight confirms that group of persons that occupy the opposition, they are not functioning in a rational and a reasonable. They are part of some sort of mafia organization. Because that's mafia behavior, Madam Deputy Speaker. You come to this House and you admit that what your members did is wrong. But instead of saying, all right, okay, your motion good, no problem. All right, leader government business, come let we talk. So is the case, and a couple of minutes, we could have gone home. But no, what you did, normally, when you're in negotiations and you want to mash up the meeting, yeah? You come and you slam the table, badam, and you start with all kinds, you, your head big, you're looking funny. and you attempt to mash up the meeting because you really didn't come with anything significant to contribute. What I saw here this evening, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a group of persons that are in opposition that have lost direction, they have lost their way, so all they did here today is try to mash up the meeting. And indeed, when they couldn't mash up the meeting, they walk out. It is a travesty that persons who have been elected by the people of Trinidad and Tobago, by their constituents, they are now not here in this room, but I'm sure they are listening somewhere on Facebook or whatever, or on the parliament, or have somebody marking, that's fine, to find out what all of us would have said. And I agree with my colleague from Mayaro. What we say in this House, we could say it outside, because it's the truth, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's the truth. That organization have run this country, and they have run this country into the ground. And that rather than admitting their wrongdoings, they come here for every parliament and simply dig in their heels and in an attempt to deflect blame and to blame us for that, not just 10 years, Madam Deputy Speaker. The PNM has run this country for over 40-something years, uninterrupted. 30 years uninterrupted, and then after that. So, we can do the maths. Good? And so that if we were to say, really, everything that's wrong in this country is the PNM. Everything. Because they run this country for the longest. And that it is a special and particular peeve with me as a former trade unionist and a member of the labor movement, when I know for a fact that it was the work of persons like Cipriani and Tuba Uriah Boss Butler and Joe Young, Basdeo Pandey, and the esteem of these powerful labor leaders that between the 1900s to 1939, they gave Trinidad and Tobago the right to adult franchise. And then later, between 1940 to 1962, they then ushered independence. The labor movement, normal working people, Madam Deputy Speaker, it was not the PNM, because they want people to feel that they alone give this country everything, but we know it is the little people, the workers, the working people of this country, that all of the wickedness that they did, they stood on the backs of working people, of the working class. The wickedity of the PNM, according to the member for Dr. Moonilal, the wickedity of the PNM and the manner in which they conducted themselves for the last couple of years, it was on the backs of workers and the abuse of workers. That is why we have to now face this morass that this country is in at this present time. But let me continue. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to refer, this report reminds me of a situation that you all know I always talk about, which is Petrotrin. It reminds me, Madam Deputy Speaker, there were three reports, Lashley, Solomon, and Mackenzie. And none of those reports pointed to what was eventually decided. It reminds me of what happened. And it was only because an act of God, because I say in God, because it was an act of God, because God probably knew that Mr. Dayal Singh is digitally challenged. Yes? Digitally challenged, technologically challenged. So that while they were orchestrating his witness statements, again based on the evidence in the report, he just excited, he just want to get out of there. He sent the changes with all of the notes, and I saying it quite nicely for the listening audience. And that the notes would have had all of the different contributors who would have amended. You see, it is the same situation that in 2018, they thought what they were doing, what they would have gotten away with it, because they came and they won elections in 2020. Yes? But they thought that after that, that was it. So they thought they would have, that's it, they would have won elections forever, not realizing that God don't sleep, Madam Deputy Speaker. He don't sleep. He don't even have pajamas, Madam Deputy Speaker. What happened? You thought that you would have gotten away, as my colleague, Minister Sturge, would have mentioned earlier on when he spoke about Malcolm Jones and Faris Alwari. What he did, what he did on that occasion, I'm also reminded of what took place in the Aviation case, where, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a lot more of this will come out in a little while when we debate in something else. A lot more will come out. But I'm reminded that they knew fully well that there was a case, a very solid case, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's the same Senator Faris Alwari, the same guy, same fella, that refused. he didn't appeal the case. The case went to the High Court. There was insufficient evidence because what they do? They burn all the files, they fire all the witness. So there was insufficient evidence, and the lawyers here in this August House will know what I'm talking about. And as a result of that, AV won their case, $100 million in compensation and acreage. This is a matter of public record. So, but that when you look at the whole situation on the principle of an appeal, the state had all of the different tenants to appeal, and they refused to appeal. It is the same principle, Madam Deputy Speaker. They know they're wrong. They know a wrong has been committed. As a comrade of mine's coins, an unfairment was committed. An unfairment, yes, it's a nice little word. An unfairment was committed, but instead of correcting the wrong, they continue to uphold the wrong. And as a result of that, it come like, if you going to hell, and you going to hell, well, you see that? All are we devil. So we'll all go to hell together. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I say here this evening, I am not a devil. If the PNM want to continue in their devilish ways and they want to be a devil, they alone will go to hell. And you see, tonight, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are calling once more on the immediate resignation of Senator Senator Faris Alwari and Senator John Bates. This is the second time I've said it in my presentation. I'm moving on. What the upholding of wrongdoing does do to Trinidad and Tobago? Well, I could tell you what it did to me personally. I saw over 1,000 of my former comrades die between 2018 to now because they don't have a proper medical plan. I saw 4 divers suffer and perish because you destroyed a safety system because of you upholding wrongdoings. I saw thousands of casual workers. Up to now, they can't get a work. I also saw, which is the worst of all, and this will concern the member for Faizabad, with the refinery being closed and oil price being almost zero at that time, I saw the potential of billions of dollars in the national coffers being totally erased and obliterated because of that group across there upholding wrongdoing, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't think I will take any long period of time, because it is clear to me, Madam Deputy Speaker. A matter of fact, as I say, Stevie Wonder could see. Yeah? Stevie Wonder could see that it is that what the opposition is trying to uphold is totally wrong. It is totally unparliamentarian, unparliamentary, and it is bordering, and because I'm very careful quoting legal terms, because I'm not a lawyer by profession, but in my humble opinion, it is bordering criminal. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to move on. During the contributions of the 1 or 2 persons on the opposition side, it made it very, very clear to me that the opposition, a matter of fact, again, Stevie Wonder could see that they were getting prepared to walk out. I'm sure, we saw it. They were getting prepared to walk out. Yeah? We saw it. Yes? And you're right. And that again shows that this opposition is probably the laziest opposition there's ever had in Trinidad and Tobago's parliament, because they refuse to confront the issues that are before them. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not my job to try to make statements to the opposition to make them wise. They know what they're doing and what they're not doing. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is in this regard I would like to state that we on this side, led by the best Prime Minister ever that Trinidad and Tobago ever had, Mrs. Kamla Persad-Bissessar, SC, we, by evidence of us staying here, by evidence of us seeing through this debate, by the evidence of us showing Trinidad and Tobago that we are prepared to do the work to restore, repair, and rebuild Trinidad and Tobago, whether the opposition want to be a part of it or not. We are going to fix Trinidad and Tobago brick by brick, brick by brick. Yes? And with those few words, Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank you, and I thank you very much. Thank you.
Honorable members, the time is now 11:30. I now suspend the House for 15 minutes for a break, and we'll be back at 11:45.
The Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker.
Member for Faizabad.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this very, very important debate. This debate is not just about a wrongdoing committed by another member. This is much, much more. And as we have heard from the benches on this side, this government will not accept or tolerate wrongdoing, illegal acts of any sort, misconduct in public office, misdemeanors. We will not tolerate that, Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it is our obligation, we believe, to raise these issues as we have done here today. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to begin slightly differently to how my other colleagues would have positioned our narrative. I want to begin from a finance perspective. You see, I was elected Member of Parliament a couple of days more than a year ago. And I was given the opportunity to serve as the Minister of Finance by the Honorable Camille Bissessa, our political leader and Prime Minister. An opportunity for which I'm very grateful. One of the responsibilities that I hold, and I hold sacred, is the responsibility to protect the public purse, to ensure that the public purse is not raided, is not treated, is not abused, is not engaged in misconduct, and that no entity, no body, no person, no organization abuses the authority that it is given when it comes to spending taxpayers' money. I hold that responsibility dearly, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that is why I joined the debate today. You see, that is what, for me, this entire narrative stems from. Let me begin by congratulating my colleagues who would have spoken here today, and especially the Honourable Member for Sama-Barataria, who stood here fearlessly and presented this report. And I hope that members of the public will actually spend some time and take a look at what is in this report. Because you see, this report contains the description of the activities that all surrounded this major issue. In this report, having read it, an allegation was made of witness tampering. The allegation was cleanly and clearly made during the hearings of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, during those hearings. And an opportunity was provided to the alleged offender to defend herself, to give an explanation. As you would have heard initially, that individual admitted. Senator John Bates admitted to wrongdoing. The member was then requested an opportunity to raise some other issues. She wrote, and that letter is in this report. The member then wrote an explanation. A detailed, it's about a 3-page, 4-page, 1, 2, 3, 5-page explanation of her conduct, raising issues that had nothing to do at all with the allegation made against her, effectively confirming even then that she had misconducted herself. Today, in this honorable chamber, a member opposite stood and read out basically her minority report. And again, that minority report did not deal with the substantive issue, which is what we are talking about here today, and which would have led to the offer of a resignation by a newly appointed senator. So nothing in the public domain deters from the fact that those members opposite, the PNM, knew or know and have accepted that this particular member, Member John Bates, I will come to Farasarawi in a second, that Member John Bates committed an unacceptable act. The unacceptable act is that she coached or interfered or guided or interfered with a witness appearing in testimony before her. That was the action. It is ironic that she has accepted blame. It is ironic that those members opposite have also accepted blame. She has allegedly taken some kind of action, admittedly belatedly and only after public pressure from this government and from members of the right-thinking public outside. But the same offense, committed in the same place, with the same documents, by another senator seems to have been given the lie by the members opposite. That is disturbing for another reason. It seems that even in the PNM, justice for one is not the same as justice for the other. And the member for Trinity Maloney spoke about C-Paul Lock and Go-Paul Lock. It seems that John Bates Lock is not the same as Al-Rawi Lock. But you see, that is the nature of the PNM. That is the nature of the PNM. It is something we have to pay attention to, because this particular instance, they get caught. That is the only reason this became an issue, because they were caught out. As my friends previously have said, if the former member, the former Minister of Health, had some sense or technical knowledge, we would not have known about this particular instance. And God alone knows how many opportunities they have used or how many more times they have violated their office, their oath of office. And I think it should be important for us to remind members, remind the population what their oath of office is, When they swore an oath of office, they swore an oath of allegiance to this country to act in a particular way. And both Senator John Bates and Senator Faris Al-Rawi have already violated that oath. It is my humble view that the taxpayers of this country should no longer have to pay for the salaries of these two individuals who have violated their oaths of office. Perhaps what is even more heinous is the repeated failure of the leader of the opposition, knowing and having accepted that her choices have broken rank with the truth, integrity, fairness, nationwide nationalism, patriotism, that they swore an oath of allegiance to maintain their duty of integrity. Despite knowing that they breached that, she continues to support them. She refuses to take action. And for that reason, it is my humble view that not just Senator Al-Rawi and Senator John Bates should resign. This action should be firmly bolted to the chest of the Member of Parliament for Arima, the political leader of the PNM and the leader of the opposition, Ms. Penelope Beckles. Well, I think we have established that there's multiple leaders across there. Because even today, when it was time to walk out, I don't know which signal they were waiting for, but I will come to that in a few seconds. One of the leaders. So I want to bolt this firmly to their chest. Because today, what we saw is the member for Arima aiding and abetting what can easily be, I think, the government leader clearly explained it, what can easily be misconduct in public office, which is a criminal offense. The member was aiding and abetting because she's an accessory after the fact. Maybe she was an accessory during the fact. Maybe. Because for some reason, she feels obligated to shelter people who have violated the law. That cannot be acceptable, although it seems to be a norm in the PNM. It cannot be acceptable. There's collusion. And the fact that the members opposite, all of them, support this kind of misconduct doesn't surprise me. And it wouldn't surprise any right-thinking member on this side. Because on every occasion, we have spoken about why crime rises when the PNM is in office. We have always spoken about it. And the reason why crime rises when the PNM is in office is because they close their eyes to it. and maybe even facilitate it, by even facilitating it, by turning a blind eye when it occurs. We have spoken about the drug trade, we have spoken about prostitution, we've spoken about human trafficking coming through the straits of between Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago. We have, there's been a lot of narrative about foreign guns here, Venezuelan criminals, Venezuelan drug lords here. They facilitated that by sabotaging the Coast Guard, by not repairing the vessels, by not providing them with fuel, by not supporting the initiatives. And then when the U.S. offered some level of assistance to treat with the drug trade, to treat with the drug trade in our waters, they were viciously against it. Viciously against it. You know why, Madam Deputy Speaker? Why? Because if we had somehow managed to block the drug trade, this country would have benefited. We would not have the random murders, the multiple murders that we have had in the last decade. But then how? Then how? I want to say it carefully. Then how would some of the benefits of high crime been received by members on the other side? I want to tie this down, Madam Speaker. I said I wouldn't be very long. Same offense, same conduct, same everything, but one rule for John Bates and one rule for Al-Rawi. I want to quote, Madam Deputy Speaker, my leader, because we on this side know who our leader is. I want to quote my leader. You notice none of them could have got up to quote their leader, because they were not brave enough to say which one of them is leading which one. Anyway, let me quote my leader. In a post issued today, and I quote, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker. The headline is Untouchable Faris, PNM Power Play Exposed. You see, this is how we know what they're doing. The population needs to hear this, and I want it to be put down to the Hansard for posterity, for future generations to understand why the PNM will never see the corridors of power again. Untouchable Faris, PNM Power Play Exposed, and I quote, "The current hierarchy of the People's National Movement cannot touch Faris Al-Rawi because he is protected by the PNM's fake elite financiers who have hijacked and owned the PNM since 2010. Tonight, when all PNM MPs hastily fled Parliament upon the call to remove Faris Al-Rawi from the Senate, they showed themselves to be a party totally controlled by its fake elite financiers existing only to serve them. It appears that Penelope Beckles cannot touch Faris Al-Rawi, as she must adhere to the dictates of the PNM's financiers, who have slyly replaced the former PNM leadership with her." It continues. "Astonishingly, for some people, but not for me, that's for the Prime Minister, not for us on this side, MP Beckles and the PNM did not flee when the government called for Senator John Bates' removal. The fleeing occurred, and this is important, the fleeing occurred at the precise moment MP Jearlean John called for MP Beckles to remove Senator Faris Al-Rawi for his role in this scandal. That is when they ran out. Like shelters and mosquito. Madam Deputy Speaker, my colleague before spoke about the Cosa Nostra. A comment made by a former political leader of the PNM when he said that we protect each other with a vow of secrecy. That is the PNM. They protect themselves, they protect PNM members with a vow of secrecy. But the Cosa Nostra is a criminal gang. involved in many criminal activities. So when the then political leader of the PNM likened themselves to the Costa Nostra, the population should have paid attention, because he was likening the party that he was leading. He was likening the party that he was leading to a criminal gang element. And today, in this honorable house, we have seen that that trend continues under the current PNM leader. The Costa Nostra, the criminal element, they came here and started to behave like thugs, like vagabonds.
We have none of it.
Like vagabonds, and kudos to you. Kudos to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for your calm in treating with them. Kudos to you. That was exceptional, and I give you great regards, because I don't think I had the patience to deal with the nonsense that passed for commentary on the other side. It is my view that the leader of the opposition has a legal obligation in law. It's a legal obligation to act. She knows of an offense that has been created. She has insider information of an offense that has been committed. And I want to highlight the Ministry of Health, the basis on which all of these things have been uncovered. The Ministry of Health spends billions of taxpayers' dollars every year. And under the PNM, they would have spent maybe $30 billion under the Ministry of Health. So when you see they start to fix it, they start to correct statements, they start to adjust witness statements, we have to ask ourselves, who were they protecting? Into whose money, whose pockets were they looking at? Was it just this? Was it only this? Or is this much, much more that we have not yet seen? Madam Deputy Speaker, as I wrap, I want to salute the United National Congress today for bringing this to the fore. You see, those on the opposite side like to get on big, like to get on bad, because they think that thuggery is what it takes. Today, they have met for the umpteenth time. Today, they have met the big, bad UNC. Today, they would have witnessed colleagues stand up for each other and tell them where it is. Because if they touch one, they touch all. That is the difference between them on that side and us on this side. You see, we have a leader that leads by example. And today, they have shown that they have a leader that leads by the same example that went before. When the truth is in their face, they refuse to act. They run and hide, but the law will take care of them. The law will take care of them. While I'm on that, last point, today I want to call on the Law Association of Trinidad and Tobago to stop hiding. Today I want to call on the Law Association of Trinidad and Tobago when two of their key members, two members of the Law Association, have discredited themselves in the public domain, not just as politicians, but as lawyers who know what witness tampering is and who engage in it anyway. Today I want to call on the Law Association to stop hiding. Come outside. Say something. Say something. Or especially senior counsel. Especially. I also want to say that Faris Al-Rawi, John Bate, don't offer resignation. Leave and go. Do not take taxpayers' money anymore. Do not do that. And for the members opposite, the members of the PNM who are too coward to show their faces here tonight to do the people's business, they should all resign. They should all resign, because today we had another opportunity for them to serve their constituents. But you know what the truth is? When it comes to serve their constituents, their mouths are lost. Their voices are lost. Today, the only master they are serving, the only thing that they are seeking to protect is how to protect one man, and it's not Terence Yalsing. One man. It's not him. He unfortunately was just the, I wouldn't use stupidity. I wouldn't say that. That's very unkind. I wouldn't say that. But he was unfortunately he was unfortunate. He just was unfortunate. But it happened to be, I believe in karma. It happened to be this one opportunity that proved to us that the PNM still is engaging in the same misconduct now as they existed when they were in government. We have no idea how many more times they have breached, how many more times they have hidden, how many more times they have robbed the public purse. But as my colleague would have mentioned before, during the mid-year review, we will have another time. We will have another opportunity when we'll be able to show the population why we are in the crises that we are in as a country. Because those on that side would have taken every single undemocratic, unpatriotic act to sabotage the interests of Trinidad and Tobago and taxpayers of this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is my hope and prayer that citizens of this country pay attention to the travesties of justice being executed by those on that side. Their violation of the law, violation of the rule of law, violation of principles of common decency, and never put them back in office. Never. And Deputy Speaker, with those few words, I thank you very much.
Member for Caroni Central.
Fire-breathing dragon.
Thank you. Good morning to you, Deputy Speaker. Now it's Saturday 2nd. I would like to say good morning to my colleagues on this side.
Trinidad and Tobago.
And good night to the opposition one time. Deputy Speaker, I was not planning to join this debate, but I had to join, even as a short moment, short few minutes, to respond to some things that was said earlier on yesterday on members on that side, especially Trinity Maloney. But I want to compliment all my colleagues on this side during this debate, especially the young MP from Mayaro that was on fire tonight in his debate on this motion, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, you know, I'll just get briefly into my presentation here this morning, and I wouldn't, as I said, I wouldn't stay long. Really and truly, what we witnessed as a member from Barataria piloted the motion on a special report of the Public Administration and Appropriation Committee special report really is a travesty that was done by the opposition at that committee. You see, Deputy Speaker, what you witness at that committee, and if you read through this special report, is a continuation of the underhandedness that those individuals on the opposition side did when they were in government for the last 10 years, Deputy Speaker. They felt they are still in government. That's why they could have done what they did at that committee, with the track changes and the underhandedness, and I would use the word criminality that was done by certain members on that side in that committee report. Deputy Speaker, what you witnessed here yesterday when Trinity Maloney was talking, and I really wasn't going to join this debate, but I want to tell Trinity Maloney and all of them on that side, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Their words will never harm me. I have fantastic lawyers, and I will be vindicated. They, on that side, have no moral authority to talk about us on this side, Deputy Speaker. When I listen to Trinity Maloney, and she has a penchant to bring me into her debates.
The first thing, that was the first thing she talked about. She even talked about baits.
And she mentioned that people on this side have questions to answer to. Deputy Speaker, I really didn't want to do this here tonight, you know.
Do it.
But I have a report.
Do it. This morning.
You see, I just happen to have a report in my briefcase, and I wasn't going to use it now. I was going to use it another time, Deputy Speaker.
Use it now.
But let me give you the subject matter, that it was underneath her as Minister of Housing.
Right.
Investigation into irregular use of infrastructure development fund in the amount of $78 million by Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation. $78 million that underneath their watch, especially under Trinity Maloney, was utilized and disbursed to contractors just before election in 2025. They received the $78 million that was supposed to be utilized to build affordable homes.
Right.
And they used it to pay their friends and family and contractors. So when Trinity Maloney talks about we on this side have questions to answer, I know they, Trinity Maloney, have questions to answer. Yes. We will make her answer it. We will make her answer it. So, as I say, sticks and stones may break my bones, but her words will never harm me. And the wickedness, as my colleague from Appropriations, the wickedity, especially of Trinity Maloney, and there's a gentleman there, Digomate Northeast. I will come to him at another time. If my colleague, the member from Toko Sandy Grande, allows me to at some point in time. But we will leave that for another time, but not tonight. Not tonight, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this report I have in my hands for $78 million was done by the Ministry of Finance Central Audit Committee. It was initiated when I became the Minister of Housing. Because under my watch, when we went in there, we saw certain things and we had called for an investigation into that $78 million that was supposed to have been spent on affordable homes for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And that is why over the last 10 years, that side could have never built homes sufficiently for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. That is why we are in a problem with the housing market under HEC, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, let me just show you, read the scope of this investigation. The scope of the investigation, the scope of the assignment entailed a review of an assessment of internal control systems specific to the receipt and expenditure of $78 million in relation to release of funds via warrant number 99 of 2025, dated March 13, 2025. It focused on the examination of financial records to determine authorization and to verify validity of payments in accordance with the financial regulations and the Exchequer and Audit Act, Chapter 6901, together with other related Controller of Accounts circulars and approved policies and procedures, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, basically the scope was to investigate that $78 million. Let me give you a little part of that executive summary. So when Trinity Maloney, and there was another individual, I think at the point in time he was from Laventil, West Mova, is no longer there. Both of them have things to answer to, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, misappropriation of the funds of $78 million, IDF release. And I quote, AGC received $78 million, $78,071,196, intended for the Affordable Homes Program project activities. However, the funds were retained and used by AGC to pay its outstanding debts, contrary to the approved requirements for onward transfer to CCL, which was the construction company. This irregular use was deemed a unilateral decision by the former HEC chairman, who was underneath them, Deputy Speaker. And I think that former HEC chairman was Noel Garcia, Deputy Speaker. They diverted the funds. They diverted the funds. A substantial portion of the $78 million, and Trinity Maloney was the Minister of Housing, 59.7 million or 81.7% was used for operational and maintenance expenses, including garbage collection. They love garbage collection, Deputy Speaker. And grass cutting. They love grass cutting too, Deputy Speaker. This, I will get to that. This directly, and I show my friend La Hoqueta Talpa will know those names when I call them, those companies. He's very familiar with them. He's very familiar with them from a senator in the other place, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, so basically, $78 million was diverted and used just before election to pay off expenditures to certain contractors for maintenance expenses, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, let me call out some of those names. Let me call out some of them. And the amounts. Wait for it. Especially in April, early April before elections, Deputy Speaker. Let me call out some names for you. And I'm sure my friend behind me would know those names. Let me call out one called Pace Construction. You know that one? La Hoqueta Talparo? Pace Construction, $5 million on the 4th of April. Huh? You know one, somebody called Guardsman Security Services Limited? Oh, Guardsman?
Dharam Singh, man.
Oh, Dharam Singh or Mitra?
Mitra Dharam.
Oh, you know one called Norman Gabriel Limited?
Who is that?
Oh, I wonder who's that. I wonder if Oropuchis is familiar with that name. Huh?
Norman, is that you?
Norman, is that you? What about Halcyon? Or not Halcyon, sorry. Clyde. Clyde Limited, Clyde Enterprises for $1.5 million.
Fostering contracts?
All right. What about, there's so much here, Deputy Speaker. Huh? Benon Construction. That's another one I think my friend knew. Right? What about Triple J Scavenging? Right? What about OCK Enterprises? What about, and the list goes on, right? There's one called Family Contracting and Services Limited. I don't know if that belongs to someone on that side, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, so basically, $78 million was diverted from building homes to paying out friends and family just before election, Deputy Speaker. And that is why, we are in a sad state in the HEC, but under the guidance of the Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Prasad predecessor, we will change that at HEC with our board, chairman, and new management, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, there are so many companies. I have 4 pages of companies that were paid that $78 million in a short space of time, Deputy Speaker. There's a nice name here called Austin Rogers Holding and Construction Company Limited. I think they can't find that man anymore. He left a lot of people owing money, Deputy Speaker, but he got paid over $4 million here, Deputy Speaker. South Star Contracting and Equipment Rentals, right, Deputy Speaker. And the list is here. But I will say, I'll call out the list at another time, Deputy Speaker. So, Deputy Speaker, basically, what we have witnessed at that committee that my friend Saddam, the Minister of Legal, sat on, along with the member for Couva North, was really a continuation of the corruption and unharnessed by the opposition, Deputy Speaker. And Trinity Maloney, I want to ask her, where has she been for the last 7 months in Parliament? Since between when Parliament, since in May last year, to 7 months, we haven't seen that young lady. Well, I don't think she's young anymore. All right, I think Toko Sandegani described her perfectly this afternoon, tonight, right? And Deputy Speaker, as I end, I said I wouldn't be long, and I have a lot more to say and a lot more to do later on. But I would not allow Trinity Maloney to say certain things in this Parliament against me and get away with it. No. Right? So she has answers. She has questions to answer about that $78 million that was diverted that for affordable homes to pay contractors and their friends and family, Deputy Speaker. And I will continue more at another time. So I know they're in shambles, Deputy Speaker. I think they might be sleeping or they might be listening. Or when they wake up, Trinity Maloney has a lot to answer for. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Tobago West.
Good morning, Madam Deputy Speaker. You know, I won't be too long. You know, in cricket they have T10, T20. Well, I gave them a T5 this morning. Right? I just want to thank the people of Tobago West and by extension the people of Tobago for this opportunity to represent them in this honorable house. I want to address the member for Trinity Maloney. You know, I listened to the member, and it's hard subjecting my hearing domain to a ballisy fuel response from the member, because the member is supporting wrongdoing, and that is what they do on that side. But if it happened on this side, they would be rioting the streets of Port of Spain. They would be in this house screaming at the top of their lungs, PAACC gate, just like email gate. But the members on that side have tried to hoodwink the population for far too long, for 10 years. They have fooled the population or hoodwink the population. But that isn't working anymore. And it was evident on April the 28th of 2025 that they were voted out of office. And it was more evident when they were voted out, when they were whitewashed, well, blue-washed in the THA election on January 12th. So the people of Trinidad and Tobago are not fooled anymore. You know, there's a saying in the Bible, I think it's in James, chapter 4 and verse 17, if my memory serves me right. He that knoweth right and doeth wrong is just as guilty as sin. And the senator has to understand that there are consequences for your actions. You know, as a young politician, I feel sorry for the member, and you know she's a Tobagonian. But that's what happens when you align yourself with the wrong political organization. Public office is a sacred trust, and the transparency of our proceedings is fundamental. So we have to be accountable. So committees like these have us giving account to the nation, and that is how the constituents build trust in us. That is how the country builds trust in our leaders. And we as leaders have to set an example. We have to set the right example so that others can follow. And hence the reason the country is the way it is today, because for the past 10 years, there was no accountability. Because they are in here knowing that this individual would have done something wrong, but they try to support it. They try to brush it under the mat. But Trinidad and Tobago have seen you for who you are. Integrity is something that is very important. At the end of your political life, your political career, your political term, all you have is your name. So it is important to have your integrity intact. Well, integrity and PNM cannot be used in the same sentence. Because if we can find an acronym for the acts that they commit, that acronym would be PNM. I don't want to use the word here because I know the Deputy Madam Speaker would ask me to retract. But as I said, I don't want to be too long, but there's something I want to mention. The opposition did not just walk out of this house like that. They created a scene, tried to make a bacchanal. But you know what was the real reason behind them walking out of this house? Because when we reach that important point where we take a vote in this honorable house, Trinidad and Tobago would have seen them for who they are, because they would have not supported this motion. So the members started the bacchanal, and then Cole Pot joined in. And you know, everybody just want to create some kind of scandal to make it look like if we causing the problem. But the true problem is on that side. And we are this way because of the former Prime Minister, or the former Prime Minister, a Tobagonian by either boat or birth, because he didn't care how this country was run. He was the one that said, who dead, dead, who live, live. And they have continued in that same vein. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to encourage persons on this side that have been doing a wonderful job in governance thus far. You have just reached your 1-year anniversary. Your integrity is intact. You have been accountable to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Continue to keep your hands clean. Continue to represent and continue to make Trinidad and Tobago great again. I thank you.
Member for Barrett Area, San Juan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, we started this debate on Friday, and we are about to end on Saturday. And such an important matter that this House was summoned to deal with, but we have a lazy bunch of cowards who have fled from the chamber, ran from accountability, and refused to produce answers to the population who is waiting to find out where ARIMA's mind is in terms of Senator John Bates and Senator Faris Al-Rawi. But they are a bunch of cowards. Madam Deputy Speaker, you would have observed since they have left, the chamber has been very peaceful, tranquil, and exceedingly productive. They should walk out some more. Madam Deputy Speaker, a lot was said, and I don't intend to say much more, but just to respond to a few points. With respect to the special permissions that was raised by the member for Couva North, the committee had reached a very critical juncture where it examined the conduct of the former Minister of Health, Mr. Diyal Singh. And further, it dealt with special permissions being granted by the Ministry of Health under his leadership. And as soon as that happened, Madam Deputy Speaker, we realized there was now an orchestrated attempt to crash the good work of that PAAC committee, but we will not allow it. We will continue to protect the integrity of the work. A lot of work has gone into that committee, and the work will in fact continue without Senator John Bates' interference in that committee. The other point was Trin City Maloney would have raised a point of bias against the chairman of the committee. And she invoked a 2024 newspaper article where he's on public record describing conduct in terms of pharmaceutical companies and so on. That's no secret. That's since 2024. But as soon as John Bates was caught red-handed and Faris Al-Rawi, Trinity Maloney then decided to send a letter to the committee complaining about bias, The convenience of the timing of that letter reeks of total hypocrisy and distraction, and we will not be distracted by the PNM. We will not be distracted because what they are trying to do is cover up the corruption, the wrongdoings by the previous PNM administration that is being unraveled by this PAAC committee. And the last point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is this. I am told that Senator Faris Al-Rawi stood up in the Senate today when dealing with this exact motion and declared that he is the legal advisor for Mr. Terence Diyal Singh. What? He said he's a legal advisor, and he quoted the standing order saying that. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is the first time we know about that. The member, Mr. Terence Diyal Singh, submitted his evidence and did not inform the committee of his legal advisor. The committee sat several times after that. We did not know that Faris Al-Rawi is the legal advisor of Mr. Diyal Singh. But as soon as he marked bus, he trying to find a defense, he said he's lawyer and legal advisor. But my friend from Couva South placed it correctly. You cannot invoke principles of legal professional privilege when you are engaged in criminal conduct. Don't do that. Do not do that at all. And if you want, you can take me to Privileges Committee. I'm not apologizing for that statement because the facts speak for themselves. And these cowards who have left the chamber put out a release about why they walk out of the chamber. They put out a release. Put out a release. They're probably snoring by now. What they said is that even more troubling, and I'm quoting their release, government members sought to comment on the conduct of members of parliament who were not part of the committee under consideration, further undermining the legitimacy and fairness of the proceedings. You know who they're trying to defend there? Faris Al-Rawi. They're not defending John Bates, you know. No, not at all, you know. She under the bus. She under the bus. They are defending Faris Al-Rawi, but you know why they're defending Faris Al-Rawi? Because the phone calls coming in from the fake elite financiers of the PNM who pulling the strings of Arima. Arima is afraid to act because if she acts, they will cut those strings and they have no more money for the PNM. They are controlled by the fake elites. We on this side are controlled by the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The owners of the PNM will not allow them to fire Faris Al-Rawi. And then the statement goes on to say, in a particularly alarming development, the leader of the opposition was explicitly warned that she would not be permitted to object to being referenced by the mover of the motion and other government speakers. This represents a dangerous erosion of the rights of elected representatives and an unprecedented attempt to silence the voice of the opposition within the parliament. Now I take umbrage to that statement because, Madam Deputy Speaker, you served with distinction on that chair for this evening's proceedings. You serve with distinction. What they're trying to do here is attack your rulings on the chair after they were behaving like hooligans. That's right. After they were behaving like hooligans. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, the leader of the opposition had all of the opportunity this evening to stand up and contribute to this debate. But they premeditated that walkout. You were seeing them, you know. They were starting to pack up the bag early, you know. But they were waiting for a bacchanal so that they could leave. Because why? They wanted to run away from accountability. They are afraid to face the country. They are afraid to face their financiers. That is what it is. And we will not allow them to attack the chair of this house. We will not do that. We will not do that. We will not do that. So the coward opposition leader has run, but she can run for very long, but she cannot hide for much longer. The people are looking at her. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to end my contribution by saying, because a lot of people had things to say about Trinity Maloney, but I want to end with her too. I want to say, it could be a big Trinity Maloney, it could be a small Trinity Maloney. It's the same lasso we're using. I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that this House adopt the special report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, first session, 13th Parliament, on the conduct of a member. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. The report is therefore adopted.
Bills, second reading.
Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Give Effect to the Partial Scope Trade Agreement between the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of Chile for related matters be now read a second time. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is an honor for me today to pilot the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of Chile Partial Scope Trade Agreement, Bill 2026. It is even more so to do so in absolute silence. Madam Deputy Speaker, through this bill, though this bill is only 7 clauses, its importance to advancing Trinidad and Tobago's commercial relationship with South America, in particular the Republic of Chile is profound. The bill provides for the implementation of the partial scope trade agreement signed between the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of Chile on the 25th of April 2025. Clause 1 provides the customary short title of the legislation, while Clause 2 provides for the Act to commence upon proclamation by the President. Clause 3 provides for the interpretation of certain terms in the legislation, namely the terms, agreement, and minister. Clause 4 makes provisions for the agreement to have to bring the bill into effect and force of law. Clause 5 of the bill provides for the President to grant tariff preferences set out in Annex 2B of the agreement for goods originating from Chile. However, as Clause 5 of the bill explains, preferential treatment shall apply only to goods which satisfy Chapter 3 and the annexes of the agreement. Clause 6 provides for the minister to whom the responsibility for trade is assigned to amend the schedule to the legislation by order, specifically by negative resolution of Parliament, there being only one schedule, which is the actual text of the partial scope trade agreement with its articles and annexes. And finally, Clause 7 of the bill provides for the minister to make regulations subject to negative resolution of the Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, even though it is not the job of the legislature to negotiate nor amend trade agreements, permit me in the interest of transparency to explain the actual provisions of the agreement which are contained in the schedule to the legislation, which I will do, especially with respect to the economy of time and today being Saturday. Clause 1 essentially deals with the chapter to treat with the PSD and its objectives. Chapter 2 deals with the trade in goods. Chapter 3, the rules of origin. Chapter 4, the cooperation trade facilitation. Chapter 5, trade remedies. Chapter 6, sanitary and physiosanitary measures. Chapter 7, technical barriers to trade. Chapter 8, competition policy. Chapter 9, transparency. Chapter 10, institutional agreements. Chapter 11, dispute settlement procedures. Chapter 12, exceptions. Chapter 13, final provisions. This bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, will touch on some very key areas of trade which have not existed for quite some time and has been advanced, especially in the area of South America, which we are virgin to. So the bill itself will treat with the importance of international trade, economic growth and development, efficient resource allocation, access to a variety of goods and services, technological advancement, employment opportunities, strengthening international relations, economies of scale, foreign exchange earnings, which will all benefit Trinidad and Tobago. As a matter of fact, under the leadership of Ms. Camille Prasad-Bisessa, Senior Counsel, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the new foreign policy orientation of Trinidad and Tobago is aimed at achieving the central objectives of making this country stronger, safer, and prosperous. Pursuing Trinidad and Tobago's commercial interests is now central to its foreign policy. Our foreign policy is about pursuing initiatives which bring tangible benefits to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, such as foreign exchange and job opportunities. This is why during the recently concluded Shield of Americas held in Miami, March 7, 2026, the Honorable Camille Prasad-Bisessa, Prime Minister, prioritized engagements with several Latin American leaders, including His Excellency Jose Antonio Cast, President of Chile. The bill will also have significant benefits of enhanced trade between Trinidad and Tobago and Chile, touching on issues such as energy and resource complementarity, market diversification, economic growth and investment, access to goods and services, knowledge and technology transfer, enhanced competitiveness. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago has recently agreed that the Government of Trinidad and Tobago also, as mandated by our Honorable Prime Minister, to look for new friends in different places throughout the world, pursue a new commercial trade partnership agreement between Trinidad and Tobago and the Southern Common Market, Mercosur, by executing a dual strategy of associate status in Mercosur, as well as a partial scope trade agreement with Mercosur, along the lines of the recently negotiated agreement with Chile. Mercosur members encompass approximately 308 million persons with a combined gross domestic product of approximately US 3 trillion. And importantly, Chile is an associate member of Mercosur. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, in an ever-evolving international context, the government of Trinidad and Tobago continues to be bold and proactive in seeking the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The agreement reflects a shared understanding that in a world with increasing complexity, our cooperation is not a luxury, but a necessity. We live in a time where global challenges require global solutions, and beyond that, meaningful partnerships. We make no apologies, Madam Deputy President, Speaker. We make no apologies for prioritizing Trinidad and Tobago's commercial and security objectives in our diplomatic pursuits as we aptly navigate a complex international and geopolitical system. Our government, under the leadership of Mrs. Persad Bissessar, Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, will continue the necessary diplomatic approaches with key regional and international partners as we pursue pathways to sustainable development for Blessed Twin Island Republic state and to secure a bright future for generations to come. I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Give Effect to the Partial Scope Trade Agreement between the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of Chile and for related matters be now read a second time. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to say on behalf of the government bench, all our members are in full support of this initiative. We look forward to the fruits of this partial scope agreement between the Government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Government of the Republic of Chile. We thank our Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, our colleagues in the Ministry of Trade and Industry, as the government works in partnership to bring real results in terms of economic benefit to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you.
Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Miss Deputy Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 68-1, I beg to move that the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of Chile Partial Scope Trade Agreement Bill 2026 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause. No changes.
No. Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Give Effect to the Partial Scope Trade Agreement between the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of Chile for related matters be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Give Effect to the Partial Scope Trade Agreement between the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of Chile and for related matters.
Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 68-1, I beg to move that the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of Chile Partial Scope Trade Agreement Bill 2026 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question is that the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of Chile Partial Scope Trade Agreement Bill 2026 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House shall now go into Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
Clauses 1 to 7.
The question is that clauses 1 to 7 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 7 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 7 now stands part of the bill.
The schedule.
The question is that the schedule now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The schedule now stands part of the bill.
Preamble.
The question is that the preamble be approved. The question is that the preamble to the bill be approved. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be reported to the House. Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to report that the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of Chile Partial Scope Trade Agreement Bill 2026 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Honorable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of Chile Partial Scope Trade Agreement Bill 2026. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Give Effect to the Partial Scope Trade Agreement between the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of Chile and for related matters be now a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Give Effect to the Partial Scope Trade Agreement between the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of Chile and for related matters be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say no.
Mr. Padarath.
With the government alone here at almost 1 a.m., the answer is yes.
Mr. Tancoo.
Yes.
Ms. John.
Yes.
Dr. Moonilal.
Yes.
Mr. Lee.
Yes.
Mr. Hosein.
Yes.
Ms. Amin.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Mr. Maharaj.
Yes.
Ms. Mohit.
Yes.
Mr. Sturge.
Yes.
Dr. Roodal.
Yes.
Dr. Dowlat.
Yes.
Mr. Morris.
Yes.
Mr. Sobers.
Yes.
Mr. Watts.
Yes.
Dr. Sicharan.
Yes.
Mr. Kesar.
Aye.
Mr. Elder.
Yes.
Mrs. Sam.
Yes.
Mr. Narayan Singh.
Yes.
Dr. Rup Narayan.
Yes.
Dr. Gosai.
At 12:52, yes.
Mr. Thomas.
Yes.
Mr. Sampson.
Yes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the results of the division as follows. 25 members voted in favor of the bill.
Honorable members, the results of the division are that 25 members voted for the bill. 0 abstentions, and 0 noes. Leader of the House?
No.
Okay. The bill has passed.
A bill entitled An Act to Give Effect to the Partial Scope Trade Agreement between the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of Chile and for related matters.
Leader of the House?
Thank you most kindly, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, we know you have been in the chair for quite a number of hours. We want to thank you for your commitment to our nation's parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Friday, 8 May 2026 at 1:30 p.m. The government will pursue bills number 1 and 3 as it appears on the order paper, together with the amendments to the Bail Amendment Bill 2026. I thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Friday, 8th May 2026 at 1:30 p.m. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against say no. I think the ayes have it. Have a good night, everyone. Have a good morning, everyone.